Start. Oh,
Big-
it started.
Why would you?
Like I said, it'll be a rough ride, but it's a fun rough ride. Jesus fuck. So maybe a little rougher than I thought. Let me check my FPS. But is it visible on OBS is the question. Does it look horrible on OBS?
Hi, Chad.
Does chat secretly know how much how horrible the frame speed?
I got Chad. Right in the hand. The hand. I think we're good.
Where's Addo?
Is
I'm
that
here.
her? He's in share chat. All of us are in share chat. We should be good to go.
Yeah. It'll be a rough ride. It will be a rough ride.
I got a
For
ton
me.
of fear. Your fear.
Go fair.
I'm here so they can do the exclamation mark
Hi.
fish.
Hi, Chrissy.
I don't think
Hi.
you needed exclamation mark fish.
I need to restart. My mix it up. Actually, hold on.
I do that and I do. No, damn it.
Hi gold. Hey fishes. Fishies. Hi gold. I gold. Hi jump. Fuck.
Fishies.
God, this is gonna be a stream. Hi, we're
Stream
waiting
all
for our Australian to come back.
And
Yo-
then,
yo,
God. But also we couldn't figure out what to do and we kept delaying and then we went. Fish.
Fish.
Yeah.
Fish. Australian. Your.
Hold on, I'm trying to reach for my fan without it looking too obvious.
Oh, I need to get it. Come back.
So,
here.
chat, I don't know how
Can I
beautiful
change
it looks
the
for y'all.
fucking grab settings.
I'm
on
running at
this
11 FPS.
Index luck boost. What? Oh yeah, you can turn off the spooky sun man if you don't like him.
Yeah, but who does
bully
that?
him? I'm not gonna bully anybody. Fair.
Adobolia. Adobolia? Have you seen how small he is?
I'm not
Look how small he is.
What the fuck is... Hey, I.
Oh god, ass fly.
Oh, no, don't you
Is that
go
my
down.
ass fly? Oh, that was you ass fly.
I. Crack flash. Oh, did I already... I already flashed the ass! Let's go!
Dude. That's gotta be a record.
Dog, I didn't pay attention, and I just noticed my camera's way up there. I didn't know it went down to my ass at any point. And I'm going to bring back Spanish.
I'm gonna make myself a little bit taller. No. Like,
Here we go. I have chat on my hand. You said we're at 10 to 20 FPS? Fuck you, we're staying like that.
Yeah.
And this is challenge
Well, I
mode?
don't remember Zephyr
me?
and Julie. You know.
can't. Why
Uh-huh.
are you guys so tall?
Because I am. Were you so short?
I'm not short. I made myself taller.
I was like, where's my camera? And then I remember I locked it to the world. I may be very
Hold on,
good.
let me see chat. Hi, Maria. Oh, I didn't. Wait, did I not hear that? Okay, hold on. You made her so big out of it. You
Made yourself too big? Damn.
Just gonna
I'm not too big. Hold on, let me fix this.
Look.
Let me fix this. There's
No,
a-
no,
Oh
no.
my
there's a
God.
respawn.
What?
I went inside my face hole.
Phrasing, but yeah. I could just
Hold
like
on.
pin chat to my fucking camera. That'd be so nice.
Audio?
You know, nice would be just a little pop out to the side that lets you look at chat.
Wait, where do you change this?
Seeing the 12-inch crack.
Hold on. There we go.
Zaf, you want to see my rod? Ow! Okay, run that back really quick. Because I literally selected the other rod, you fuck! Oh my god.
Hi, Bungar. That was showing
Hi,
me his
Boone.
rod. Your rod is that a gun?
It was the, it was the 250,000 one.
Oh, audio monitoring device.
Oh.
There we go.
You know what I'm gonna do? Here, chat, watch this. So you can still see my face. I hit the wrong button. I'm gonna be stupid.
Hi, Boongar, Mr.
Okay, I hear
Krabs,
that.
Angeli, Engel,
I hear-
and Lemuria, and Willie.
Check that out.
What
I
did
can
you
see
do?
my hand
Oh my god.
and my
Honestly,
face at
Otto,
the same
the
time.
fit is so cute. Thank you.
Alright, chat.
Oh my
See how many
god.
times I punch my fucking...
Dear.
Well,
Yeah.
Mike, but there.
You're supposed to be like 10 inches tall. I'm not gonna be 10 inches tall. Lemuria, what?
Did you dip your tip in a furnace?
Do you not dip your tip in a
Ooh.
furnace?
No, car door.
I...
Hiya. Yes.
What? Why did Addo do the fucking... Yeah!
Yeah. Because I was using the rod. Like everyone can hear. Like my audio is good, right? You can hear everybody. It should be working. Like
You're gonna hear
Oh,
me punch my
Captain?
mic so many times? I'm
Dad,
so sorry.
welcome in. I didn't know you were VR chat.
Yeah.
Can you fish up seals without hurting them in
Yeah.
this? No.
Yeah.
Anything but VR. What's wrong, Goichi?
I'm gonna eat the fear.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Goichi, what? What? Hey, you're dangling your shit in me.
Yeah.
We're gonna be in VR for a little bit, and then we'll be doing Black 3 probably.
Ear. I should probably turn on my face mirror so I can actually see what face I'm making. This is a good idea. This is a good idea, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do a flip?
Thank
Adam?
you for the twerking. Thank you.
Only low
Can you
frames.
flip?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be so fucking low. I'm at 10 FPS on my end.
I'm at about 50.
We got everybody here now.
I'm gonna be honest,
Confirm.
it's not as bad when it's by myself, but when
Oh.
there's more people, this is what I mentioned about earlier, it gets really bad for me. I am the main reason, my frames are, I'm the biggest hog of FPS. They're not that much better. Okay, maybe Addo's decent.
What for?
Oh,
What?
I'm pretty bad about frames.
Like, being the cause of... I'm staring at your ass.
Don't look at. Don't look at his ass. I don't look at his ass.
Everyone's
Who's opening my
here!
gamer subs?
Oh, what? Thank you for the biddies, Jelly.
You're a hog.
Mm-mm-mm.
Ow!
What did you do?
Hit my mic. A part of me wants to switch
What?
to the other one, but I know it's very windy.
Hold on.
Fucking windy, dog.
It's fucking windy.
Oh, right, my
There we
fishing
go.
rod. I was like, where the hell is my fishing rod? Oh,
Check string context. I'll try not to break my PC doing that.
Can you do a flip? I'm not gonna do
You
a
broke your
backflip,
pee.
guys. I don't have full body tracking. Thank you for more biddies. Oh my god.
What?
That
0 days without
6,
nonsense?
7.
What the fuck do you
Is that-
mean?
It's the good boys. Hi, Crawl. Oh my god.
Okay, Chad, how bad is the frame rate? You know what would probably help though? If it
Too
wasn't-
real. Oh fucking real.
That might help.
Was
I hope I
though.
don't get someone's ass in frame or something.
Ah, it's fine.
Bring
Too fucking real. Holy shit, you guys look too real. I'm sorry. It's real now.
Real town. Just this fishing technique. You spin it around and then you
Yeah, it's called the helicopter.
let her fly.
The heck adopter.
Oh, yeah, it actually landed. Wicked.
You look like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet FPS at lot.
Rough. Damn.
Oh
Rod out of
my
my face.
god.
Head pat yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was like this.
Whoa, what'd I get? What'd I get? Whoa. Wow. Here it comes. Get your rod out of my face. Thank you for that, Mr. Crab.
Anyways, y'all want to make the FPS worse and go sail the seas?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because that's a
Okay,
good way
fine.
to get a fish. Have a good fish. Big ass fish. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this low frame wise. Also, I set the shaders
A bounty.
all the way down, so the water will not look amazing as it yells at me to remind me that. Guys, everything is
Okay.
almost all the way down.
We have a bounty for this one because it's the alligator turtle.
Where am I sitting? Oh. Okay, we're good.
Oh, cool. Can you stand it? I am sitting, but I am standing. And while sitting,
Guys, my camera's too high up.
oh, Zafkager's entire screen. Wicked. Wicked.
Come on.
Oh, dumb. I was like sitting there staring at the exclamation mark.
Zap's cake was the entire screen. I'm sorry. Don't look at it.
That's perfect.
That's perfect. Can I make this closer? I don't
Oh,
know.
you
Saw
can
that
have
look. What do
nothing.
you mean that look? What you?
Oh god, I know what they mean by the water looks like shit. Oh my god, it's the horrible shader bug.
I was jelly. I was not looking. I was singing.
No. Leave it. Why?
I was
very close,
not
very fast.
looking. I swear, I was not looking, guys. I was not looking.
You're presented cake, and you choose to not look.
Pokemon Legends
Oh my
Arceus
God.
water. Alright, fine, hold on. Let me be a little more modest then. No more hip wind.
Yeah, ignore me floating in the air, chat.
Fine.
Oh, I got a red one. Wait, I got red. I got red. One.
He's gaming.
In gaming?
But finna eat.
There.
Oh, you have a good eat there, Jimmy.
There.
Ah, whoa!
Colgate. Colgate.
Guys,
V.
look what I got.
Oh, so if you see me looking at my hand, this is you guys. This is chat right here.
I swear, Addo,
Yeah.
Addo, you're all horny as fuck.
What
And?
do you mean? Who says that? Brawl, I swear,
Oh.
Addo, you all are horny as I.
What's
I'm
wrong
not.
with that?
Oh, fear.
Guys, I swear, I'm like very safe. So. Very
Yeah.
wholesome. Very wholesome.
Okay. Well.
Hold on.
Oh fuck! Wrong way.
I have an idea.
Well, you are.
My rod!
Bye.
Oh god.
Yeah, we. Oh, well, my camera did not come with us.
Wicked.
All that setup. Fuck. I'll grab
Yeah,
y'all in a
sure, he's
minute,
very
chat.
good boy. Wait till you remember the kind of like thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Bye, guys. I missed trip.
Fish in that hole.
I'm gonna go back. Get the camera. See, that's why the camera's in my eye. If I have all of you in my eyes, you can see what I see.
Flying. That's what we want. Flying. We can get like a. Oh fuck. Hold on.
Oh, a huge seahorse. Guys, I caught the empreg fish.
As you can see, what we're fishing.
Oh
up
damn,
to.
my ass just does literally hang out, doesn't it?
Yes, yes, it do.
They do.
All right. No frames. Let's see how well I can catch this.
Fish,
It's-
fish, fuck.
Jesus fuck.
Dush.
All right. Oh my god. It's a new chow.
Yeah.
Purple's being a bitch. 79 kilograms of sailfish. Fair.
1 kilogram of seahorse.
Fear.
Oh, you're so right. I forgot music. So we're just kind of listening to whatever the world's got going.
I don't have
Instead
no
of
idea if music
music.
is too loud or not.
My fucking whirlpool. Oh, yeah.
It's
We see
next to
the- oh,
impossible to
yeah.
fish. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Yep.
Cod. It is the thing we're going to be doing later. Cod, not the fish.
Okay, come on. Grab the camera.
I love that I should cover my face with my hand. I didn't realize
Oh
what
damn,
the
it's
spout
just
camera looked
focused
like.
on your ass.
Mine?
Yep.
Cheeks on street. Dude,
Oh no.
you and Addo both just...
Okay, I'm
Hey,
dead.
at least I'm doing it also with mine too. It's like a. The crack is back.
Oh guys, don't look at my ass. I'm sorry. What is
Look, the cheeks are covered up mostly asterisk. I seem to be the one who navigates them to treasures I cannot possess myself.
There's a red whirlpool of some kind over there.
I do see that. Hopefully when we hit it, y'all got enough. I don't know if y'all can see that. The little red line. Holy ass! Yeah. Oh my god, the fucking
There's
dog.
two of them. Don't need all that ass, man.
Yeah, I think the white one is full of. You don't need all that ass. One, I mean I
That's
do,
what
but
I-
also
yeah.
trust me, I wish I could get
The red one was
an
in a
outfit
coal
for
pool.
that. But they don't have outfits. A gold pool, oh, that's not that crazy. Oh my god, it's the perfect fucking song right now. Fucking California Girls.
Oh, see, I party in the USA, so...
Oh, I think that was earlier. Okay.
Wait, guys.
Waiting.
No, my thing. 6, 7, 6, 7. 6, 7. Oh,
Damn, I-
cover my camera.
I gotta give your stream content totally.
Guys, look what I got.
A crab.
Ah,
Crab.
shit! You got Mr. Krabs. You are dying.
Guys, I fucked up. I'm sorry. You saw my.
Fucked
Oh,
up.
yeah.
You mean made perfection? Yeah, I'm just
Whoa.
staring at.
More crab. Just put away the
Okay.
damn Griffin. I can't lose my streak, man.
The fishing rod game is
What
being
kind of
played on
stream?
Zap's ass. I see. Hey!
Good God, man.
Look at you. I didn't see how much you
I
weighed.
mean, it's kind of hard not to.
Please put away and see Candy
Go
Crystal.
fish.
Can't lose my streak. What streak?
Dude, I forgot I
Hands are
glow.
falling down. I didn't tie them.
Adam really said, "Oh boy, VR chat time."
Adam.
Drop prow.
Adam, just get hard so it doesn't fall down.
Okay.
It's like a doorstop.
Flying fear. Wee, wee, flying fear.
I got a 0.3 kilogram herring. /J in all caps. Dog.
Wait, I have a flower on top of my head? I didn't even know that. Hold on, my controller.
Oh,
There you go.
You see those cursed
Evil
ones? If you lock
tuna.
those, so when you sell them, you don't sell the cursed ones. They'll be worth more if you get them purified, which is the shit in the
you
swamp.
know, the streak. What does it mean? Moderately ominous. Pollock,
Just, oh my god.
you good? Don't fall off. Don't fall off the boat. I don't
It
really
was
good.
so loud.
Did you get jump
Jump scared?
These aren't very
A
occult.
400 kilogram radioactive thing.
Radioactive thing. No, that's the COD Zombies map.
Ah,
Huge headache. What if we? What if we?
Jesus Christ.
What is that?
Cursed Atlantic salmon.
I
Cursed tiny pollock.
I
Look
switched
at me.
hands.
He's doing
Pollick
nice.
my nuts.
Oh, dude, what the fuck?
Oh!
Cursed tiny albacore.
Little tiny. Did I get it in chat? Thing. Hold on. Hold on.
Relic
Look at us.
or garbage? Call it. I snatched Doey's wig.
No.
It's perfect. It
Perfect.
matches so well.
Nope. Yeah. So stuck.
Look at Zap over showing off.
Oh yeah? Just. Oh.
See, except I landed it like smack dab in the center.
I give up. All right, you win that one. You win that.
You win this time.
You
First
win
time
this
holiday.
time.
There we go.
I keep on grabbing my rod with the other hand.
Sometimes you gotta switch it up.
E, when I feel one of my forearms is getting bigger than the other.
I get a little excited.
Me know. It's so you can keep your pants on.
He's removed him at this point. See how he doesn't have leg tracking? He doesn't have to worry about it.
Oh my god.
You're right. He's not saying no. His pants are off.
My pants
Uh-oh.
are on.
Oh, this is a red. I'm so fucked. A red with like 5 frames, dude. Wait. Why is it actually? Oh.
Oh,
Oh my god.
It was.
Me
I was doing
in
really good
Animal
for him.
Crossing?
God, look at
He's
It's
a
cursed.
guy.
little guy.
Ah. You've been cursed.
You bad luck.
You believe me? Too bad. I fucking fucked it up anyways.
I'm sitting on my cable.
I'm sitting on my balls.
Oh God.
No, on my balls.
On COD? On COD?
Zaf.
On COD?
Zaf, it's just a blurry mess when you wave your fish at me.
You caught me. Oh my god.
Dude, you looked down a little too hard and just completely flashed the underside of your skirt at me.
Oh fuck, I'm sorry.
Oh god, I'm scared. I don't see my camera. I'm scared.
Bye, Mahi. Stay in the outfit, you're fine.
Okay.
Wow, Theo.
Now, do y'all see any other text floating in the ocean?
Yeah. Right in front of us still, the School of Barracuda.
Like, oh,
Deployed, height deployed. I would give you a shout out, but it's not working right now. I can't.
You
I can't
have-
do it in VR.
The gummies.
I can't.
That was promised to you, by the way.
I know. I grabbed the camera thinking I would save it, but like that was the thing I heard from my cameras. You were like, we're driving away. Do you have gummies? And you stayed a lot behind until you finished that sentence.
Oh my god.
It went away. It went away.
Well, we'll wait till something actually responds. Did you ask for the gummies? Are you after how you treated me? Damn.
Whoa. An electric huge seahorse.
Ah, beautiful. Bring you the gummies.
There's a bounty for the snapping turtle, which is over at the
I saw that.
swamp.
I'm gonna move my camera. Addo, it's gonna be right next to you,
Okay.
so it doesn't come into my ass.
Okay.
But you love it, Wing.
Okay, and it shouldn't be coming. Well, you'd be
John Twitch doesn't have to know. Hi, yeah. Hey, yo. Don't even worry about it. I think I'm gonna switch off of the spout camera thing and
Hi chat. Hi chat.
hi chat. Me jump scare. They're so jiggly. Oh my god. Oh, I can. Hi chat. John Twitch just needs a personal recording of said activity, and then he'll look the other way. Sorry. What's bro doing? Oh, he went AFK. We're stuck
Yeah,
on the
I
boat,
think
Adam.
We can't move anywhere.
It's so bouncy. VR. I don't have. But this is me. For VR. Dude, why do you sit like you're drinking fucking Blue Ribbon watching the fucking football game?
I don't know how else to sit when in VR.
He's like TV remote in hand.
So, like, I can't
beer
help
up
but
to
notice,
mouth,
like,
watching the
I'm
fucking
in
game.
bed.
I didn't see the sleep part. I just see I'm close to, and I was scared.
That's crazy, considering he was knocked out.
Huh?
Hi chat.
Willie saying I'm close when you're. Well, I guess your camera's pointed at Adam.
Dead boy Adam.
Here.
Oh boy, in
Stroke the ass,
bed.
stroke the
Time to do my
shaft.
best Mega Knight impression. No, not Meta Knight. Mega Knight.
Oh.
If you're curious, there's a
close to-
pool of something out that way. Cool. We caught that first pool. Yeah, make the face.
Oh, we're going chat. I need to change my outfit.
Oh, I see.
I'll do it in a bit when we go to an island. I don't trust myself.
I just like I turn
Like a
around
smart
and
face turn for bullying. I'm not. Don't bully me. Oh my god, no.
what?
Nothing. It's okay. It's just content. It's content.
Oh yeah, you did something crowd control, alright. Pretty sure you killed me off like right as I almost finished something.
Oh, I'm going to zoom in on your face.
Because I don't.
What?
I'm trying to avoid Zoe's butt.
Adam has this fucking camera just like right up on his face.
You can stare at the ass,
Good
it's fine.
boy,
People,
yeah.
people have done that for Twitch before.
Hey, there we go.
Totally.
Don't look at my assets.
I don't like the hair split out like that. I'm moving a little too fast. My hair
There we go.
is blowing over the place.
By the
Wait,
time
why
we
am
get
I
to the
so far back?
Savannah Rift, it's gonna disappear. Huh?
Why am I so far back for leaving?
What do you think I was saying? You looked like you were watching the fucking game. The fucking
I'm not
blue
even
ribbon
sitting
one.
like that. I'm sitting up straight.
Sitting up
75K to
straight or
go.
sitting up
You're almost
fruity
there,
at
Willie.
least?
Give me my Miller Lite. I need it.
You like, I like that. Guys, I found Doey's shoe.
Oh man,
Oh,
tiny ass shoe. Is Addo like huddling in a corner so he doesn't see my? No, he isn't.
No, I'm like standing up. I am good.
I rot.
Too silly for shrine.
Fishes.
Hey, gold. Goldfish. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my
holy
god, I
shit,
got
what,
it.
What do you?
Or
Nope.
or.
I'm really bad at catching reds.
Me too, right now.
I'm a professional.
I mean, when's the last time
Don't
you
know
got a
what
better
you're
rod?
talking
Me? Fish?
I'm using the one that they give you for selling enough shit to them.
Yeah. Fish gold. No. Goldfish.
Pokemon Go!
I got a zebra fish.
No, you just got a whole ass zebra.
A huge
I got a-
paddock.
Herring.
Zebra sunfish.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, sunfish, but Dihide code.
Why the fuck did my... Oh.
Wow.
God,
There's a little crab. Little crab.
hey. Little crap.
Come on, fish. I want a fish. There we go.
Another oarfish.
More fish.
Oh,
Let's see. There's something behind us.
It's another school of something.
How the fuck can you read that?
Oh, it can? I don't know.
Chad, can you find the person with the strongest PC?
Hold on, ready? Chat, let's see what this is. We put around. It's a school of sunfishes. You can tell because
Y'all just like don't even say. Look at these fuckers when I like drive, okay? Don't look at what?
It's like
He was looking at my ass.
showing.
Whoa. That was,
Oh, it was
quite the tongue I pulled out there.
my ass.
My ass.
My ass! My cum!
Okay, there
You
it
can't
is.
expect me.
Without them,
Okay,
I
okay.
just appeared from.
Are y'all
from the window.
sitting in a chair? See? Are y'all
No.
sitting under the desk? Sit in a
No.
chair. I can't see y'all or hear y'all. Thank you. I want to hear y'all. I just hear like every.
Eating up my ass, eating up my
Your ass.
strange whirlpool. You said don't look, but I am now more attentive to what is going on. True. Very true. I don't know. Oh, that's why I did it. It's not double peace sign. Guys, we've hit a revolutionary technology. Double peace sign and Avatar doesn't stick the tongue out.
Wait, what does mine do?
Did a double peace sign. Yeah, you just do a wink. I don't even remember how I did that. This, that, this, that, this. That, this, that, this.
Not working hard. Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me
Me with a Kodak.
Took my life from negative to positive. I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
Wank?
Lank. You would be my.
No, Willie just said wank.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm in a spot.
I'm in a spot.
I'm in a spot.
True. So true, bestie. We sure are.
I would hope so. To exist outside of a spot, why are you fisting?
What? Oh, look at my camera. And then fix my camera
Fisting
instead of you.
camera.
Huge, by the way.
Oh,
I'll have you know.
flashbang.
Huge.
Yeah, an above average size cylinder.
No, this is a huge herring. I'm not even shitting you. That is actually a huge herring.
Wank. Wank.
Dude, that's the sound Gunter makes.
Oh, Red. Hold on.
What if we touch balls?
Oh, I can feel that.
Jesus Christ.
Yo,
Who
Galaxy
the
Manta
fuck
Ray, that's
up?
1,500 kilograms? What? Did you
Hi,
need
I'm
Thanks,
trying
I
to
was-
catch a redfish right now. I can't fucking focus.
Sorry. Hey!
Fuck. Rainbow flat fuck.
I cast it. Too far.
Hey, what level are y'all?
19.
Fun. 17.
I'm 47.
Unk.
I like when you're trying to like catch
what
a
is on top of the
redfish, like with this few frames. Sometimes it just vanishes from the thing. Hi,
Oh.
great white shark.
Huge oarfish.
Is my hair clipping? My hair is clipping.
1,000. Wee.
Where's Chad?
you say cat?
Chat.
Oh, in the puddle. Good boys fishing.
Glitched. These are boys, by the way.
What?
What? You saying can't be a boy and
I
have a
didn't
fat
hear you
ass?
Whoa!
Wicked.
Hey!
That was really heavy.
I don't even know how much this one weighs, but it's a sunfish. I really wish I can get a relic right now.
It's a fatter. True.
You're wondering what I'm looking at. I'm looking at chat.
Was this heavy? These nuts, yes.
A book?
Sandy giant squid. Giant squid.
Swordfish.
That's my squid.
That is a squid.
It's
Another red one. Hold on.
proof of my Takadachi's.
Hi, Manta Ray.
Oh,
Thanks,
great
guys.
white shark.
I didn't want to see fucking anything from anyways.
Hey, nice great white shark.
Ooh, ooh, you want it so bad. Ooh, you want it so bad. Ooh. Does this affect the trout population?
Yes.
Wringing my shirt. I think I was supposed to say shark.
I'm gonna fucking fuck this up because I'm laughing. Hold on.
Where is? Hold on.
I'm at the club right now, straight up slinging it by it.
Aren't
Let's
you
just
that
say
mean?
My
My
shark.
shark.
I gotta air it out some way.
Yours.
Huh?
Are there Seahorse VTubers?
Yes.
Oh, that answers that
that
question.
way too quickly and confidently. What do you know?
I don't know anything.
Male seahorse with a pregnancy toggle.
Fair.
It's
Fin.
his avoidance is scamming.
I just know because I.
Googled.
Oh, tiger, huge manta. Oh my
Google.
god, it's 4,000.
Oh my god.
4,500, by the way. Look at that. Well, let's get a better view. I
I
cast
see your line
camouflage.
just makes that zip back and forth.
Oh, by the way, Crawl, is the music too loud? If it is, let me know. I don't know, honestly. Okay, that's good enough. If you can hear everyone. Oh, yellow. Hold on. My first
Giant squid.
or
This was another red. Giant squid. Hi, Nando. Nando,
Hi,
you
Nando.
missed it. Though he flashed crack 12 seconds into stream.
I can hear you.
I mean, there was clothes
Okay,
on.
that's good. You can hear everyone else too, right, Carl? You can hear Zap and Joey.
An ionized
I wanna
fisher.
make sure.
The Doasi
My
incident?
legs are broken, guys.
Part 2.
For fuck's sake, Addo. You
What?
can't use the low frame rate excuse to keep going inside me.
I was moving out of the way.
Thanks, Nando.
I was moving out of the way.
Nice cake, Zap.
Wait, hold on. Peak fishing form.
Clip that, Natto!
I can only hide it for so long.
What are you doing back there?
He
hiding
walked
your
up and started
ass.
smacking it.
No.
What's slinging a shark?
What am I doing?
He's using the excuse of covering up the ass to smack it.
The fuck did I make? Good question.
I'm like performing surgery right now.
On a grape?
Yes.
Cool.
Hey, radioactive huge hullabaloo.
Whoa. Whoa. Hi, Chad.
Oh, my uranium fish. Uranium
God.
aquarium.
Whoa. Hold on. I fucked up the camera.
Bald doll. Bald doll. He wants to give you a kiss. He wants to give you a kiss.
Get over here. Go to my uranium fish, my uranium aquarium. Go!
Hey, funny enough, the fish I got, white. network is struggling to load. All that megabyteage. I know it's tempting. I don't click that in the middle of the stream.
What? Click what?
No, after you did that,
Click
Addo
what?
went up and started slapping the cheeks.
What? What am I clicking? What?
The clip.
Don't click it. Okay. No, I was checking something else.
Me out. You're checking me out. Oh, blessed huge giant squid. 1,600 kilograms.
Blessed be.
Holy shit, he's huge.
Huh?
Whoosh.
Why am I getting these tiny ass fish?
I think the squid was eating them, dog. There's no bigger predator than that one.
Holy shit, someone did a
Didn't
parody of
tell us.
Revenge by Captain Sparkles. Yeah. This, like, underground dude called Usher.
I almost said something, but like, I felt a menacing aura even thinking it, so I wasn't gonna say it.
You felt
I
a massive
almost just
aura?
out loud- No, menacing. I almost out loud said, "Isn't Usher just like male Rihanna?" I was like, "Wait a minute. I think a couple people might get angry if I say that." That perpetually has his ass out. What do you want me to do? It's not. At least mine are behind clothes. I don't care if it's shrink wrapped to my body.
I just stared at my fucking chat disappearing off my hand. What the fuck? Why does it do that?
I hated it. Sorry. Dude, Addo, what did you just? Did you catch potentially the smallest crab ever?
Yeah, it's electric too. He's
You are the youngest person ever.
what?
Have you not seen that? Insert
No.
saucepan gif. Yeah, it's the fucking America's Got Talent shit post. The kid walks in, like, how old are you? You are the youngest person ever.
You're the youngest person.
Oh, he's seen it. Radioactive tiny oarfish? They can be small?
I got a tiny book. Like a little notepad.
Let me send it to Addo. Oh, thank you. The youngest person ever.
Oh, I got a relic. Or something. Along the lines.
Dude, can you say deja vu?
Deja vu? Another
Two
Good job.
radioactive tiny oarfishes in a row. Whoop. Hi, Skinwalker.
If I
Thank you,
stand up,
Nanto.
we can make it a third very tiny oarfish. My chat went away again! I just
Yeah.
resized it and everything, man!
You got gifted to Doi
Doy some. Who's a doy some?
Louder emotes. Let me check Discord.
Oh, doy. He's one of your people. Green.
Well, I'm...
Radioactive rubber duck.
You are the youngest person ever.
Golden buzzer.
Dude, my fucking chat just came back.
So, when are we allowed to address the height that Addo's put himself at? Radioactive,
sitting.
huge sail fit.
You love their emotes? I
just
deploy-
like this being at this height.
They do be
No
nice. I
particular-
apologize in
that was
advance for any
sus on
specific
my
ones that
screen.
you might have saw
Oh my god.
What?
get disappeared.
What was, oh my god?
Just the angle.
At a
was
dangle. School of European Anglerfishes. Guys, there's a school of Europeans.
Not touchable time.
Bam!
Jump.
Cuddling time.
Touchable time.
I got the camera. Okay, do we want the angler fish or okay? I guess that's the
I
only
think it's wiser
thing.
to go for the bounty if we want to.
Oh,
And
we'll
there
make
you go.
it. Will look for the if there's nothing around, or if there's anything close to the bounty of the swamp, we'll go there. Before we sell the fish.
Why not though? Rod.
Oh,
Would you see me swing that down like a fucking Dark Souls weapon and get scared?
I was like looking at my Steam. Insert OBS.
Oh, is that a relic? Cool. I sure do love relics.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
What? Nope.
What? Is my ass on your stream again?
No, it was just in my face.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, I gotcha. Oh man, you can see my camera hanging out over here.
I got a red, and my fucking rod didn't even register. I was like doing.
Oh, thank you for the 3 stream streaks, Zonto.
I can't even see my bar. Bar.
Is there room on that boat? I don't know. Is there? Stairs the other two?
Maybe.
If you're not
Honestly,
going, if your
hello.
model
Yeah.
doesn't drop my frames from 10 to 8.
True. Blessed huge haddock.
Blessed be.
You know, for a pool of anglerfish, I'm seeing a distinct lack of anglerfish. Oh, gee, a train on a boat. Backwards?
Jesus Christ, Zap.
What?
I look at my camera and the cheeks are just omnipresent.
Get your camera out of there, man.
I know. I had it to where we could see everyone, and that includes all 3 of us and your 2 cheeks. As I identify as people now. Your stream. I really do need to get a fucking optimized version of mine. I suppose you could. I mean, if the other 2 are okay with that too.
Yeah. We'll just have to be okay with when Josh arrives or comes back or is available that we're just dipping to play zombies.
I mean, that's gonna be in
Dude, I
like
turned my
what, like
shoulder
an
pop.
hour and a half or so.
Depends. Does Josh know Josh is streaming today?
Gonna be honest. This looks like the intro of a low budget porno. Zeph, you got a spare rod? Mine broke. I know a way to fix your rod only using my mouth.
You practice that one? What if we just dong ding 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 dong?
See, the rods are metaphors for cock. Ooh, look at that. That's a fool relic. This is gonna be the thing. It is a flat object. Oh, almost flat. Look at it.
Oh,
This will hopefully give this a decent enchantment.
There. Now my stream doesn't have ass POV.
god damn it! I'm sorry, Crow.
Oh, now the chat doesn't even see you.
See me?
Well, this
I
is
mean, yeah, on
this
your
is a-
streams
this,
they don't
this
see
red
me.
this red one's a fighter.
You
What
can
the hell?
totally just bend over so they can see your face. God, that sounded arguably worse.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm not getting that.
Chat, he has an agenda. Yes, though. We know how much you love your rods. Real?
Yeah.
Real, get it?
Get off the
Take
boat.
off your.
Two very different answers.
Has anyone got a fucking anglerfish?
Nope. Holographic huge blobfish. Oh, it's so ugly. It's so ugly.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay, move it out of my face,
ugly
please.
he
Please,
is.
please. I'm like getting 2 frames and red. I have like timeout wit. Nope, it's gone. Fuck! I have like time, like with a second delay, and with my input, like where the red's gonna be, and that is hell. This is like training, like putting on weights for training. Please don't go quiet on me, I'm scared.
Huh?
Y'all went quiet, I was scared.
I was
Caramel
focused.
dancing. Thick diver.
Whoa!
Like Helldiver, but thick. Oh, Mr. Saxo beat.
Whoa, that's a good one. That was like the thing to learn on sax.
Right after Careless Whisper.
Yeah, Careless Whisper. The epic sax guy thing, I can't remember the actual song's name. Tequila?
No.
The song, Atto.
Tequila.
Flew a kite in a public place. Oh, da-da-da-dum-dum-dum.
Tequila.
Guys, I caught a tactical Mr. Crab. Camo huge crab.
Ah.
I'm not getting
Just,
this fish.
now we need just to engrave the crab, so it serves it, so it has an advantage. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, you fucking suck so much, penis.
Oh,
I tried to reel in the fish and like I grabbed my fucking thing instead. My chat box. Fuck is that? A seahorse? Oh.
Why is it gigantic, chat? I don't need the chat Jumbotron. Actually, you know what? Fuck you. Chat Jumbotron's funny.
Let me observe my monolith. Let me monolith. Prefer it then. You see a horse? Okay, I see I see koi, right? But I also see something red in the distance. God, it's such a nightmare. There we go. I would
Okay.
believe that koi at least has you should at least have a boat. Sit down. Please sit down. Your clothes disappeared for a very brief second when you were sliding.
oh. Hold on. I've got to fix my camera.
Like I
Dude,
saw your
the
bare
chat
ass back
Jumbotron.
for a second.
Kicks ass. It's awesome.
Oh, you're in there. Okay.
No, you're.
Wait, did the red? Oh fuck, the red disappeared. I guess we'll get near where koi is.
School of Blobfish? Oh, there's a shadow chasm back there where we just were. Ada, what beta are you testing? No, go ahead, say it. I heard you hold something back. Say it.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Sorry, koi, you
He's
can
holding
make
out
it
on you,
here.
chat.
He's flying out there. What the fuck?
What? What the fuck?
This calls for an investigation.
Nice
There's nothing
investigating, champ. Do you go in every hole you see?
Okay. I feel like it was worth asking. How do we feel about golden Oreos?
I
Ow,
think they're
I like
pretty
them.
alright. I prefer the peanut butter
Okay.
ones.
Oh,
I think Koi just changed to a flying avatar because he didn't even want to try to. Okay, can you get your cheeks
Landed-
out of the fucking camera?
get your camera out of my ass.
It wasn't! It was like y'all were like. There, I can't trust them, chat. Both of their cheeks were just present.
I don't want to hear that from you of all people.
You caught him hanging out, Zoe.
You want to commission
You
me
also did it-
pants?
12 seconds into stream, pretty much. Oh yeah, he's flying. Koi is entirely airborne. Oh, I want to go look at my hand for mid at
They're mid at best.
Wow.
Wow. I like the peanut butter ones are pretty good. Not the Reese's. Fuck the Reese's. They like the Reese's ones almost taste the same, and they were like $2 more.
Did you see that there's Dr. Doom Oreos?
I have not. What the fuck flavor is Dr. Doom Oreos?
I don't know.
It's
Dr.
Doom flavored.
What does Doom taste like? Liberation.
I was gonna say razor blades in your Oreos. No, glass in your Oreos.
No, because Doom doesn't hate people. He just doesn't like the supers that oppose him. If you're willing to commit to his ideal society, you're chill. Keep doing it. Better than the Reed flavor. Rubber. I see him. Chat, do you see him? He's right there. There's Koi.
Huh?
Did you see it?
Oh,
In
I
the corner of the stream.
Did you see it?
Oh my god. How is he doing that?
What? Where is he?
Dark Magic
Above us?
up.
Oh, they turned to a drone and flew. I saw them change avatars.
Did he just miss? What I just
Yes,
saw?
he
I think
did.
so.
He just fucking missed. I heard him down there.
I missed
The
completely. I didn't
moonwalking
have my
gorillas.
shot.
Holy shit, you scared the fuck out of me.
They're
Okay,
moonwalking
take that.
now?
Let's
I
fucking
hadn't heard
optimize.
from them since Feel Good
Yeah,
Inc.
you're also dork. Not weird.
Yeah.
but Just
Yeah, no, I know.
not the
That's
same.
Yeah. I don't know
You
if
look
y'all
like a
want me to
locked
turn my
character.
shit on, because I'm probably gonna, if you don't care.
But if you want to stream,
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna put y'all in the title real quick, so people know check y'all out. Too.
I'm sure you heard, but as soon as Josh, or if Josh is
Zooks talk.
yeah.
available, we are
comes
dipping
back.
to
I
play
mean, I'm gonna be
zombie.
on VR streaming for like 2 or 3 hours.
Shadow
Why not?
Seahorse.
Did you see it?
Shadow
Man.
It's Emperor.
Shadow Man.
The first normal VR stream in a while. I'm on fishing rod. I know I'm poor.
Where
Here's
raw?
my-
Oh, have you tried looking in pant?
Oh my god, this broke
Here's
bitch.
mine. Do you realize I didn't play this game during beta?
Well, no, even they
Beta
reset every
wipes.
progress from beta to full release.
Me. I'm still poor. It's entertaining though.
I thought this was supposed to be an escape from reality.
That's what I thought VR is too. Then I
By the way,
realized how
Joe,
expensive
what's
it
the
is.
birthmark? What the fuck's a birthmark? Wait, what birthmark?
Your fucking ass tattoo.
Oh, it's just oh yeah.
No one can see me. I realize I should also like put my stream up on my hand so I can.
Oh, on my chest.
fucking
Oh, that
see.
one's the logo design for my Toho Circle.
Look how short you are now.
I'm standing in the boat, you moron.
I'm also standing on the ledge.
No,
Naruhodo.
no.
That's Boruto's dad.
Someone else wanna smack him?
Naruhodo. Oh.
Y'all can't see me out here.
Dude,
The fish
Naruhodo
gonna
and
be-
sausage were so interesting.
I hate that. I hate that so fucking much.
Dude, the arc where he's trained by Jeremiah, huge. I can. High cortisol.
No.
Dude, I can't believe they went and like when sausage's like package just got all spilled out except for him, man. I felt it.
Yeah, the one with the arc,
You know, I
brother.
did find I can't
Itchy.
drown. Want me to test it? You wanna join me, Anthony?
I'm good. I can't fly back here if I do.
Yeah, fair.
By
I
default, you do
still
have a
piss.
rowboat.
Well, if you played in beta, you do.
No, you don't? Wait, was that a thing? Only
It's
beta?
given to everyone.
Oh. What the fuck?
It's in your
Beta
boat
got
garage.
nothing except like in the first 24 hours of the game, you got
Remember
like
that
a
one meme
tag.
where Sasuke thought Hinata was just Neji
Oh.
after she transitioned?
No,
Let me do this. Let me just move my fucking.
Also, there's a
camera.
scene in the new fucking Boys season. I guess Misha Collins is in the new Boys season, where Jensen
Yes.
Ankles has him fucking pinned and choking him. Tumblr quote retweeted that fucking picture and said some things just never change.
Addo Foreskin, where?
Where?
Big Addo foreskin. What's going on there?
Oh. Ooh, what the Ooh.
Oh boy.
I'm so happy I let the brain ADHD win. There's just a bunch of dancing Spinosaurus on my screen.
Shadow tiny oarfish.
Whoa.
Ah, shadow sailfish.
Anyways, how are you three chaps? Who aren't you including here?
I blend in.
Hi, Koichi.
I also remember. No one knows who I am.
You stand out against the night sky on my stream.
I don't know my
Well,
own. I
my
blend
stream
in.
still
Actually,
shows
this is
just
fun.
me because when I looked at my camera, like both of their cheeks were lined up, and like 80% of the.
Two Natos?
Green fish.
One fish, two fish, red fish, green fish?
Salmon. I still love how there's a fishing game now. You can get a fucking impact frame if you hit a fish on the ground after swinging it around. Ugh. Who the fuck grabbed a Reaper?
This is oarfish. Halibut. Halibut, girl.
That worked.
Halibut girl. Few
What
times
if
I've
I
been
just
around
whacked it in the
that
back of the head
track.
with my rod?
Oh.
Never mind, he's too into it. Albino sunfish.
Dude,
Fish
Shadow
things.
Huge Mahi.
Now, which one's fish love Latinas? We gotta check.
Guys. Hi, Razzo. Yuji Fishadori. Blackfish.
Oh, yeah, I gotta.
Hi, Rizo.
Which got rid of the
My eye.
ramen emote? Ah, yes, that emote that I used so often. Hey, Corey,
We
you
got
don't
rid of the
sit on
Pika
one of
ramen
the
emote?
No.
I'm
the
sorry.
seats.
Let me grab my camera.
The sun. They'll do VR every. No.
Hi, Doey.
It disabled my legs. Where are my legs?
You want to move away from the driver's seat so I'm not sitting in front of your ass? Because if I sit down right now, I'm getting a full view. Scoot
Of
over.
my butt. Okay.
Thank you.
Wow, look, guys, we can see Corey now. Dude. Really? Right in my camera?
I'm sorry.
What?
Sit
I'm
down.
good. I tried to fix my legs. It does not like my legs. Now keep going. I'm
Nope.
fine. I'll catch up if I fly. I'm the
Okay.
fifth diver right
Okay.
now because I don't want to crash Doey.
Looking down and walking is rough. While the boat's moving.
Oh, now I see that. This thing makes me look like I have a half by.
You bought 2 buns with toffee flavored ice cream? Hell yeah.
Grandma
Don't worry,
fucking
we
like
added
so
it back at 7 TV. Oh, hell yeah.
I can see
Okay.
you looking. You aren't.
me looking?
Slick.
What? People, I'm playing with my camera.
Don't mind the name.
I am playing with my camera.
Okay, now we're back.
I
Now I have my
swear.
legs.
You can
I
ask
have my
Chad.
legs. Whoa. I have my legs again. You fucking bougie bitch. Your fancy ass fishing rod. I'm gonna
Have
use my
you
stick.
seen
Makes me
the
happy.
gun rod user over there?
Okay, fair enough. Is that the normal version of the song? Please tell me that is.
Which one?
Yeah, it is. Okay. My
okay.
buddy put both Revenge and
Dang it. What are you doing back there?
Hmm?
Going for good eats?
Who, me? I'm trying to set up.
Wait,
Ice cream,
you mean-
cream now?
you mean
What
cream.
the fuck?
Ah,
No, I'm trying to fish.
Rick.
No, give me the fish. A red fish got away from me.
Thank you for the hydration. Hydration?
There he goes. Hey, guess what day it is?
There we go.
Did they pass over? Or is it still pound cake day?
For pounding cakes?
Zebra blobfish.
Dude, I could fuck up a zebra cake right now. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, dude.
Do not let me hit my pan and give me a box of zebra cakes. That will be gone in less than a second.
I'm
Wrapper and
telling
all.
you, y'all are sleeping on the goldfish fudge combo when you get the munchies.
No, that shit is good. I will fully admit.
Selfish.
Say the line. Agron Day.
There, it's for aerodynamics. He's in speed mode.
Huh?
You're in speed mode. You're aerodynamic.
What do you mean?
Zebra halibut.
Man, I gotta make those brownies tomorrow now. I'm hungry.
I'm almost got cute. What? I'm wearing shoes. He's got boots.
Who has boots? You, me?
Literally, it's only Dowie that has his feet out.
I got no keys. No keys.
Tiger.
It's Friday.
Today
that's
is
trying to go
Friday in,
In
California.
California. Huh?
Shoot!
Got a single hair on my lens.
I did. Oh god, I have to.
No. God damn
Why are you
it!
dipping too low? What are you doing? Hey, what the fuck? That's not fair. The
No
fucking
fish
red
for you.
fish dipped from the very bottom to the very top in less than a second.
No fireflies are playing. I'm
This
happy.
motherfucker's cheating.
Is there a rule book for the fish?
Yeah, be catchable.
Be catchable and be edible.
Oh my god, this took 2 minutes to get. Try getting this bitch at fucking 2 FPS.
Why
I
you
don't think I
framed so
can. Do you know how
bad,
much
Dory?
shit I would have to open to get down to 2 FPS?
You know
Yeah,
how
like
much shit
I
I
mean-
don't have open? Because I don't
Yeah,
have
Still
like
around 60.
Huh?
My title. I forgot to add names.
Oh. I just
Zebra
did.
tiny sunfish. Oh, what? What?
Zebra blobfish.
Okay. What the? Yeah.
I think after this one, we're gonna head towards the church over there. And you got that cursed fish, so you'd go towards that church, that little yellow light, and talk to the lady in there, and she'll cure the curse. And then you grab the snapping turtle, see how much shit you can sell for the bounty, and then sell all.
Chet's having a
Speaks the
fight.
one that isn't. I am
Yes.
absolutely not pure. You got it right.
Fishing butts. I know we've caught halabuts.
So, Otto, thanks for
So-
reminding me to click the funny
I
button.
multiply it itself to create parity.
The funny button.
Does sus
The
cancel out,
knock
like,
button. I forgot about it.
is that
And
how
people
that
can
works?
instantly find y'all. Hello.
Seahorse.
Yeah. Well.
Nothing. I love how the first thing I see in chat is Fish Fucker 3D. Yep. You know, shit's gonna go good tonight. Damn!
Surprise,
Undyne.
Doey's fat ass
I don't
has
see
tipped
what
the
you
boat over.
mean!
What?
I see you back there.
Damn! I turned my head!
Oh, yeah, Zafs?
I did not look over till now. I just see there's you, me, and then just ass. So we're in the light.
I'm surprised his fat ass hasn't tipped the boat over. I think mine actually may be larger.
Zafs is offsetting it. The yin and yang.
Top with fat ass, bottom with fat ass. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. I got distracted.
Yeah? Nice plastic bag. Why are you
dancing.
putting that over my ass?
Zebra huge Atlantic salmon. Arc.
Bark.
Slinging his shark.
See if you can do something.
Huh.
What?
Sorry, like I read Doey's chat. Huh.
Huh? Zaf should spank Doey for that comment. Which one?
Yes, is the answer to that.
You know?
There's a lot of answers we can give to that will decide. I think that's a different kind of stream.
Be more specific. There should be spanked for a lot of things. No, your own mods have it out for you.
Fuck with you, have. That's all it is.
Burning huge cod.
Brother. You'll be fine.
There's no seat at the front of the boat. I wanted to Captain Morgan the front of the boat.
Play space. Just walk over there and play space it.
Not the same. You're right. Someone spanked Doey. The
Huh?
comeuppance is overdue. That's a big word.
I don't understand that word. Fuck no.
There goes Koi. Buddy. Wait, Josh.
Josh?
Hi, Josh.
Buddy.
Are you down tonight? Let me tell you something.
Is he hammered? Or is a very drunk buddy? You get hammered, but let me tell you, my ass gets pounded. Name the quote.
I don't know where it's from, but you sent it to me. Oh,
I know this motherfucker knows it.
I can't bite your finger off.
having
Having
fiber's
fiber's
awesome!
awesome.
Yay!
He's not. He might be drunk.
Josh, are you drunk?
It's not off the table yet.
Beer.
Huh?
Buddy, you good? How many fingers am I holding up? No, I'm not showing you them.
One.
I'm
Lower
drunk on
finger.
happiness
Three
and
beers.
3 beers.
He's gone.
One beer.
He is gone.
He's not that gone.
3 beers for Josh? No, dog. 3 beers ain't shit.
I will still laugh with the
Josh.
comment.
We're doing shadows night.
Wait, he's Australian. Oh, well, I
right.
need to lock my fish so I can go sell
That's
the
all I'm doing right now.
Well, I would
bag for
go cure your thing. It's in this island. It's the fucking church, and then you can catch the turtle. And then if you catch the turtle and then do the bounty, you might already have the next one.
Wait, I can turn in the bounty already?
Very
Did I
down.
not sell my
All right,
trophy?
how long do you think you'll need, Josh?
Get him to finish it. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Vsauce Michael here. Where are your fingers?
Wait, hold on. There's a lot of things I want to throw out.
Oh hey, someone touched my horn. See?
I need to save my other rubber duck. He's radioactive and cool.
You gotta save every rubber duck. You can't get rid of things.
Hello.
I just have to find him.
Oh god.
But
What do you mean hello?
oh, where's the absolutely massive man?
Oh, hi, Josh.
So mad again.
Hey, Nicholas, wanna see something sick? Behold my squid. My squid. Hold on, hold on. Okay, now he's all here. Dewey. Behold my fear. The absolute length of my fear.
I would love to stare at your length. Just let me get this fish in.
Look how long my
Awesome.
Ah, blessed be. I got the bit. Oh my god.
Look at my fear.
Big fuck ass fish. Guys, we're not having my face. Oh.
I
Eh?
don't think I can
What
present this
question?
one like a white guy.
I like. We throw him at Josh. Could you throw it at him? Damn. Homie says hi to everyone but me. Fuck you, Josh.
Play.
And now he.
Well, that was quick.
Hang on. Ready?
Fucking javelin toss that bitch. Hold up. I want to see how far you throw in the ocean.
Alright, let's see how much we made. That is 44K.
He's free.
I gotta go cure my fear.
We currently have 77,000 gold, which isn't enough to get what I want. So that sucks. Actually, what do they sell here? A dark wood rod. Eh. Flavored lime. With a lot of crumbs? Ah, yeah. Joey, do not lick the flavored line. Gotcha. I bet you they're looking for the, yeah, they probably are looking around for the church. Ah!
I didn't even do anything. Boo, me. Okay, but,
Sorry,
like,
I was sending
flavored
a
wine?
message.
Could
Huh?
you like shibari your tongue with the fishing line if it was flavored, and get a good flavor out of it? Is there shibari for tongues?
The fuck's a shibari? Of course, the Queen of Horses. But
This motherfucker. Bro doesn't even know what shibari is.
also, apparently, I think
So-called
Josh is ready.
degenerate.
I said when, and he said when you guys are done. Said don't rush, cause of me. I'm vibing with my now 4 beers.
Wicked. I don't think he's a knower.
Who? Oh, Shibari! Yeah, the rope.
Yep. Anyway, our best. I hope fish.
Nice. I only made 44K.
I get to find out how much I'm gonna make. Should I save any of my FIA? I'm saving my radioactive duck.
That's up to you.
Do I
have
save
a
my
couple of
absolute
fish.
monster squid?
You could. You're gonna also see how much it is first, see if it's worth.
Wait, it didn't cure all my fucking cursed fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still have
Throughout
5
the
cursed
heaven
fish.
and the earth, I alone am the impure one. Didn't he promise to peg Doey or something, like had IRL plans? The amount of people who've said they would peg me IRL,
The sacred treasure I summon.
what?
A way out of a conversation.
They want to make a Twinkler.
It is fun. It is good. I see you. See you.
I'd be pegged by Doe, what the fuck? God, dude. My skin.
What about it?
I was stretching it.
Oh. This is silly. You're not supposed to stretch your skin.
Fish.
Why is Zav's titty so big? Yeah, boy. Hey, your fucking runt down here is back.
I see.
I lowercase keyboard spam.
I don't hear him.
Speak!
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Doors are bigger.
Ca-
Canonically, yes. In this? I don't think so.
Jesus.
The sun.
Oh,
The
that's
sun.
silly rabbit.
Ow.
You guys know there's a headless like corpse walking around out there, right?
Yeah.
There's a knight.
No, there is a
Also
headless
some
corpse.
dude.
Huh?
That's got more jiggle. That's because he's wearing a shirt under it or above it.
Hey,
No, it's
got it
pretty bad.
fast. My bad. I gotta do you.
Huh?
Beep it. They're still pretty bad.
My still better.
You.
Hey.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. There's no thought going on in there.
Guys, I'm gonna need about 15 minutes before he plays obvious for no explainable reason.
Stop! Stop! I'm trying.
Guys, it's better than that than like, hey guys, can you hold a crawler? There's a hog needing to be craned.
You mixed what I had my hip windows out.
You know the rules, and so do I.
Hold on. We can bring him back.
You know the rules.
They're back. That likes hip windows, right? I know that one does.
What?
So he went silent.
Hip windows.
Damn.
Hey, Dark.
I got it on camera again.
That one?
Yep.
Damn. I like this
Also,
tattoo.
before anyone gets confused, I have chat pinned to this hand. So if you ever see me,
Why is Edo so
I'm looking
small?
at you guys.
Apparently cannon size.
He likes when he can look up at me. It's fine. Like that.
Accurate height difference.
And other things that can't be discussed on Twitter.
Or
Oh, no.
That one fucking killed Toby.
okay.
You like the tattoo? I think you'd like the tattoo.
Like I said, it's a nice fucking
Silly
tattoo.
Okay.
Hey, hi, Pips. Welcome in. How
Have
you
you
doing
all sold
today?
your
Show off
fishes
my
yet?
tattoos, it would crash him.
I sold my fish.
Yeah.
Head pets. That's why he's so small. No other reason.
I'm stupid.
He wouldn't even need to be on it. Like, he wouldn't even need to, like, squat or anything.
Hi, Gwen.
Exactly.
Music flashing with VR chat music.
Hi, Quid.
Throwable.
Oh, don't throw me.
Can we punt
Oh.
you?
You can
Oh,
turn off the VR chat
Pips?
music by going into
Thank
the,
you for the raid.
going into the chest,
People.
going
good.
into the inventory, go in the settings,
fucking
and you can
closed that
change
on
the
accident.
music volume.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Potential fishing.
Wait, let me get my thing set up here. Hi, Raiders. How's it going? I heard a word, potential fishing. Yeah, we've
People.
been fishing. Right now we're in the
Look at this
church.
person running VR chat smoothly with full body.
Let me get closer.
Yeah.
Hi.
Wait, we're supposed to have
So-
bombs as they are?
What do you guys do on stream today?
You see how great my VR is running right now?
Fair.
Thank you for the information.
Yeah.
Oh, full your body. Thank you, Quinn. Thank
You,
you.
you like
Please put an NSFW tag on this.
It's
I'm doing the
exploding.
I was on the
Pause
train,
for a
and when I
second,
saw
okay.
this, I had to start furiously masturbating. Everyone else gave me strange
What?
looks and
What?
were saying
I don't
things
know
like,
what was playing.
"What
I
the
couldn't even
fuck?"
hear it.
and
You
"Call the
know, you ever
police."
just
I dropped my phone, and everyone
I got
around me
upset.
saw
That is
this
only
image.
you.
What the fuck did you
Valve
make,
Index
man?
on
Men
9?
masturbating together
I actually
at this
just got
one
the Valve
image.
Index.
This is all
for
your
really
fault.
cheap.
I'm about to
You
become
could have
Master
prevented
Chief just to
this
sit
if
around.
you had just
I got
tagged this
fucking voted as
post
well.
NSFW.
Thank you, Master Chief.
what?
I did a real
fuck?
My index is
small-
falling apart.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
you see
Master
it?
Chief DDS.
I did a real
I've been an
small
NSFW tag. I was on the
stream
stream and I
with
saw
Monkey
his
Ball,
Insta.
mainly just to dip my toes in the water, to get my audio all sorted and stuff. Oh hell yeah! Here, I'll give you a follow piss.
Jesus
Give me a
Christ.
second. There you go.
Dude, what goes on in Nanto's head?
Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. Thank you for the follow.
Joe, I stopped questioning people a long while ago. Jesus.
Let's fucking go.
Hydrate. How did I miss the
Yeah.
hydrate? Am I not seeing them in
One of my
chat?
controllers is fucked. Mine was also fucked as well. It's
Weird.
okay. I ordered a new replacement from
Actually,
Steam. I got it in
no.
like 3 days.
2, 3 zaps. Wicked.
Thank you for the follow, Pink. Welcome in. Hope you're doing
But
good
I'm
today.
not reaching for you, I promise. You just happen to be right where my desk
He's
is.
reaching.
I,
This is my
my,
first VR stream, actually.
Speaking of, I got Vebes Microsoft flavor.
And my left headphone
The
is
Bloodlust?
literally being held together by tape.
oh yeah?
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
It's good. It's
Is that the red
blackberry
one? The
limeade.
one that's
Luckily,
like-
my stuff's been pretty good so
Yeah,
I
far.
think
it's
that's
like
the one that
red,
tastes like
red.
Kool-Aid.
Kinda. It's blackberry limeade.
Super
I'm
Monkey Ball is
Chief.
a fishing. It's true 100% combo. We got
What's
fair.
wrong, though?
I hope my audio is good.
What do I?
My
What do we do with that
microphone's
information?
You acquire a
That's
mate.
on you, man.
Mr. Chief. Let me go here. Go here. Chief.
Get him, dog.
I wish you luck finding them.
in. You sound so good. Thank you, Quinn. Itchy spider bite. They gotta go.
Master Chief.
And my
Master
kit
Chief on
has
the soda?
lasted till last yearish from release. Oh
He's in
wow.
the soda.
Yeah, no, this one I got on Facebook Marketplace. It was for around
Ah.
400, and yeah, I got a
No
good
shit,
deal on it.
laggy. No shit, fucking laggy.
I know.
Why?
That's that.
Oh.
Zap's here. So is Koi and Doughy.
Oh,
Hello.
and doughy.
I will die in hill. I'm optimized so we
I don't-
don't make Doey's PC explode.
I don't see Doughy. Hold on.
He's hiding inside Koi's ass.
We get zoomed up
Yummers.
here.
Hi, sauce.
There we go.
Wait, do my ears move?
My ears? Or your ears?
Mine do.
Oh, yours
That's
do.
all. You fucking creature.
Mud of Me
Whoa,
says such
why
a
did
good
it
doughy.
crunch like
Yes,
that?
you are. You're such a good doughy. You're an amazing streamer. We're so proud of you. Keep being
You know
you.
what?
And
I can
I
live
need
with
to
that.
upgrade my stuff. I want to upgrade as well. Like, even though I just bought this, I'm saving up for the Beyond 2. I really want to get the Beyond 2.
Mine's was pretty good.
That's like my goal.
I'm in a happy place
Hey,
with
if
mine.
you upgrade it, and that place thing needs a new home, hey,
You just have to get it across the international.
It,
Oh,
soon enough it'll
also-
be fixed.
yeah, and also you would still be using the controllers, and I would have the situation again of having to hunt for the controllers.
Oh,
That TTS
Oh
was
my
so
God.
quiet. Damn. Well, I don't know.
I want the Beyond 2, but I'll send you something out of. Okay, I'll be waiting on Discord.
Stupid shit. My laggy ass gonna keep being dumb.
Oh, check and see my UI.
Well,
What were you doing?
don't need 'em.
What do they
I'm going
see?
through my avatars, and I don't want chat seeing my avatars.
This isn't not in hand now.
Listen. He got some fun avatars. Homie just forgets.
Doey's harem. No, 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 no.
But yeah, Pip,
No.
if you
Doey's
need to raid and run and do after stream
Aw.
care, no problem. I understand. And no, you're probably late for
Yeah,
you
that was
actually. Like 3
short-lived.
o'clock almost for me.
Wait, was it? No, that's there. Wicked. It
Let
wasn't
me
short
see,
lived.
Quinn. Hold
Are
on.
you done?
Tubers.
Are you done with the raid thing?
That's not optimized. That's optimized. I can be Fortnite.
Wait, I didn't know this
Fortnite.
was possible.
Hold on, I'm removing
I'm
another
gonna
one of
check that
yours.
out after stream, Quinn.
Doey is hurrah. What? Wait, what? Fortnite. We love Fortnite.
Consuming Doey now? Is that what we're doing?
Maybe?
Yeah, Doey is.
Doey, do you still have drip toffin? Because I do.
I want the Beyond for eye and face
still have
tracking.
drip
Oh yeah, no,
off
me
it.
too.
Dude, Drip Top is so
You
fucking
never
But
good.
knew.
this is a cheap kit. It looks like a fun idea to try out. I might do it as well, honestly. I mostly want the Beyond 2 for the lightweightness. the light,
I'll allow it.
the low weight. It's like 108
not-
grams.
I'm checking that. Chinese guys see where the fuck my model stuff's at.
Same. The headset's so heavy. Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's
you ready
better
to
than the
see
Quest
one?
3S
Optimized
though.
model. 2. How many people immediately pointed out? Because I know these people. They can't help themselves.
Huh?
Oh,
Don Quickso.
why'd you bring Fancy in?
Warp?
What?
I made
What?
sure because Fancy's always in that mall. Every time I see her.
Oh.
Always dying again.
Oh, am I?
You were for a second.
Blue team has the ball.
Yeah, I was
Oddball.
gonna say,
Oh,
so
flop like oddball. Or riff ball. Riff ball's so real. Stop.
Wow.
I was
Okay, hold
asking
on.
when we want to try to do the
You
thing.
guys BSing me around after I've been waiting for so long. Woof. Good
we
question.
go.
I'm ready whenever.
Josh said he is ready.
The big screen Beyond doesn't have the
If we
same
keep waiting, I'm
refresh
pretty sure
rate.
it's gonna
I'm
go
afraid
through
of
another
sick.
beer
Oh,
or
that is
two.
a good point, actually.
And then we never hear from him again.
I'm okay with lower refresh rates though. I've been playing on 72.
I've not heard Ado acknowledge anything we said.
What happened?
Exactly.
He's spending too much time with his chatter.
Anyways, I'm gonna go back to my other Evie because
I'm sorry. To be honest, I don't think I even run VR in the higher refresh rates. At least in VR chat, it doesn't matter that much. I agree with that.
then why that's why he's Chinese. Because broken English and he did commission stuff in Chinese. Right. Do you see this? Instantly. Change into woman. The irony of
When did you give 202 subs? I don't know,
base
but you can
slut
always increase.
by fucking
Base slut by
S3RL.
Cyril C3
Yeah,
over.
right as he fucking hugged my waist. He's like,
Excellent.
"Wah," and then the song started.
Ado,
Bro,
Yeah.
lap cat.
just letting you know though,
Box.
Josh is ready, and if we keep waiting, he's probably gonna keep going through more beers.
Okay, we can get
beer.
going.
He's on.
Two beer.
Two beer.
Three beer.
What do you mean, that?
4 beer.
4 beer.
If you're sensitive to low frames, it'll make you really sick quickly.
Yeah,
True,
that's
actually,
usually just
yeah.
really bad frames. Yeah, like it's pretty hard to stay streaming this for multiple
from game?
hours when it's at this.
Yeah, you're at 10, you said, right? Oh, in here, you're probably a lot higher.
In here, I'm at 14, 13.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you a new PC.
Can you guys touch the floor between your feet.
We've at the meetup. We fucking yeah. I did the splits in front
We
of everyone.
fucking hell yeah.
Paul. Femboy on
W-
I mean, that's how
I-
the thigh.
No, like the Nintendo console.
Oh, true.
At the meetup, we fucking.
Mutt, it's fine. Drop it. Don't try to start shit, Mutt.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
That was just like rain.
144
embarrassed
hertz
him.
of the index is way better. I haven't
That's fair, Mike,
experienced
but
144 yet.
Continuing to push it forward,
figure it
even
out.
after
It's
it was
easy to do
mentioned
that.
once, is pretty. You know.
What are you looking at me?
I want to
like
see what it's like that 144. I gotta find a game that I can run at 144 first. Because right now I'm thinking I'm running at like 30. Yeah, 34.
For more of them, have that looking at OBS.
Beat Saber? I'll try Beat Saber. I do have that game.
That is worth it. It is fun.
I have like 50-ish FPS here.
Just
Probably another hour, and I'll lay down and black out.
FBT mod.
Now hear me out. Good cardio, blade and sorcery, with 3 days grace blasting. That's fun.
Oh, I usually have it playing fucking Devil May Cry.
it's my favorite cardio. Oh, I never thought about it like that actually.
Like the reactive music. Yeah, I don't
Give
have
me
enough
some more
space.
thing.
So more often than not, I hit
It's his favorite
the
cardio.
wall or the roof more than.
It is
Not
good
Beat Saber.
cardio? Yeah?
See, I'd anger you if I stood up and walked on my play space.
That's your favorite cardio.
Because I'm directly in the middle.
That is my favorite cardio.
I got
Are y'all gonna fuck?
way.
No.
I
No?
am pass auto is the first wall.
We're talking about his favorite
He
cardio.
has no play space. Yeah, they were talking about book.
Cardio.
Cardio.
Mud of May says A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. Now I know my
I can go
ABCs.
with
Next
you,
time,
or-
won't
I
you
get
go
ducks for
with
my
me?
ad and then come back to. So we gonna fuck? I'm sorry.
You want to see a duck? I got a duck. Hold on.
Oh. I have something that's yellow like a duck.
Where's my duck?
Whack. How much longer in VR? Don't look that sad, but probably won't be much. We're just waiting for
Duck.
My duck.
these two.
Oh yeah. Get duck mogged.
Me. Fuck you.
Whack.
Fuck you.
Splendid.
Grown-ass men, by the way. We are grown.
I mean, I guess
we have problems.
it rhymes.
My ass is plenty grown. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, but you have the Master Chief's ass.
That is Hank Hill.
Exactly.
So no.
Save the world.
My poor
Trying
eel.
to save the world. I'm saving the soul.
Fair. It's really interesting seeing me bounce on a fucking ball. As
Bounce
Chief.
on it, Dio. Crazy style, Dio.
God damn it.
Good answer, nephew.
There may be a clip of me somewhere on Twitch.
I'm
Whacking like a dog?
Asper straight to his
Wait,
face.
really?
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I forgot he was
What?
just back Asper straight to your
What
face.
do you care, though, is the
I
question.
wouldn't complain.
Yeah, see? See? Prove my point.
La Poisson Steve.
Excuse me, Joey.
Poisson.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm good now.
Oh, you didn't catch him.
Take my advice. Exercise ball is the best thing to have in VR.
I yeeted him.
Don't exercise ball.
I'm
I
looking
just
at
know
Az
it.
for tattoo, no other reason. Oh yeah, you are my frame. Hey, it's tattoo.
Wait, mine?
It goes all the way down my leg.
Oh.
His.
Hold on.
Not until I get said. Always exercise your
Um,
balls.
What's she bouncing? An exercise ball.
Let me angle it.
I am not even joking.
What's she bouncing on?
seriously
It's
bouncing on an
Dio.
exercise ball.
Duck maxing on the
Like,
goose cells. Thanks.
This is
Uh,
my chair.
That's
why I
the
fucking
tattoo.
wobble. Oh god. My tracker.
Like that. Thanks. It was a pain in the ass to get right.
Yeah?
You know, bouncing on it while sexy back is blasting is not a good idea.
Are you on an exercise ball?
Are you bricked? You
No,
breaking
I just
yourself,
felt
buddy?
Self-breaking?
The only chairs I have are
Man,
the
if only your
floor
suit
and
could
a
jack
ball.
you off.
Well, actually,
Missed discussion.
why is sexy? I know it's not playing. What the fuck? I hate this.
Thank you for the hydration. I've been needing to piss, but I was waiting till he swapped, so this is not any better. Oh.
True. Brickmageddon. Alrighty, chat. We can swap to BRB and then we'll be back with Black Ops 3 in a bit. Yes?
Yes.
Brother came in for
Adios.
I'm not even thinking anymore.
See you
yeah,
guys.
so
Whenever I hear
Okay,
brick, I
that
just
was
see
fun.
that gif of that cat chucking a brick
I'm
at
finishing
the screen.
I'm bouncing on
No,
it.
actually, actually.
we will be right back.
Oh my room is suddenly so much cooler. Oh my god. I now have to take stuff off before I can go and run and piss. This is not ideal. Oh god. That's why it seemed like I was trying to get them to stop doing that. Oh, we've been dropping inputting base? Let me check.
I won't tell you that I love you, just to hug you, 'cause I'm bluffing with my muffin. I'm not lying, I'm just stunning with
I'll keep an
my
eye on
love
it.
you gunning. Just like a chick in the casino.
There were like a good bit of them that were caused by it. Yeah, chat. We'll be right back. Gonna change the category so people don't come back expecting for you. Brought to you in.
universe as we moonshine and Mali. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see. A vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. 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 It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. These bigger than boys are diggity dog. I have them like Miley Cyrus, clothes off, twerking in their bras and thongs. Face down, booty up. That's the way we like the world. I'm sicker than an oil spill. She say she won't, but I bet she will. Timber. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going
It's
down.
going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
Fish.
Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. Nah, it's just me and the damn thing changed. Live in hotels, swing on planes. Blessed to say, money ain't a thing. Club jumping like LeBron now. Bowl it, order me another round. Homie, we about to clown. Why? 'Cause it's about to go down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going
It's
down.
going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move. You better dance. Let's make a night
truck. Dale.
If you go hard, you gotta get on the floor. If you're a party freak, then step on the floor. If you're an animal, then tear up the floor. Break the sweat on the floor. Yeah, we work on the floor. Don't stop, keep it moving, put your drinks up. Pick your body up and drop it on the floor. Let the rhythm change your world on the floor. You know we're running shit tonight on the floor. Brazil, Morocco, London to Ibiza, straight to LA, New York, Vegas to Africa. Dance the night away, live your life and stay young on the floor. Dance the night away, grab somebody, drink a little more. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor. I know you got it, clap your hands on the floor. And keep on rocking, rock it up on the floor. If you're a criminal, kill it on the floor. Steal it quick on the floor. On the floor. Don't stop, keep it moving, put your drinks up. It's getting ill, it's getting sick on the floor. We never quit, we never rest on the floor. If I ain't wrong, we probably die on the floor. Brazil, Morocco, London to Ibiza, straight to LA, New York, Vegas to Africa. Dance the night away, live your life and stay young on the floor. Dance the night away, grab somebody, drink a little more. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor.
The donk is like a trunk full of bass on an old school Chevy. 720 Donkey Donk. All I need is some vodka, some Shonky Conk, and watch a chico get Donkey Kong. Baby, if you're ready for things to get heavy, I get on the floor and act a fool if you let me. Lie. Don't believe me, just bet me. My name ain't Keith, but I
Fish.
swear you sweat me. L.A., Miami, New York. Say no more, get on the floor.
Dance the night away, live your life and stay young on the floor. Dance the night away, grab somebody, drink a little more. Tonight we gon' be it on the floor. 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 Tonight we gon' be it on the floor.
Fish.
We gon' be it on the floor. Caught in a bad romance. Caught in a bad romance. Roma, Roma, ma, ga, ga, ooh la la. What's your bad romance? Roma, Roma, ma, ga, ga, ooh la la. What's your bad romance? I want you ugly, I want you disease. I want you everything as long as it's free. I want your love, 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 love. I want your love. I want your drama, the torture you hate. I want your leather studded kiss in the sand. I want your love. Love,
Fish.
love, love. I want veux ton amour et je veux ta revanche. Ton amour, I don't wanna be friends. No, I don't wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends. Why'd you borrow Why'd you borrow I want your love and I want your revenge. You and me could write a bad romance. I want your love and all your love's revenge. You and me could write a bad romance. Why'd you borrow Why'd you borrow Why'd you borrow Ra ra Roma Roma ma ga ga ooh la la. What's your bad romance?
Oh no, see you walking around like it's a funeral. Not so serious, girl, why those feet cold? We just getting started, don't you tiptoe, tiptoe. Waste time with the masterpiece, to waste time with the masterpiece. You should be rolling me, you should be rolling me. You're a real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully, let's start living dangerously. Talk to me, baby. I'm going up on this, sweet, sweet baby. Whoa. Let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be cake by the ocean. Walk for me, baby. I'll be pretty, you'll be Naomi. Whoa. Let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be cake by the ocean. Goddamn, see you licking frosting from your own hands. Want another taste? I'm begging, yes, ma'am. I'm tired of all this candy on the dry land, dry land. Oh, waste time with the masterpiece, to waste time with the masterpiece. You should be rolling me, you should be rolling me. You're a real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully, let's start living dangerously. Talk to me, baby. I'm going up on this, sweet, sweet baby. Whoa. Let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Keep on hoping we'll be cake by the ocean. Walk for me, baby. I'll be pretty, you'll be Naomi. Whoa. Let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Keep on hoping
travel land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little hope you can shame me when I am with you. There's no place I'd rather be. 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 We set out on a mission to find our inner peace, make it everlasting, so nothing's incomplete. It's easy being with you, sacred simplicity. As long as we're together, there's no place I'd rather be. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it. Knowing the little hope you can shame me when I am with you. There's no place I'd rather be. 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 When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be. There's no place I'd rather be.
We
miles off the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the taxi man turned on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. And the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab. Everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick that's rocking kicks? She gotta be from out of town. So hard with my girls on around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. Cause all I see is stilettos. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. And the Britney song was on. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Feel like I've been on a flight back to my hotel tonight. Something stops me every time. The DJ plays my song and I feel alright. So I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. I put my hands up to play my song. The butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah. Moving my hips like yeah. Got my hands up to play my song. You know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Yeah. It's a party in the USA. Es oro, oro, everybody. Es oro, everybody. Es oro, oro, everybody. I never meant to leave you hurting. I never meant to do the worst thing. Not to you. Cause every time I read your message, I wish I wasn't one of your exes. No, I'm the fool. Since you've been gone, been dancing on my own. These boys up in my zone, but they can't turn me on. Cause baby, you're the only one I'm coming for. I can't take no more, no more, no more. I wanna but I'm broken hearted. Cry, cry, cry. But I like to party. Touch, touch, touch. But I got nobody here on my own. I wanna but I'm broken hearted. Cry, cry, cry. Since the day we parted. Touch, touch, touch. But I got nobody, so I do it so low. Every single night I lose it. I can't even hear the music without you. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Try to stop myself from calling, but I really wanna know if
Good, they didn't hear you, by the way. Where's my mic? Oh, hi. Wait, my mic's been unmuted? Oh, right. Hi. Hi, Jeffrey. Hi, Nanto. Hi, Orange. Hi, Dahlia. Hi, Zaf. That doesn't mean not the Fumo. Oh, like slobs? You slob. Huh? say things. Hello. There you go.
I need to flip my Fumo around. I keep looking off to the side and not at you guys.
Can't calibrate it?
Can I flip my model? Careful, because my camera's set wrong. Oh, fuck.
No.
Oh, well that's alright. I'll just be looking off to the side, I guess.
Well, I mean, you're looking at the game.
I was about to be
on
like,
my
what, did
end.
he... I was about to ask Addo if, like, his love heads went off or something, and I see someone sent a
Hey,
moist
Josh,
jump scare.
Also, you could just scoot both the shelf
Thank you.
and us to the other side and flip chat.
That's
Hi, Nim.
genius. Actually, I don't want to do that.
I can't be bothered. Next time.
Can't be bothered. Next time.
I'm not stinky.
Adam and
Yes,
Josh
he is. He was just in
quiet.
VR.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
very
Turn me
much
up,
stinky.
fellas. Turn me up.
Getting drunk. Turn it off.
I got a beer. I got another beer.
What, your fifth one?
Guys, he's no longer pissed from Smiling Friends.
What am I? What am I now?
Fumo.
All right.
Shart from Kaya
That's so
Mozakaya.
Mozakaya.
I want to look at Doey angrily. Okay. Wait, it's this way.
Not on my end. You just look like you're staring off again, you fucking dumbass.
Let me know when to start. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not stinky.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Why isn't that working? Why didn't that work? I had to restart OBS.
You
No,
are?
that's right. That's why it's not working.
I don't know about that.
I will refund that one, Nanto. I'm sorry. Damn it.
It's still hydrate. You can still drink water.
Nincompoop.
Okay.
Come and poop.
You got it. You killed it.
You can come and poop?
I'm ready to go.
Dude, I need caffeine for this dog. I'm the only happy Fumo. Yeah, because I've had a half go through and teach.
Okay.
Did show me
Alright,
how to make them.
I will refund
What?
that one for you, Nanto. Let me fix that up for you.
Oh, yeah, by default, he's happy. Let me leave my little
I'm not
punk rock
happy by default.
fucking
Look.
era.
My defaults
Yeah,
are lying.
you're
Y'all's
better
defaults
than my
are as frown. Yeah. Half showed me how to fix it to where it's not frown. Scaffit, no. No.
I also don't, I don't use my phone for tracking. If I did, I'd probably look a little different.
If you did, you could.
I cannot. Oh yeah. Well, my glasses have 5 points on them.
That showed up in my feed
War
the other day.
request. There we go.
Fucking killed me.
What?
My heart.
My heart. I loved her. Ooh, ah.
Pop out. Reward key,
Super Galaxy. Well, it's Simone.
Wait. Where did... Where's the hydrate?
Read horror. Do you want better? I was chills.
Number 15.
Is it
The
because-
circumcisors
Okay,
Reddit
right.
user Fat Phallic Ballsack 22 uploaded on r/shit yourself a picture of blue elementary scissors, safety scissors. I can't fucking read. And they said they were circumcised with these very scissors and put a picture of what appears to be really shittily cut foreskin. The Reddit responded by saying, "That's fucking disgusting."
Okay. Okay, I'm starting. I was waiting for Josh was doing the.
I'm a stinky doo-doo poo-poo
trust it.
head. Oh,
Yeah,
ah.
it's come through. We're all good.
Okay, okay.
I just realized it's gonna be really up. Oh no, it's perfect. Yeah, it still works. There we go.
You just
Alright,
gotta
there you go,
look
now
up at
it's
it to try and
I
drink
got
the water every
lotion
time
on
it
my
happens.
dick.
Yeah,
I'm horny as shit.
it's still going.
Oh, how
Oh yeah.
perfect.
He'll still be. Doug.
You bear the mark. Man, how do I play this game
I
again?
don't think this is a dream.
God, my controller's
Don't delete
fucking
the-
warm.
Don't delete the drill press the way he takes that.
Huh?
Just realized I need to change my mouse. There we go.
Andy E.
Near
I
dick.
also got
Ugh.
NDE. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, there's
I have a
the
problem.
frame drops.
What's the problem?
My mouse and keyboard are not working.
Huh? I meant to eat it.
In
That's
games
a
only.
strange one.
But I can look around, but I can't move around or click.
Are you tabbed in?
I'm tabbed in. Yep.
Do you have a controller plugged in anywhere?
No.
Can
No,
you
I do not have
use
control.
a controller?
In your mortal hands, you now hold the summoning key.
All right, Doey, protect Edo. No, I'm kidding.
Let me, like, because I can type on like my computer, but when I go into the game, I can't do anything.
Is a text
He
box
hasn't-
open?
haven't-
No.
Oh.
This is a known issue where Black Ops 3 will sometimes casually just unbind things, go to your keybinds, and then just reset to default.
No, Josh.
Worked out in our favor.
What?
Everything's unbound.
Yep.
Oh my god. What the?
Hit reset.
Random.
Hit.
Yeah, there's a random. No. You
hit reset
R, and
redefault.
It's not doing it. It's still saying unbound.
Well, I mean, yeah, those are specifically for turn left. That's for controller that you're looking at.
Oh, okay.
Don't you
Sorry,
fucking
Doey.
grab my fourth one, you
I'm sorry.
fucking
I'm
dick
sorry.
muncher.
I'm sorry.
You saw like 3 of them inside, and you're like,
No,
ooh!
I walked to Addo to walk around the corner because you were standing here and Addo was standing here, so I went to
Put
walk
more
around
pictures
to
out.
get up the stairs.
Yeah, he does.
Okay. That,
Anyway, I'm ready to start the ritual with you. Oh wait, hold on, I can go grab another gobble gum. 'Cause we had
Oh yeah, he
lots
does
of-
have the scripters out.
Oh man, that would have been nice for when Joey had extra credit.
Oh, not like it would have fucking mattered because he took it anyways. He took my points. He walked it to half
Pop
most of
Shocks,
them.
I don't need pop shocks. Should I just do the ritual? Or does anybody else want to get up in there for?
I'm gonna get up in there in a second.
Pull up in the crib with that Dr. Brookie.
I'm just getting a gobble go.
Gobble
Fuck
gum?
off.
I'm not a superstitious
Go.
guy.
Let's freaking go.
I'll be taking this for luck.
Andy's done.
Oh, gobble. Oh.
Shit's toxic. For all I know, the cop may try and drink it.
Oh, now you're gonna go quiet.
Josh has his fumo grip is out. I do. How are you? How are you, Josh? Good. I'm good, none to yourself. I'm sorry about that hydrate redeem. I forgot that I restarted OBS, which also resets my password for my bot that I've got.
You need a password for a bot to use their.
Yes, otherwise anybody can control my stream, Doey.
Hey. Ma'am, where's my bullet jumps? I can't bullet jump.
Oh man, check this. This man can't boom jump.
She bull my.
She jumped.
God.
Oh.
We're fucking.
Try not to kill the normal zombies, by the way.
Imagine if anyone can control your left.
Yeah.
That's a
like,
thing.
Walk into a public VR chat lobby with a print.
You don't
of
even
your
need that.
URL.
You don't even need that. There's literally like a free for all mode. You can just like it's like Omegle, but without anything Omegle. It's just you just exchange. You just control someone's shish.
I wish I didn't know things sometimes.
Don't worry, I'll be sure to give you more information that's arguably worse. Did you know you could sync it up with your music?
Yes.
I did know that one. Hey, do I speak?
Bark.
Thanks, man.
When are we getting the AirPods subwoofer? I really do need it.
Dude,
For
me too.
scientific reasons.
I need it for sexual reasons.
Can someone open one of the pathways?
Fellas,
Yeah,
I'm
that
going
will
to
open a pathway.
ban someone real quick, and then I will the beast.
Wait, what? Why are you giving
Come on.
side eye?
Come on.
Wait, imagine.
For the Lovins
Oh, I
conversation.
see. I see. Yeah. Okay.
What, you're gonna judge us?
Nim's side eye is justified.
Nuh-uh.
We're talking about free-for-alling a Lovins. I feel like that's justified.
Damn it. I forgot to open the pathway.
How did that
Zeph,
one not
can you
die?
get the one above the footlight, please?
Fucking.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
over there, out there.
We brought this on ourselves.
I've become future Trunks.
Bandabot, become future drunk.
I
Yeah,
get
that's all
judged
right.
more than one way.
If you set that android free, you'll kill us all. No.
Are you making fun of me?
You can judge in more than one way. Cycle through them.
You get fun. Wow! I see you have 3. That's right. I forgot you have 3 of them.
More than any other place in this city, your paths have crossed.
Everybody,
Hold on.
To cancel Monster Zeph, by the way, it's C. I don't remember if I told you that or not.
I see. So on the bright side, when I like drop frames, it's quick enough to where it doesn't say like it like just rubber bands me slightly.
To answer your good, I went to go actually open the area for the rift because you also forgot to do that.
Yeah, I did forget to do that. All right.
Not so beast this beast mode thing.
Oh, damn it.
What was that?
That was my bad.
Bro, let the beers get to him.
Kind of jump scared me a bit.
KRM best gun. I
That's a
mean,
judge
not the
one.
best.
That's
It's just a
50%.
good wall gun.
I love the KRM.
Oh yeah, no. Like when I use your side eye emote, I think the one I use the most is this one.
Oh right, Marble.
Omegle.
Yeah,
He's not gone.
Oh! Not
He's
gone.
actually not gone.
Okay.
I'm coming. Alright, run. To waterfront. I don't want to see anybody's numbers go up. I'm looking at you, Doey. God, I got the B hops on point.
I
Hey,
saw
Gardigan.
somebody's number go up.
Funny that my most used ones are the ones I did myself. Oh
You
yeah.
know what my most used emote is? Fucking
I wonder.
blast.
You know which one mine
Blind
is?
Willie likes a lot.
Why is it worth so much? It's part of the fusion
Yep.
pack that.
Oh, god damn it.
Did I get it?
Carrie's still around 30s. would say like 30s. I see the text.
I ain't
There you
gonna
go.
make it.
Ow.
Oh, hold on.
I fucking took that shit
Probably
too long.
regret touching me now, don't you?
That's wrong button. Nev, can I ever commission you to make a side-eye emote for me? Oh my god. Can I?
I'm gonna go do the ritual if that's cool with y'all, just to speed this up a little bit.
I'm gonna fucking get this district actually opened up since somebody fucking didn't.
Yes. Okay. Well,
Which
talk about
district?
that, at some other point.
The boxing gym. Is this room
Addo, try not to commission someone challenge impossible edition.
your sacrifice?
What do you mean? I don't commission that many people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I know I'm not that much better, but I'm at least trying to control myself right now. I got like I got like 200 in my pocket.
Bro fucking started it anyway.
I said I would.
Oh, look at this fucking booze cruiser over here.
Hold on, my hand's itchy.
Copium? You,
You
yeah,
get them.
kind of. I want to commission.
Copium?
Copium.
I commissioned someone today, Doom. Yeah.
Mhm.
But it wasn't for art this time, though. For art. Fine.
Rotation. Let's go.
Hi, Mom.
Oh my god.
Not burger, just to try.
Your horse just dropped a bomb. Oh.
Why did a horse? What? Oh my god, my cat just dropped a
There we go.
bomb. Help, it's stank. Bro, my cat. Okay, my cat's been wanting to go outside. He's not an outdoors cat.
More
So
than
he
anyone,
took a
motors
dump
know
in
how
front of
it
the door.
works.
Took
And- and
canals.
he
Always
goes,
gotta look out for number one.
I was so
I'm number one.
angry.
I said horse because every time
Ooh,
someone types
actually.
cat, it's just a picture of like a horse like sitting.
Where's
Yeah.
the freaking train?
I
at the
have that.
moment?
I saw that. I was like, I had to go alt tab and see what that word was. Go clean it. I did. I did.
It's
No, like,
at.
I could smell it from
Canal.
upstairs. The fuck
I'm-
did she eat? Oh my god.
Oh. Oh, I was just that, right?
It's that cat, the cat food. Like, I think it's like wet food. If you give your cat wet food, it'd be stanky.
Oh, right. Bubblegum.
Dog, what?
Ooh. All right. Change of plans. I'm opening up everything now.
Someone get shopping free?
Yo, can I open this for you?
I'm coming.
Can I open this door for you, King?
Oh, I didn't get to open.
Ah,
it.
the
I thought I
treats?
hit it. She got treats yesterday because we had a Comer. Oh, so it might be that probably. I'd just say it probably takes like a day
This looks too fucking weird
for
not to
food
be
to like
important.
get digested for a cat.
Trick or trick.
I don't think there's anything else that I need
What?
to open, is there?
You're gonna
No,
steal
that's
my
it.
money?
Trick or stink.
Ow.
Trick or treat, smell my.
I don't think so.
No.
Smell you. What?
Oh, I'll take the weevil.
Gotta go easy on you.
Hurry, my shopping free loss. Hurry.
I got
I don't want the Pharaoh. Sorry. Oh, I probably could have replaced the RK5 with it. Oh.
I'm killing his ass.
Hey,
Joey,
bootlegger.
Watch out! Watch out!
I'm good.
Oh my god.
Better watch out. You better watch out.
You better watch out. You better watch out.
Screw you, my first bomb.
See, that's why I wasn't headed for the box.
Alright, so
head.
you have monster.
No, I had to use to fucking open
Joey,
up the
do
old
your
griffin.
job.
What do you mean? Do they have monster? I
Open
don't.
up this
We. I'm
area.
gonna open you. No, 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 no. You open it up. You took 3 of my fucking point things.
What do you
doesn't-
mean?
he doesn't
It's
have
not
beast.
about that.
Ow!
It is now because I feel like it. I have 1,000 points, Josh.
Great. And beast
Cool.
form.
Be a monster for free.
He's asking you to do
Oh,
beast
oh.
form shit.
Oh my
Open
Oh.
God.
Where's it?
over here.
Come
Dark
over
Lord, you
here.
rabbit.
I was just running around because I just needed to.
You dumbass, I don't know what to do. You have to hold my hand. I have over 1 million power of Rising Kingdoms. Where?
Do you know what the purple
No!
things?
Oh, I know what the purple. I know how to become the beast. What the fuck do you want me to
Okay.
do with the beast?
Okay,
You
you're opening
grapple-
up the ruby rabbit. So
Yeah.
if you're using like the one over here, right here, Dewey.
Okay.
So you're hitting this, immediately slashing this box here, and then you back up, back over here, and then you're able to grapple up to the balcony there. Ow. Dude, Josh, what are you doing? Why are you hoarding the zombies
I'm not gonna
over
lie.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie. Oh,
here? What are you doing? And then you fucking run downstairs, and then you zap the fucking thingamabobber.
I got him, Zeph. I got 2 of them. Kill those guys.
Got it.
Wicked. Okay, Adam.
Let's go.
Did you
The
do all the stuff
beast.
downstairs? just
Wait,
for
wait,
the
wait, wait, wait.
detective's badge?
Wait. No, I haven't done a thing in this area.
Yeah.
Hi,
It's
Jeffrey.
Time to
Do
shine.
you remember how to do this down here?
Probably not.
Actually, if we can wait.
So-
oh.
We
I
don't
can
have
go
the
and
thing
get
to
the
do the
code.
fucking ritual.
Huh?
Yeah, Ado also has to do the. So what? We don't have the thing to do the ritual, so it doesn't.
That's fair.
You can do the code at
Um,
the same time. So
yeah, I can.
you're going beast form, right?
Now-
And then you're gonna come down here,
Waterfront.
and in here, where the sigil is, there's an electric box you can zap, right? And then you're gonna come all the way over here. You're going to melee this door. And then you're going to come over here.
Arrow, double arrow.
And you're going to melee this box.
Okay, I never did this one before.
Yes, you have.
I
You
have?
have done this one. Yep.
Oh, okay, I just don't remember that.
Okay.
All right, I was
So,
probably
yeah.
really fucking tired.
Beast
Ever gotten
form,
any
you
shield
jump over
part?
the railing.
Think you
Zap.
got a shot? Think again.
Whack whack.
Double
Easy enough.
I'm gonna go through it one more time. Okay, zap. Run over here. Ow. And then
Where's the last shield piece?
melee.
Yep.
And then zap.
No, melee.
Melee,
have
melee,
fucking
melee.
zap.
Okay, zap, melee, melee. Okay,
Yep. Zap whack whack.
You got lucky.
zap, whack,
You're about
whack.
to
Okay.
see a comeback.
And as beast, if you hold down jump, you can jump over the railings
got
and
no
just get
power in
directly
your
back into the
punch.
canal. Nope,
The
not
first
that
sleep.
one. Purple one. Purple one. Purple one.
Purple.
Yes, we
Glad
have
you
2 of the 3 shield parts. We just need to get
I'm
upstairs.
still on my feet.
Which upstairs?
Up under the boardwalk here, next to the.
Yeah, I'm assuming you'd be able to grab it.
I just need to look.
Zap 64, Melee, Brawl 4, 3DS, Wii U Ultimate.
I think I
Huh?
got it.
Zap. Oh.
Oh,
Smash Bros.
fellas, I have news. I
You
have
dudes.
received my old Wii from back home, so got some Wii gameplay coming soon.
Josh, when are you gonna play Pokemon?
I don't know. I never have.
I still have my Wii. I still have my Wii U.
The Wii U
My Xbox
sucked.
360. Your Honor,
not like
we
it
need to take that shit back.
sucks.
We got Twilight
It's-
Princess HD.
I play with my Wii Wii.
That's good, Dewey.
Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you.
I guess. God damn it.
Thank you.
Alright, I have the code, so as soon as we get this round over, we can.
Yeah, we also got a.
Well, actually, if anybody has
For
monsters
all your
still, we can go and get the code right now.
No, you don't use our beast.
So you got the first hit.
Ah, alright.
Job.
Coming.
Oh yes.
Gross. Nato, 2 of them are off limits.
Oh my god.
Ado, come on, let's go.
Like,
3 of them may be off limits. Depends on the day with the week for Josh.
Thanks, man.
Sometimes you just want your thing-a-lang, dang-a-lang, you know?
Is Doey staying outside?
They said it's my turn with the Josh hole.
I guess he is. Alright.
Huh? What am I doing?
Now then
Staying
you're good.
outside for the ritual.
Staying out there. What just happened? Oh.
You
I
just
thought I already
placed
did
the
place
thing
it.
down.
I thought I already did place it.
Think you got a shot?
Extremely loud and
Think
brick buzzer.
again.
But not like a polite loud and correct buzzer. I'm talking like the one from Portal that's just like really wants you to know you're wrong.
Please, Jackie. One more bullet. Made it count.
One more bullet. 7.
Give me the worm. Give me
One
the worm.
more
I'm gonna shove
bullet
it
is
down.
all I
I'm
can
gonna shove it
spare.
where I want it. Yeah.
Josh, keep
What are you doing? I'm training a zombie. Because if I'm keeping them alive so they can do their shit.
7
look
minutes.
out. Adam, look out.
7 minutes is all the time I can
Upstairs,
last
Adam.
before I come.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all the time I have to play with you.
Same thing.
Body
Click.
shots ain't doing shit. Go for head.
Ow.
Josh just got that right.
Damn.
You got your answer.
At that.
It's
You
unfortunate.
died.
Nobody has NDE, yeah.
Ow!
Uh-oh.
It got me through the floor. I didn't have perks, so I'm fine.
Okay.
I did have perks, but
There's fear in headlights, by the way.
Yep.
Thank
I
you,
just gotta
Edo.
keep it- just gotta keep it in view. Okay.
Is he
You don't
dead?
look it.
No,
No,
he's
He's
not
mid
dead.
slam.
Got it.
Oh, he still has 2.
Can't wait. I can't wait till he teleports to us randomly. No, I lost my Argus.
Oh, my Angus.
Stop looking at
Oh.
him.
Alright, my bad.
Red
It's his
eye.
butt.
Red light. Green red light. Josh, where are you?
Pingus.
Get out of the room.
Sorry.
Get out of the room.
Okay.
Waited over 9 years to collect my cereal.
Let me know if he's gonna hit me or you went after me.
Fuck Steve and
I freaking love that video.
Dude, it sounds so fucking good.
My Uriels.
My Uriels. Cereals.
My Muriels.
Fuck Steve and universe. In like their most coherent sentence. It's the fucking it's like the YouTube poop. Is where I keep my cereals.
In this Huriel. Huriels in this Muriels. How you doing up there, Zaf? You killing him? You killing it? Zaf got his focus face on, I can see it.
I'm just like mesmerized by how stupid this AI is.
Hey! Alright, let's end this awful round.
I did not mean to pick that up.
I'm killing it, you're krilling it. Is that John Dragon Ball versus Superman?
Mesmerized you mentioned. I think it was. Open door.
Give me the freaking damn game! Free! I tell you, free!
FREE, that spells free. RedditReport.com, baby.
Baby, saw their ads on my TV.
Be cleansed. Your sins
I did it!
allowed others
Yippee!
to their way into your
Tear their way into our world. Alright, guess what? I've already got the code, so we can
Okay,
go and get
and
things.
when you do the code,
Open up everything. I know.
open the door up top. And the
Adam?
fucking statue.
Okay.
Why? What you? Oh my god!
I already planted it!
Oh. We're gonna hit the ball.
This is about 30 seconds.
Okay, arrow, double arrow, yep, single arrow, and arrow, double arrow. Down. Ding!
Bing.
Open that door, right?
You have to zap the thing.
I did zap it.
Check the expiration date on this shit.
Okay, oh thank god.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Well, that's round over.
Wow, Josh, what the fuck?
Wasn't me, dog.
No, it isn't.
Oh, okay.
Also, huge. I'll have you know that my first 2 perks are double tap, speed.
Oh, Man of War. I like Man. Okay, Man of War's good.
Why? Because of the word man's in there?
No!
Why did you get so defensive?
More than that,
Dr. Kleiner?
start getting a little
It's a
dicey.
good gun.
ICR? I can't remember if that's good or not.
Yes, ICR is a pretty good gun.
Yeah.
Most of the ARs in this game are pretty reliable when you're doing those turns.
Alright, we
You're
have egg now. Come get your egg.
start digging your egg, twin.
Come get your egg, twin.
Gotta run over there, come on.
Hold on, I'm doing my raindrops.
Yeah.
Drop top?
Drop. Yeah.
Let me drop.
Gonna gargle some balls in the crock pot.
I was gonna smoke weed in my crop top. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for the quick revive.
Thank you for the no perks of Fat Perky.
Grabbing.
Where are we meeting up for
Look at that.
Double
For
point
the-
selected, you can grab the points. Without. Mule kick? What the shit fuck? Actually, I kind of need mule
I
kick.
got
for
Widow's
pop,
Wine. Actually,
with
that's not
Widow's
mine,
wine,
that's
you're
this.
mine.
I also have another one.
I also have another one. What a coinky dink.
Ah, thank you for headbutt us, though. Thank you for
Okay,
headbutt.
okay.
My dink is
Okay.
Twinkie. You take that
Oh.
back.
And Austin, thank you for this,
I don't have it anymore.
I got a big thing of water.
Puccina. That's a name.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon from Gen
And
3.
another one.
Puchiana.
Puccina.
It's a hyena and a pooch.
Joey, get your ass downstairs now.
I was asking and no one said shit.
We're doing ritual for pickle punch.
Another one. Another set.
Oh, fuck it.
Again.
Go in and drown. Not supposed to drown.
Wait, Pack a Punch?
Pickle punch.
Yeah, you know what? I'm feeling fruity today. I'm gonna run to the
Oh,
Locust.
Today?
I got
Oh my
2
God.
crawlers.
Sick.
Sick.
Yeah.
I gotta do it. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
You know that's an emote, right?
I do know it's an emote. I have 7.
Ah.
See, that's
love
what I
it.
said.
Just today? No, I think I've had 3 liters of water today.
I've had
What about 3
And
followers?
he's in!
How many?
Alright, prepare
what, 3
yourselves.
bottles?
I said how many followers? Because you said 3 liters. What about the followers?
Oh. Oh, I don't know.
Thank you for the hydrate.
I ain't doing freaking crap over here.
Nothing.
Okay, egg. Egg time. Egg
Wait,
time.
wait, hold on. I'm doing the facility. Don't. Wait, alright. Wait, where's the marbles?
I'm gonna do it too.
Give me the marbles. Hello?
I think I'm getting in the mood for revenge.
Oh yeah, I Pack a Punched my fucking my fucking bolt action sniper rifle.
That's a very effective way to kill them.
Just aim.
Yeah.
Death machine and let recoil do the work.
Oh,
Dude, this
yo.
motherfucker.
Yes, come.
I heard I'm
Actually.
bro tweaking.
I'm gonna do it twice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bro tweaking on the ground here. Guys, stop teasing him.
Nice! I got dead wire. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I can repack.
He's like me for Rio.
On your knees?
Yes, come.
Okay, just letting you know. I'm going to footlight. I'm going to footlight.
Oops.
I pack a punching my fucking KRM. Give me it.
I'm going to foot job.
To footlight.
He's tweaking over there.
You like my gun?
Put light
Put
in
light
hand
when
heavy.
hand heavy.
Hey, I also got dead wire on my.
Josh, how do you like my gun?
Is that a goddamn sniper rifle?
It's a bolt action.
Is that a locust?
Yep.
It's.
High velocity kicker.
I question everything about you sometimes.
Footlight.
I'm feeling fruity.
I'm so scared. Am I shaking?
Footlight. This one's footlight.
You just look fucking dumb, but I mean, what's new?
No, it's canals. Wait, Josh, do you lag anymore when you fucking rip through the portals?
You silently looked at me and walked away and is crying in the corner. Hey, Addo, have you
No, I don't
been
lag
being
anymore.
pat this entire time?
Have I what?
You're still being patted.
Yeah. I don't
I
have
got
a
stretched.
redeem for it. I just.
I
had
forgot that I
infinite
hadn't set it
tats.
up yet. Thank you, Donto, for the stretch.
just-
I have a
I-
Fugu
I
on
don't-
stream.
I don't have my headphones on.
I'm pretty
so-
sure
I'm so lazy.
This goes here.
Actually, I don't know how I'm gonna set up stretch now that I've got the Fumo. I guess I could just stretch the source.
You could replace stretch with your alt outfit for a redeem.
Ah, that's true actually. Speaking of alt outfit,
Is it
there I am.
toggle?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, your little leg markings didn't quite make it.
Yeah.
Wait, what toggle?
This toggle.
Oh,
These little
your feet are still out.
decorations. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I want him to
Oh.
get real nice and close like. I want to knife him.
Only by invoking the beast.
Yeah, you got him.
Find the items you need.
Saf, how do you like my gun?
Must explore the
That was worming.
It's,
Oh,
it's
I'm back.
certainly a gun.
Ah, what happened? Who put something on my head?
Glaceon.
Ah. Oh, goddamn it.
No,
Do we have a
Glaceon
round
for
robin?
this one.
That'd be nice.
Don't you dare lay a hand on me.
Jesus Christ, they're all so loud.
Oh,
Perhaps we may yet snatch
Nice job, Addo.
from the jaws of
that was
defeat.
on top of me. It died. It died.
You kind of backed up into
I
it.
have left?
I trust you as about as far
It's
as
fine.
I
It's
think
not like I
I've, like-
blame you. I still blame you for the points though, but
Alt
not for the
two
max ammo.
perk. One. All one perk. I'm so glad I got a perkaholic just to grab his perkaholic first rip on my next cycle.
I have NDE, so go nuts. Hey, Doey, you got a little.
I know.
Where did it come from?
My problem is that you're killing them in a place where we can't get points.
Congratulations.
Well, they weren't dying when I get.
Any souls? You said points. I think you meant souls.
Okay, all right. Someone's egg's done. Stop shooting them.
I wonder
That's mine.
if this
My egg's done.
feels kind of dangerous.
Oh, 2 egg done.
Could you just not do that?
No, that's tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Aren't you almost done with it?
Yes, we're almost done with base game.
Yeah.
So what's
we're gonna
after
do
that?
DLC.
DLC.
Well, after the Dark Souls 3.
Addo's very silly, very goofy Elden Ring run.
You're so
Oh, he's never done it.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
No. So he isn't fully finished Elden Ring, but we're going in on New Game Plus, and he's going in with like a fresh character.
Believe me,
So
Ah.
our characters that we did
If I wanted
seamless
to
with,
cause
that's the ones we're gonna be
I
playing.
could.
He's gonna be
right now, I couldn't
fresh.
give two bits what you think.
He's gonna earn souls like a motherfucker.
Addo, have you got your egg?
He's gonna-
I did.
Yeah.
It was like instant reflex. Sorry.
You're good.
Whack me.
Mine is
You
done.
guys exit
Next
out.
spot. Let's go.
Oh my god.
I'm still on my feet.
Where are we going?
We're gonna just go around the corner, so waterfront.
Lucky punch.
I almost got trapped there.
Waterfront.
Do we already build the shield?
Now
not build the shield, but we have the ability to.
We should do that when we get to the
When
place
we're
next to it.
over in the other place.
Yeah.
You're
Milk shield.
Waters armies. No, build shield.
That says milk shield.
Yeah, no. I'm clarifying that we said build shield, not milk shield.
Oops.
It's still like right.
But,
What if I-
buddy.
Let me guess.
Mine's done.
Someone's egg's done.
Take it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, it's done.
Eto be. Eto be.
Misheard it, yeah. See? That's what I was clarifying.
I got like 2 zombies left, bruh. There we go.
Alright.
Oh.
Egg.
Alright,
That's everyone's egg.
next spot.
No, someone didn't grab their egg. Yep. Grab.
Well,
Get
I
your
was
egg.
saying that everybody's egg is dead. So what? It's canal next?
Canals.
Is nowhere safe.
If anybody goes down, I do have NDE, so do not fret.
Me too.
Yeah. Canals is where we're building shield.
Canal.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes.
Did you not want a shield, Josh?
Especially built the
Oh,
houses. eggs.
yeah, I guess.
They didn't place their
Going on
egg.
with that egg.
Level 7 KRM.
Level max KRM. Wait, what is the max level actually? Isn't it like 10?
12 or 15, I think, something like that.
Is it different for different guns? Primaries
think
versus
so.
secondaries?
And I think second, it's just kind of dependent on attachments, really.
The Feech.
You know you ain't gonna get far on your own. Stick with me, you might have a chance.
I don't rely on anyone to take
Oh, this is meatballs,
Least
isn't it?
of all, a dirty cop who'll double cross me at the first
A
opportunity.
dirty cock.
A dirty cup.
Must prepare.
I will take it.
Red's the highest rarity for the pods.
Purple.
Purple.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought last time you corrected me on it being.
No,
Okay.
I corrected you because you still thought it was red last time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
maybe.
the same pod, too.
Wouldn't
that
surprise
popped
me.
when it was red.
Oh, what? Okay, not,
Yes, it
no,
was.
it was in the same
No.
district, but it wasn't that
No,
exact
it was
one,
this
was it?
exact
No,
same pod.
It was that exact same pod.
It was this exact same one. that you
Everybody
popped when it was
reload.
red. Yeah. Anyway,
I see audio was a
Oh,
bit
I
high
didn't
for the game. Gotcha.
Strength.
and I went.
Perhaps your
No,
skills.
purple.
Yes.
I think
Guys,
I'd
you gotta
rather
give
you
it a
just
longer.
kept your distance, pal. Can't say I'm too keen on theatrical types.
Takes a couple rounds to go work.
Margle. He not dead, he not dead, he not dead!
Time to cash in. Back the fuck off or I'm about to take you in. You all better run. I'm looking to do some damage.
Hey, man.
Oh my god. Zap, your egg is done, I think.
My egg is done. Bye, guys. Ah! Bye, guys. And then... Where else do we have left?
All this work had better pay off in our favor.
Is it just downstairs? 4 eggs? 5 eggs?
I'll take this. Only because I don't
Canal. Footlight. Waterfront.
Yeah, I think it's just downstairs. Pack a punch.
Or so I believe.
I placed it at Pack Punch. So it's wrong, it's fucking wrong.
I'm coming.
NDE.
Behind you, Josh.
Okay. God, I got those bunny hops on point, dog. Put y'all eggs down.
Hold on. Where are we going again?
Down to the subway.
Behind you, Joey.
Pack a Punch.
I got another fire sale, if needed.
Nah, I only need this one.
Who didn't? Who didn't place Eggy?
Yeah.
Haha.
Just wait till they're closer. Damn.
No, because then you'll
Why?
take it.
No, because LimeWire will kill them.
LimeWire?
Deadwire.
I didn't know we were torching.
Deadwire. What the hell? I don't know.
Stealing music? In the Big 26?
Jesus Christ! I said a word wrong, guys. Come on.
That's it. That's it. John Music,
Lose
take his
yourself
balls.
With a side of Trojan virus? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, God.
Lose yourself the moment you... Where did my credit card information go?
I love the two shining 100. Oh my God.
I very strongly considered taking that bonus points. I was like, no, that's fucked up and evil.
Yeah, because then everyone would have taken my bonus points this game. Except Josh was worse. He took 3 of mine.
Hey, man. Hey, man. It was an accident.
No.
You can't even blame it on the internet.
The conversational term you're looking for is straw man. A
Was
straw
that mine?
man
That was
argument,
mine.
not
Excellent.
man.
Ah.
Don't forget to grab your sword. Now, go to where you need to place the sword.
I'm grabbing.
Sorry, my bad. I was grabbing a tentacle.
Oopsie.
Did we get the Xenomatter on the bug rat? Oh, no, we got meatballs. We didn't get bugs.
Where am I going again for mine? Is it?
You who are you, Addo? You're white?
I think.
I don't. I have no clue what their names are.
Are you
Addo,
walking
look
to
at-
Footlight right now?
Yes, Addo's Nero. You're going spawn.
Okay.
Where do I go?
You're the what's his face? You're going
Boxer?
Waterfront.
I'm going to
You
canals.
go all the way down.
Oh, Addo, this way. Go that way. Go up to. You remember the stairs at spawn? Yeah, you got it.
I think I do.
You got it.
Yes.
This machine wasn't here before all the craziness started.
Are you learning the map, Addo? Are you getting used to it now?
I'm kind of getting this. Yeah. Well, I haven't used this, gone to this one yet for. I think.
I like how we just eat these without.
There we go. I've got my egg.
Ow.
Yeah, I have my Trophem as well. I'm just training zombies and
Oh, hey, Esbrock.
the black lace.
I got it.
You guys cool if I do my ritual over here?
Do we all want to do our rituals there?
I mean, if you want.
I mean, it just kind of helps if we
Oh, thank
do our
you
rituals.
for the 14.
Oh, actually,
mine.
wait. I have a great idea. You know the
Man.
area that we have the most problem with these arch ovums? Waterfront. Let's go to Waterfront first.
Ah.
Yeah.
I was gonna
It's
run
only
in PAP
one-
stuff.
It's only one mark.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I don't know why
I
I
mean,
didn't
you
check
can
you out.
you can go for it. Go ahead and pack if you need to.
Should have.
I mean, it's still the sniper's the only thing I packed.
Try
so-
typing a message on here. I don't know.
Go ahead and pack.
I want to know if it works. I don't know if it's working.
I'm gonna go double pack real quick. You can't stop me.
Oh,
I'm
there
gonna
we go.
pack
It did work.
after.
Okay. It's because the sub message. I see it worked. Okay, I see.
I just want the AAT on HVK.
I had to restart my stream. I don't know if you saw me earlier, but I was doing VR chat, fishing. But then my
He
computer
grabbed
crashed.
Zaf's ass twice.
Fireworks.
I did.
Whoa,
yeah.
fuck.
Hey,
Oh,
Addo,
I
do you
work-
want to do
okay,
your
yeah,
Addo, do you want to do yours just here real quick?
Yeah, I can right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Why is there so
Okay,
many
we got
zombies
2
over here?
people
Second else? No. Wait.
There we go.
Hey. Sorry.
Y'all got zombies over there?
Want to do mine?
I don't know. How are zombies looking over here?
There we go.
I mean, we also
We
have
got one
markers,
over
so we
here.
can just
We got
let
one
the...
over here.
Why kick me? Yeah, no, because I rated it.
Let
It's-
the
I'm gonna
flies.
take it, bro, if I can. Damn.
He whacked me.
I not to.
We have bugs
Zaf,
though
chuck,
that turn into...
might as well chuck yours down, yeah. Didn't kill it. Back up. Very good.
Dude,
I have,
why do we keep getting more zombies?
Because the bugs. The bugs at the marble spawn, if we don't kill them, will turn into zombies.
I have like 9 zombies over here.
Yeah, I also ditched a lot of them back at the...
Alright,
The
Dewey,
black
if
place.
you'd like to come and do your ritual here.
I'm coming.
I can take Crawler with me, if it'll aggro on me.
Oh, okay.
Nap for a bit, will you nap well? Or else.
Come on, little fella.
Also, I ditched the zombies. Have fun. They're gonna all probably spawn.
I attained mod for one of my friends, and I might have a new job. Oh, nice!
That's a W.
W.
Have a what?
New job.
Ah.
Oh, my mate, I'm
Bop.
training a Crawler.
Bop. Bada. Bop. Boom.
Pow.
Pow.
Dead or alive? Which are you?
Remember we were
Fuck
playing
yeah.
fucking Trinity
Do
the
it.
other day? And I was fucking training the
Excellent. Alright, next spot. Let's go.
Yeah, just give me like 6 years to walk the zombie there.
Yeah, you're good.
I literally have to crouch.
Addo, how's the sound, by the way?
Down?
The next annoying one is...
Like
Sounds
Let's
good.
do it in canals.
I said Nato, not Atto.
Oh, I heard Addo. Sorry.
Yeah, your mic cut out just right and it sounded like you said Addo.
Alright, Dewey, chuck yours down.
They call me the... I can't.
Right, we have to end round. Zaf, kill that thing.
Hold on, some of us might be able to.
Oh, that's true, actually. Addo, can you put it down?
Yeah? No, I said Nanto.
You can't put yours down?
Seems fine? Okay, that's good.
Hold on, I'm still pulling John Crawler here. Jane Crawler.
Could do something so funny right now, Dewey.
What?
What district are you guys
Here in
in?
headphones.
Oh, you guys are over. Okay, great. I just have to keep scooting forward.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go get a monster real quick. I'll be back.
Gene monster.
I was about to say something along the same lines.
No, you
I had
No, you won't.
monsters today. and let it create a
Oh, I
feud.
didn't say I was the monster.
So, chat,
I
how's it
would
going?
rise up to the bait of no balls. However, I don't think Addo would appreciate that very much.
I'm gonna run a 40-minute ad.
No, I see you guys. Hold on. I'm almost pressed up the stairs here. Hi, guys.
Hey, Zaf. I swear to God,
Where's
if he
the-
comes over
where's
here
the
and he can't do
babysit?
the ritual.
And I'm gonna go check one of the other circles.
Oh my god.
He just fucking gun. He kept gunning him down. That was such a
Yeah,
fucking
so fuck that.
hard.
I could have probably placed mine in that center one there, right in front of.
Okay, hi. Oh, hey, whoa, a marker random appeared. That was not mine at all.
One of us is dead.
I think it's dead. Wow, it's not dead.
Who did that?
Back up, back up, back up, back up.
Back up. Back up. Back up.
Very good.
Alright, I can just
All right.
spin out the round a little bit.
Hey, Zaf, do you want to do yours now?
Yes. Arch bomb.
Arch ovulation.
Hey, I got mine.
Are you still alive? He's still alive! Look out, look out, look out!
Ah!
Nice, nice. Alright, everybody get your bearings. Everybody good? Everybody cool? Everybody clean? Alright, I'm putting mine down.
I'm gonna go buy ammo.
Oh, well.
Who has indeed? No one?
I do.
Okay, okay. How many rounds do you have left on it?
2.
I'll slap another spin on it.
We have an insta kill.
Alright, I'm gonna put it down, alright? I'm gonna put it down again.
I'm gonna put you down.
It's not dead, it's not dead, it's not dead.
Not dead, not dead, not dead, not dead. There we go.
He's all still done.
I'm gonna slap you till you spin.
Yeah, I have to put mine down. Ready?
Yep.
No touching. I warned you.
Oh god! Spawned right next to me. Still alive, run at her!
Oh fuck, I got stuck.
Oh god, Addo. Oh.
Did that count?
No.
No.
Alright.
Yeah, Addo's shield is broken.
Okay.
Alright,
Go-
chuck it down
Addo,
again,
Addo,
yeah.
grab a new shield. Right here.
Actually, Doey, do you want to take those 3 zombies?
Okay.
No, but I guess
Sorry,
I will.
2 zombies?
That's still 3. Still
4.
4.
Okay.
Alright, go ahead, Addo. No, Doey, go the other way.
I don't have it.
Right. They're both alive. Addo, run!
Oh my god, I did it again.
Stop going up the stairs!
It's alright, it's alright, that's alright. Just keep going around the stairs, you got it. Back up. I can't see. You got it, Addo, I believe.
I turn around and I overshoot the stairway. I'm sorry.
Nice.
You're good.
You scared me to death.
That's
Ask me
everybody, yeah?
chicken, some chicken for me,
Yeah, I
chicken,
got-
Chicken,
some
chicken.
chicken I see, chicken is
wherever
my
the hell we're
favorite,
going.
chicken
Yep.
for me. The
No,
chicken
good
song
night.
that
No,
is
go ahead.
chicken,
the
chicken,
fucking
chicken. It's a
zombie.
clucking
There's
thing for the
2.
light. You ever notice
Yeah,
how
'cause
chickens
one
ain't got much
spawned
going
from
on
the bugs.
upstairs? Just like some people on this damn stream.
You
Whose
go to bed,
face
see
can
ya,
I
hey?
leak on after eating this
I can
clucking
place mine
deliciousness?
here.
Give me some of that greasy goodness, and let's turn
Okay,
this
great.
into a
Place it.
finger-licking massacre. Smell my puppet hole. Chicken for everyone.
I'm going to back up.
Yeah, let me know when y'all are ready for me to crank my boy. Oh no, I'm just...
Yo, it's Frank Magua.
Is it Frank? Not like
And
Matthew
that is-
Margua? I Foxy.
Alright,
Alright.
Addo, can you put yours down?
Cannot.
Doey?
I can.
Alright, do it.
Ow.
Oh.
Like the timing on that? Are you fucking kidding me? That's not enough turn. Josh.
I'm turning.
Oh, hi, buddy. Holy shit, look, Josh. He had its tentacle coming towards
Oh,
me.
Jesus Christ. Oh, this way a bit.
Been looking for that head now. All right, you have a good night.
Good looking, bud. I'm about to head. You take care, Foxy. Josh, you
Does
kneel.
somebody else want to come babysit?
What?
You kneel.
You kneel?
Yeah, he was kneeling.
Oh, yeah, I can go and get. I can babysit.
Thank you.
You're
Addo,
welcome.
stop staring at him.
Alright. I was checking VGen.
Oh my god. Come. Come. Not you. Oh. Oh. Huh. For fuck's sake!
It's me. I'm 100% catching him out of the corner of my eye.
Is he dead? I think he is not.
I'm
Guys?
staring at a different zombie. I'm not fucking looking at him.
I'm not looking at him.
Josh, I don't know how.
He's ugh.
Oh.
NDE, I thought NDE stopped.
Oh, and oh!
Ah, there it is. Zav, can you put yours down?
I don't know. Find out when people stop leading the zombie onto the center of the fucking ritual.
You can kill them. I have one.
Yes, I can place.
Excellent. Go for it.
KRM.
Look at me, Hector. Last chance.
Victor. Don't break the knee.
Oh fuck. That was my shield. There's one dead. Mouth. Who was it that couldn't place, by the way?
Me.
Adam.
Try placing again to see if it.
Everyone reload first.
Not reload?
Reload.
Everyone reload. Ready?
Okay. So
Yeah,
you got
I'm
the
ready.
first hit.
I need that.
That was well timed. That was just about out.
Okay. I cannot.
Alright.
I wonder if it's because it's technically the last one. Here, hold on. Let's run to fillet real quick. See if you can.
Filet.
Fillet of fish.
Oh, Josh, have you done a speed test comparing your speed from your old internet to your new one?
Oh
I
yeah,
guess
I'll
I'm
send
gonna
you a
have
photo. But it's not
Oh,
going
yeah.
to be the best that it is. Because
I'm
I'm going to
curious
eventually
now.
get Ethernet.
Ah, so you're currently still not on Ethernet?
I'm still on Wi-Fi, but Wi-Fi is
Can you place it
not
there?
doing work.
No. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean for the
So we have
most
to
part,
progress
the
around.
Wi-Fi for me is like still not. I mean, it's still really good, but it was just unstable on my end.
But
Burger.
Wi-Fi, it's about 750 megabytes a second,
Holy shit.
which is 8 times better than what I had before. For the same
So-
price.
We're good to progress around because we can't.
Okay.
do this thing
I
right.
can't imagine that a man such as yourself is able to comprehend the implications
Enough said.
of this.
Father, can we get a Wi-Fi
Get a
box?
Wi-Fi box.
Don't go
Alright.
thinking your fancy words confuse me. I know what all this means.
I know you.
I know why
I'm sorry.
we're here.
And
Are
put
you?
it down, put it down, put it down.
I'm
quick.
like following the herd, and then I'm getting in people's way.
Addo.
Down.
Addo, put it down.
Putting it down.
Still alive. Back up, back up, back up.
There's
Got
so much-
NDE.
so many zombies. Well,
I wasn't able to do it in time.
Oh, fear and headlights.
okay, I'm placing. Wait, I'm gonna without placing.
Okay, look away from the Margwa. Hey, look at that zombie.
Looking away.
What do you mean that missed?
That all of it?
No.
Was that all the way?
Neon, Genesis, and Evangelion. See, you're doing the same thing I do.
His mouth's
Back treats toys.
Let's see if this really is a good deal.
Where do my money
God,
go?
he's chasing us.
Oh yeah, Pac-Man.
Look away, look back, look away, look back. Yeah, it's open.
There we go. Okay, I need my last one, so let's just book it to Footlight.
Foot job district.
Bye,
Oh,
bye.
Oh, you know, does anyone else have NDE? Question mark.
Me.
No.
Oh, blessed. This shit's about to get wicked easy.
Pretty good.
Pop shocks.
Really?
Pop shocks.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we got 4 rounds of an NDE.
I'm gonna do this then.
Watch this. Nice Margot, dumbass. Wait. Nice Margot, dumbass.
That's
Dead.
great.
Oh.
Gotta put it down right now.
Foot job. What's the pay?
I'm out of
Enough.
I'm out of pop shocks. That was it. It was the 2 Margos.
Oh, I see.
I can't place.
I can.
Anybody? Okay. My NDE is run out, by the way. Sorry, not
Your NDE.
Fear and
Oh,
Headlights.
oh!
Yeah, it's over.
Very cool.
That's it. Friendship revoked.
Marg was dead, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, I
Okay, who's next?
Me.
Don't you dare touch me.
Do?
There's one.
Is he coming?
realized something very horrible.
What's that?
I don't have a shield.
Oh.
Open your mouth.
Is that everybody?
So
Check
we gotta
that
go. Yeah, we have to progress round so Addo can replace his
Oh, I see.
or redo the ritual because he failed the
Yeah.
rock.
Still on my feet.
Good job. What's the pay? Twink whimpering. I don't know.
Addo,
Whimpering.
put it down now.
I can't.
Just spam it.
So you can place it down as soon as the round starts.
Yeah.
Bug round. Easy. I can nuke the bug
Nice.
round.
Oh, look out!
Oh, it's a meatball round. Gross.
Ah!
Actual.
Nice.
Software.
Oh, did that count? Please tell me that counted.
Well, I mean, was it your ritual?
No, it was Addo's, but it doesn't matter who goes down. Addo, did you get
Yes,
it?
it
Full egg?
does matter, actually.
I got
What the
it.
fuck are you on about?
Full egg?
I got full egg.
Also, thank you for
Alright,
follow.
Go
Bobby.
and give it back. Go and give it back to your little person back in spawn. Your ghost.
Fuck is there Xenomatter?
Xenomatter.
Now we start the
Eggs.
hard task.
Wait, the oh.
Yep.
The thing you
See?
actually want ND or Fear and Headlights for.
Yeah.
Who has
I
Fear and
really want
Headlights?
To keep it.
I don't.
Am I the
I'm gonna
only
try
one
and-
with it?
I'm gonna try and roll for it. I have a lot of cash.
Yeah, because I'm the only one with NDE, but I also have Fear and Headlights.
Well, I mean, I can roll for NDE again because I.
Yeah, just
I
if you
will
want to
use
do a
those.
single spinner,
That it?
so you don't lose your so you don't spend a lot of
Just-
points.
There it is.
Trying to get the fucking apothecary. Also, yes, I have my reborn sword, so we're chilling.
Wait, how do you have to go back to your district?
Yeah, you have to go back to where you got the Arch Ovum.
And then I take the sword.
Waterfront?
Yes. Yes, your boxer, you go waterfront.
Yeah, you have to go back to where you were given the egg. Or where you were given the little thingy to put down the Arch Ovum.
Shopping free? Sure, I'll use that to spin my shit for free.
I'm gonna do this.
And eat? That's raindrops.
Drop that.
Quick, run to a different district. In a different gobblegum machine.
Alcoholic. Yeah, I'll take it to progress.
Pop shocks.
Man.
Run back to the other district.
That's needed experience.
And eat? That's raindrops again. Run
And
back to the other.
That's shopping
No.
free.
You're shopping free. Hit the fucking machines.
I am. Come back next round. Oh no.
Workaholic.
no!
All right. Well.
Yeah, mine says come back
Damn it.
next round as well.
Damn it.
I done did ran out of fucking spams. That's whole at Narga. I wasn't responding to the guide. Oh boy.
Oh god. Alright, so what we need to do now, if people do not remember, we need to go down and we will grab a flag which will unspawn all zombies and spawn constant meatballs. Our goal is to protect the flag for 30 seconds. We have to do this 8 times. 2 for each. So, I will grab the flag. Wait.
Okay, the question, do we want...
I quit! Yeah, stream did crash.
Did everyone grab their reborn
Oh
sword?
crap, no, I haven't dropped mine off yet. Give me a second.
Oh, I just got another NDE, so we refreshed it.
That's footlight. I need canals.
It's okay.
People are watching me and wondering why I go the long way.
Still no Xenomatter, huh? It's fucked up.
I haven't got seen any either.
You know where Xenomatter drops, yeah?
Yeah. Oh wait, what does that say?
The bug.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright, I've got my upgraded sword. Has everybody got their upgraded sword?
Adult?
Yeah, I have.
Did you... Oh, I don't have a shield. I should probably grab one.
Back to spawn. Grab your...
I'm gonna let
Hi,
him break
Quinn.
mine, actually.
Breakdown.
There we go.
Answer is... I still don't see banner.
Okay, if I kept rolling for the Fear and Headlights, should I grab that over NDE?
I don't know.
You have access to it. Whereas I don't. But it's a matter of whether or not you want to...
What's wrong with us
Okay,
waiting
so
one
just,
round?
Just making sure we all have our upgraded swords, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, progress round then.
Yeah, that's probably what we need to do to...
Oh, whoa, god damn! Yeah, not...
Oh,
wow, actually, you know what? No, that's on me for picking
I
a
still
shitty
have that
spot.
weapon on. That's very silly of me.
Anyways,
Damn right it
level
is.
35.
God damn!
What? Goddamn.
Every time, like, I was getting comfy in a spot, I would totally just leave myself open and get rammed in the back.
Nice.
Alright, now there should be a flag.
Okay, don't do it yet. Let us smack the, full gums. Zaf, get ready.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, Kaya, then Zaf.
This should be NDE. What the fuck do you mean shopping free? It skipped over my NDE roll. Fuck it. I'll just run back upstairs to grab the fucking gobblegum machine.
Shopping free.
What the fuck?
Give me that.
Yes, you did.
Finally. All right, I have fear and headlights.
I have NDE.
Well, we got 2 NDEs.
All right, so if we can get through 4 flags. Speaking of flags, where the hell is it? It should be here now. Oh, the book! The book!
The book.
That's right, the book.
Atto! It's your
What?
time to shine.
No, anybody can get it.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
it
no!
has to be Nero, I'm pretty sure.
Does it?
If you're playing multiplayer, it has to be Nero.
Really? I'm gonna go try just to make sure.
And
But,
huh?
Anna,
Same?
you know
Same
your
what?
area where you got the sword?
Addo.
Yeah, I have sword. Yeah.
No, you know the
I
place?
I got the book. I got the book. Flag should be down that stairs.
I'm
downstairs now.
with Josh right now. Hold on.
Got the thing.
All right, now we go back downstairs, Addo.
Yep.
And now there should be a flag, hopefully. There is a flag. All right. Are we ready?
Let me run down there.
Infinite meatballs.
Mmm,
I'm
infinite.
going to go to canals. I'm gonna go to. Oh. Doey?
Revive me, I have NDE. Yeah.
Alright, I'm
3
going to
zombies
take
just ran
flag
into me and
to
touched me.
canals.
That's fucked up.
Infinite meatballs. Let's do it.
Hydrate. Oh, welcome in, cursed. I will
where the
give you
hell
shout
is
in a moment.
Is it over here now? It's over here. Alright.
Well,
So
strictly
we have to
you.
protect this flag for 30 seconds. Oh, hey.
Where's your spirit headlights?
There we go. I think we can do this one without it.
Motherfucker,
Oh,
pop it!
No, we can't.
Never mind.
Pop it.
Dude. Actually throwing.
That's alright. That's now we know what we're expecting. I'm gonna go grab the flag again.
Addo, can you cover me for a second while I hit this?
Brother said,
No, actually, I think we can do this without it.
Okay, you got NDEs, Af?
yeah, I have NDE.
Okay, I
Are you
got
gonna
another
pop
fear
this
and
out for me,
headlights.
Just so we know we're not doubling up.
No, you have fear and headlights. I have NDE. The stand near people to revive
Oh,
them.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I have another
There we
fear
go.
and headlights, but I'm not using it yet.
Look at all sides. Look at all
There we go.
sides.
We're looking for Shadow Man?
Yeah.
Sorry,
We're gonna
fellas.
try and do this as quick as possible.
I need to get just an alien.
Shadow Man.
Shadow Man,
Bad
Shadow
guy?
Man, Shadow Man. Yeah, shoot Shadow Man if you see him.
Good. I get shouty. Yeah, no
This is the
problem.
alien.
Oh.
Didn't you know that's what they're good at? They're good for.
Ding! Do I still have the flag? I do. Alright, coming down here.
Not grab the max ammo?
Also fucked up that you're taking Nero's route. Well, I guess not fully Nero's route, but
No, this is my route. What do you mean?
Huh?
you're the detective. You should have been headed towards fucking.
This is canals. This is the right spot.
That's right. But you should have ended with the one directly in front of. Do you still have the one that's left in front of the rabbit?
No, this'll... Now we... Alright, there we go.
Okay, important question. Josh, where's your... How far is your, fear and headlights?
Someone grab this. Someone grab the flag.
How far is your fear?
Do I have the
Alright,
flag on?
Zap. Your area. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, where am I starting?
Avoid the purple spots, if that wasn't obvious.
Josh, where's fear at?
It's a quarter left.
Okay, make sure you call it when I need to pop another.
Alright.
Okay, yeah, where do I place it? I know there's the one in the district here, but I know there's another one that I should be placing it at.
Oh, do we need to... Oh, we might need to progress around.
Sure?
Wait, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
yeah, we do.
There should be a sparking thing here.
Alright, it's over.
What do you mean? You said it was going to be an infinite round.
Oh wait. Oh, that's right,
Infinite
Zeph. We need to we need to go to the round and drop the flag off.
What?
Underground.
Yeah. We need to go underground.
Rift.
And then just spam F on one of the worms over here, Zeph. Over here.
Oh,
Over
okay.
here. I don't know which one is mine, so you're just gonna have to just spam all of them. Or you could just get lucky and get it first try. Damn.
Sure you only have to do 2 locations?
Yeah, just 2.
You said 8.
None of them.
Really? Do I have to interact with it?
I know, 2, 4, 6, 8. That lines up.
2 each?
I swear if it's the last one over here.
It better be.
No, it's...
I'm not seeing motion.
Do we bork something? I don't know. Hey Zach, you have NDE, right?
Yeah.
Fear in... Oh.
Maybe just get knocked down.
What?
Oh, to drop
Just so
the
you drop the flag, yeah. Damn, you can survive a lot, huh? There we go. Flag should be back here now. Alright. Whoever wants to grab it now can do so.
I'll grab it.
Alright, Doey to waterfront. Let's
Okay. You want to start trying to see if you can dry roll a few of the spawns? Should I pop my thing now?
Not yet, not yet. Wait till you
Yeah,
get down
okay,
there.
the spark is here. Spark's here.
Where?
The upstairs door that I was standing at. You just walk through the rift.
Oh my god. No, we're popping it.
Upstairs rift, walk through the door.
This?
Oh, is it the rift upstairs?
I'm gonna try and roll
Okay.
for
For fear? Fear in headlights?
alcoholic.
I'm still so disappointed we didn't just start calling it fear.
Come back next round.
That's 3 hits. Fear.
As soon as you get it, Doey, just run upstairs.
Yeah, you just run up the stairs.
And then grab it.
So as soon as
Oh,
so
gentleman
grab
behind
it. Okay, grab it, then run upstairs.
And then yeah, just run up the stairs here.
F. You got it.
I am on a controller, dumbass. Okay, we're halfway through it. Fear.
As soon as you get it, just run straight back through that
Portal?
rift back to. Where's Shadow Man at? He's not around.
I've been shooting him every time he spawns.
Oh, okay. Should have a ding in a second. Nope, there we go. Alright, there we go. It worked for you. Alright, now go to the rift.
Rift.
Rift, Doey. Doey, rift.
Okay, we got a quarter
How's
left.
Fear? How's Fear?
Quarter left. Fear.
Okay, now go to one of your little, one of your
Fish,
worms.
or one of the worms.
Just, we'll have to figure out which one's yours.
Nope.
Okay, we're almost out. Fear. We got like probably 5 seconds. Be ready.
Here it comes.
Oh, good heavens!
Yeah, it's not working.
It's not working.
Josh, are you
That's
sure
really
you place
weird.
it at the gateway?
Yeah,
and not
yeah.
Back at your ritual location.
Oh, you do? Oh my god, you do. Yeah.
You
do.
fucking-
Sorry.
Okay, Dory, upstairs.
Yeah, we don't need a
Yeah,
guide.
that's right. I forget because you're sucking up the soul of what you just got.
Don't you? Didn't you practice this?
Yeah, I forgot that
Let's take the
step.
guide off.
I'll
So,
wait
yeah, we're
for
gonna have
mine
to-
because I know mine's ready. So I'm. No, I don't have to redo it. I just have to give it.
So yeah. This motherfucker. Yeah. See, I remember this.
There you go. All right, now go give it to your gate one.
Yeah, now you can go talk to Gateworm. See.
Okay, I thought I was missing something. That's my voice.
Run back to the rift.
You are
Ah, damn,
cursed.
sorry. Yep, here he is. Yep, the guy's here. He actually shows which one you go to.
I guess I'm the one with the brains, though, today. And I don't even have the fucking guide up.
Josh's guide is like 6 bottles of beer.
There he is. Yeah, you.
Alright, now that that is...
Wait, what do you mean interact with it? I don't think you need to interact with it.
No, not yet. We interact once all.
Oh, I just
No,
don't.
no, that's it.
switch
That's it.
sits.
Yeah. So that's done now.
So now we just have to do our individual things. So we just have to do our districts.
Well,
So is it recommended that Scarlet takes the one upstairs? Cause I thought Nero is the one that wants to take the one just immediately outside.
Honestly, I can't remember, but
I think Nero takes
think
the,
we just-
the two that are out here.
I think we just progress around now.
Now?
That works.
We could use a few more like that.
Demo man.
And now it should come back, and then I can just go up and give it to him. Hopefully.
Hell.
Oh. Enemy of Gnomes, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How you doing today? Hope you're doing good.
Time to get dinner. Hey, you got Reggie gone. Or Reggie gone.
Hope you're having a good time zone.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Before you go, what's up, Nanto? Fish?
Hi.
Oh, cool. Red hex for Karen.
Okay. Is that new round?
No.
We're still in 16.
Code
There's still a
emote.
zombie left somewhere.
I like your emotes.
What?
Ow, 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 ow!
Whoa.
Wait, why isn't it showing my tits?
So many biddies.
Hey, yo.
Oops. Oh, hey, there it
I
is.
see you taking damage. Bro's taking schizo damage.
Thank you, Nanto.
Where is this goddamn ass zombie?
Yeah, I forgot I hid tits because it freaks out with VR.
4, 5, 6, 7. So you're taking like 7d10, 1d100 of damage.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, it was like the episode of SpongeBob where like Patrick got his ass whooped by an imaginary like thing.
No.
It's because he didn't level in.
Please have mercy.
As soon as he levels insight, I found it. It's a fucking bug.
Oh.
He got stuck upstairs. His pathing was just throwing him into a wall.
Ah, I see. Well, the flag should be here now. Yeah. Alright, there it is. I'm going! Wait, it's downstairs! What do?
No, fear in headlights.
As soon as I give it to him, it's gonna be back to normal. Unless I have to do it again, of course.
I got fucking extra credit twice.
God damn it, I have to do it again.
I don't see the. Oh yeah, I see the lightning. Never mind. Yeah, we're gonna want Thea.
I'm doing my spins for fear.
I don't have Thea equipped. I took pop shocks for Margot killing.
You'll never guess what I just got.
Thea?
Phil?
Extra credit 3.
Damn it.
Nah, I got fear.
Okay. That would be a great. Oh no, we're good. I was like, that would be a great.
Tell me when to pop it.
Can we just watch each corner and just I think we'll be able to do it.
Hey Josh, do we want to start back here at the first one, heading into
Sure.
canals, and then do this one second? Yeah. So start here.
Alright, ready? Here we go. Everybody, watch your side. Oh,
Nah.
nice.
Fair.
Did not mean to do that. I just popped my gum.
That's okay. That is alright.
What gum did he pop?
Out of sight. Whatever.
Not really.
Doesn't that just teleport you?
No, that's he meant in plain sight. You're thinking of any rabbit here.
What's in plain sight do again?
In plain sight makes you invisible to zombie blood.
Hi, Shadow
Come on,
Man.
Ding, damn you. There we go. Let me
Ding,
grab it.
flag is done. Ding, flag is done. Ding. You have it. You have it. You have it. You have it. It's just glitched.
I have it?
You
Oh, okay.
Fear and headlights is freaking it out.
Alright.
Are you going for real now? Thank you,
Ding,
Nacho.
fries are done. Ding, fries are done.
Ding, flag is done. Ding, flag is done.
I'm gonna come.
I don't think that was clear.
How long is Fear? How much we got on Fear?
We got half left.
Alright.
Half fear.
Also, see you, Nacho.
Slap in my nuts.
I'm just gonna run upstairs when this is ready. Got it.
Upstairs?
Yeah, he has to run up these stairs. And do we have to
And-
whip round?
Normal round is...
Josh hasn't been
back
spun
on.
yet.
Yeah.
There
I
we
think
go.
we do have to rip the rest of the round before we get
Oh.
our... That's another mic.
Oh, right.
Josh, spin for free.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
actually
get
good.
Fear. Addo,
Hey,
you got
Joey,
that
you
right?
need a shield.
I got it.
Oh shit, I don't have a shield.
Yep.
Thanks for the spot.
I watched you walk up and you didn't have your fucking
Need
the girth you normally do. Hold on, I'm trying to get them to break mine because my shield's almost dead.
Oh, well, fair is done.
That's raindrops.
I still have NDE, so we're chilling with that at least.
Shopping free. I'll need death
Oh,
experience
God.
again. And come back next round. God damn it.
Well, I mean, we have to anyway.
Did not mean to grab that. Okay.
I mean, we gotta whip the round.
Yep. Yeah, okay. 2 keepers down here. We're good. So... Yeah, we'll
Zap,
just...
Rip
you
the
wanna
round?
grab Flag.
Well, I was gonna say,
I've got-
if we want to do Ados for Nero, because Nero has
Oh, yeah.
some of the worst trying to get up out of here. To
That's fair.
So are we gonna try to go through the round? I would cut the fuck out of
yeah,
this
we
one.
need
go
to
downstairs.
progress round. Because flag is
And
How much
flag
indie
is in
you
hand,
got left?
Yeah, we have to progress round. What?
Okay,
so
I have
only
a
one round has
full
been
I have a
taken out.
full
Okay.
full thing of ND as well.
What am I doing?
We'll chill. In just a second, you'll be grabbing the flag that spawns down here.
Really? We're not gonna wait till next round? No, I think we should wait like a second. So Josh and me can spin for.
Well, Josh ran out
No,
of...
I'm out. I'm out.
He doesn't have any more rolls for gobbles this round.
Well, yeah, we both know. You said grab it like before the next round, or are we
No,
grabbing it at the beginning
we
of the next
have
round?
The flag spawns at the start
Yeah,
of the
we don't
round.
have to
It
grab the
spawns
flag yet.
Yeah. You grab the flag at any point during the round. It's just, we have to go to the next round.
Yeah. Okay.
Gobbles and the flag is spawned.
Right on the flag spawns.
It'll spawn at the start of the round.
Oh shit! I got sloppy.
I got it.
Damn it. I thought I could hit it. I thought I could get the revive through the floor. I
Oh my god. Alright, well.
He in fact did not have him.
I didn't see everything that was happening. I have NDE, so we both have it.
Thank you, my good sir.
Thank you.
You have a shield? We do have a shield. Hello, Resent.
Speaking of shield, Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, you're speaking of shield.
Yeah, I pulled it out and it didn't work. Well, now it did.
Shield, you feel.
I don't like this area. I'm getting out of here.
This is why I said we need to do the banner here, because it fucking sucks up there, dude.
Yeah.
Nero's is one of the worst banner runs.
There we go. All right, get ready to grab it.
What, do you not want to try and let Doe spin?
Oh, spin? Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah. Why would you?
I'll
Yeah,
go to
both of
Canals.
us.
Grabbing it?
No.
Wait.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, never
Sorry,
mind.
that is
Yeah,
my
so
bad.
we're just training zombies down here. Just run them around. Going clockwise?
Yeah,
Flag isn't that hard. We've had issues with it.
I thought the flag's hard. Because Addo's very new to zombies. I wouldn't say very new, but like, you know, new enough because he hasn't done these raids before.
Okay, I didn't get.
Green
I didn't get.
headlights. I got it.
Nice, you got fear.
Okay, grab flag. And come up here. We're going
I'm
straight
gonna
up.
pop it. I'm gonna pop it last possible second. Just to get
Shadman
enough
just
time.
spawns parasites. The parasites aren't the issue.
Yep, Adam, just keep running, and you're placing it right here. Just hold and interact. Yep. Hit it.
Hitting it. Now, Addo, once you've done it, you're gonna run this way. So the other one's over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back towards your ritual. Did we get max ammo at all?
We'll get it right after this.
Because Dagon's glare just grab it. Water. Right here. Yep, place it.
I shot right up his ass.
All right, now you're gonna go to your spawn after these get in, and I'm gonna quickly pull up the guide.
Well, we still have to do my route.
Yeah, no, I know, but we're getting close.
And then it becomes the fuck ass step where we have to all be in beast mode, except and shock the rails.
Josh, where's how far's fish?
Halfway, you're good.
Ow! Avoid the purple. Run it back to your ritual site up here.
Oh, you had to avoid the purple.
Yes, purple damage is huge.
Oh, okay, so it's not that bad.
That's placed in here. Wicked. That's your flag done.
Okay,
you don't
now
have
we
to
can
interact
use
with them at
Fs.
all after you.
Okay.
I think we still have to rip through the round now, yeah. Also, that's Marco's spawn.
Sure is. I don't know where he is though.
He's next
Up
to
the
me.
ritual. I can double check. I don't think flag spawns.
Nah.
Nope. So yeah, we're just running through round.
I mean, Zaf, definitely take advantage of that wonder weapon you got.
Yeah, I know, but like, we're in Thea.
Yeah, I know.
Well, how
No,
much
we're
do we
not.
got left to fit? Wow, nice call out, Josh.
We have 0.
You know, I would have never guessed.
You sure? What tipped you off?
Oh, the Margwa penetrating like 12 inches into my
I
ass.
hate this area. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, someone has fear.
Where's your area, Zaf? Footlight, right?
Yep. Yeah, Footlight's a little fucky as well, but
It's better than spawn. I can try to run for. I can try and get fear and headlights again, but I doubt it.
I do have NDE, but I'll keep trying to roll. Well, how many rounds you got left on yours?
I have this next round left.
Have you been spinning it in the background so you can cycle through? Try to grab another NDE? Damn.
Cause my shit fucking hates me, dog.
Well, it's gonna hate you if you don't spin for it either. They like you when you spin.
Shopping free.
Oh, you're spinning?
Yeah, I span the spawn the first one this round.
Okay, did you grab shopping free?
No.
Okay.
That's spin 2. That's Pop Shocks. That's spin
And a meatball spawn.
That's perfect. Okay.
I'm bareback, hold on.
There's my 3 for this round. Hold on, like, need us to hold a zombie? Hold on, or?
Yeah.
Wait, what's Josh doing?
No, we were asking you because you said be right back. Hold on.
Oh. No, I said bareback. I'm bareback, to meaning like shield.
Oh.
No shield.
It sounded like you said be right back. And we're like, what
Yeah,
do you
that's what I
mean
heard
be
too.
right back?
I told you, so I need to go, at some point I was gonna need to go for a bit to, you know, jerk off. Hold a
That's
zombie.
now?
That's what you do to celebrate beating the Easter egg, dum-dum.
Yeah.
You beat the Easter egg, then you beat yourself, right?
Okay.
Alright, I'm gambling.
I'm getting ready to gamble. I'll try not to grab my,
those slot machines.
Oh,
rev up your asshole.
raindrops.
Okay, I got fair.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
just
cool.
gonna do
Am I good to
this.
grab?
Should be good to grab.
Okay, grabbing.
Josh, you can either go for Indy or for another fair.
I'm trying to go.
Then we
for
should.
here.
Well, if we have one fair, is that the last one we need? Tell me when to pop it.
Yes.
Pop it now?
running with flag at the moment.
Okay, yell it when. I'm falling.
now.
Okay, popping it.
I got another few.
We're so back.
Josh, I don't know if we needed another fair.
Yeah, I
We
know, I
might
know,
for
but
the step after.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm keeping this. I'm only popping it unless we need it.
Shedingus. Hello?
Me, when I
What's up?
see the Shedingler.
You got it, Zeph. Yep.
Okay, we got quarter through. Quarter fair. Got 3-4 fair.
It's actually huge that we managed to get fear and headlights in this area. This place sucks.
This is nowhere near as bad as spawn, because at least here, if need be, you can train things around.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Oh, I got little Arnie's.
Nice. That's actually.
I know,
huge.
I was thinking in my head, I was like, I'm gonna spend the bucks in case I get like little Arnie's. Lo and behold.
Green flag is done.
Ding, flag is done. Ding, flag is done.
Green flag is done. Green flag is done.
Alright.
Little
Everybody
capuchon.
reload if you would like ammo. Well.
Okay, we got 1/3 left of fair.
And flag is
And
placed.
we can start. We can start the boss fight very soon. So, Addo, a quick rundown on the boss fight. As soon as Shadow Man's defenses are down, we shoot him, but we shoot him until he hovers over a table.
The shadow key.
Because
Summoning
the
key.
shadow key, the summoning key. So what we're gonna do is, Addo, I'm gonna get you to stand near the summoning key,
An 1/8 left of fair.
and
when you see him,
Hi,
and when you
Wafako.
see
little
him,
altar.
when you see him like
Wafako?
right here,
Waffle
just hit it.
Waffle.
Okay.
Waffle.
What feckle?
Really
Alright,
does.
so is that
oh, don't we
all
all
the
have
flags?
Oh yeah, fear's gone.
to? I believe we all have to. We have to stand at the fucking.
Oh, is fear for the boss fight?
What we doing? What we doing?
No, fair is for after boss fights. And you have the stupid fuck step with the shock shit.
Oh, look out, Addo!
Oh, he's alive still. I thought he died.
Oh, I got down by a bug.
Hold on, I got
Have it?
I got it. I got it.
Thank you. Oh, perfect.
How do we start this? That might have just ripped my NDE.
Yeah, we're doing good. Yeah, a little chaotic.
We have all of them. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh fuck! I interacted with one of them.
Oh right. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You have to interact with all 4 of them to start the ritual.
So anyone can do that?
I believe.
I did something. Oh yeah, I interacted.
Turned. Okay, are we ready for?
Oh, they take our swords.
Yeah. Oh,
Alright,
so
we're
Addo
ready.
has to come
We're
interact
ready,
with
we're
this
ready.
last one. Addo,
Where are
you gotta come run across.
Addo, have you even used your sword?
No.
Yeah, he's been using it to like.
You just
fly
said
around
no.
and stuff. Oh. Yeah, so you interact with
Sword,
this person here.
sword.
No, the one on the right. The one on the right.
You can stroke my sword.
Alright, sword. Alright, here we go.
I did something.
Alright, see? That's his shield.
Yeah.
Do I need to
And now it's gonna break. Don't shoot too much. He's coming, he's coming. Oh, he's back. Margot.
Yeah, they're down. They have to recharge. Oh, I am out of NDE, by the way.
Oh fuck. That would have been kind of good to know, but I
didn't
should have counted.
realize The fucking.
Oh, I can't run and get gums.
Yeah, we're stuck in here, so we just have to rob the back.
Ah, okay.
That
Sorry,
works.
Addo. I'm dealing with my own Merkle. Oh no! Greek googly
I don't
moogly.
need buffs. I don't need you guys.
Yes, you do.
Ow, ow, ow. Okay, guys. Rotations. Why are
Oh,
we running
fuck!
counterclockwise?
A fucking zombie bumped into me. It was good serving y'all.
I gotta do it.
Sorry, Day. I have to revive you.
Okay, is Addo still down?
Yeah.
I got hit by the Mugwa.
We failed.
I had to.
That's fine. We can always wait a
just-
little bit.
Just re-interact with them.
Wait, does that mean we could have ran back?
No.
No, we're still trapped in here. Yeah, we can just.
There we go, there we go, there we go. Ready? Just shoot him for your life. I'll just time it.
Okay, and we have to interact
Doey,
with
look
the table?
behind me. Doey, look behind me.
Gotcha.
Spam him, spam it. Oh, we need to shoot him faster than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interact, interact. We still have fear.
How much fear?
If you're right to get those other ones.
How much fear?
Everybody focus Shadow Man on this.
How much fear?
Alright, here we go. Just shoot him, just shoot him. Bit more,
Get
bit
him.
more. Got him. Yeah!
Let's go.
Okay, I have a few seconds. I need to look what to do next.
Yeah, this is the big wormy step.
Okay, anyone who can, get ready. Wait, is there zombies right now?
This is the fuck step. I don't remember exactly what.
Oh,
Okay. We have
fuck.
poison. We have poison. You have to walk through white. You have to walk through white walls to cure the poison.
That's. Right.
White walls?
Don't we each have to go to a district to?
No.
Addo, grab me. I have NDE.
Fear's about to run out. Don't go through rifts, by the way. They kill you instantly.
Do they?
Good to know.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, no, they don't.
Oh, maybe it just happened to me.
I think you may have just spawned immediately on one of the.
Oh, I don't have poison anymore.
Neither do I. I can't.
The curse
What do we do?
sleeps. Because this is the big one with the worm in the center. Like this
Yeah,
is
it is.
the last
Joey,
step,
I
and I
need-
know it
where
has.
do we buy some gloves?
Oh, I
something
remember.
to
I
do.
remember. We need to run the tram, and then we need to shock the tram.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
everyone
sorry,
needs to
I'm-
be in their own. Oh right, the fucking
Hold on.
colored mark was.
Oh, god damn it. Run through it. Okay, I need to find perks. Where's double tap? Actually, do we even need perks for this last step?
Not ow.
No, the cloud disappeared. Oh, okay.
Hey,
Use
so
Where are you at?
I have NDE. I'm in footlight
I'll try.
at the tram.
I also have
God damn, it's
NDE.
back. Where's the cloud? Where's the cloud?
I don't have
Where's
I
the
don't have
cloud?
stamina up, so it might take me a minute. I'll try my best.
I'm fucking crawling.
Oh god, they're everywhere.
I'm fucking crawling, man.
You guys got him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
That was fuck.
There are reasons
Oh my
to
god.
believe.
I'm
Yeah,
distracting
these
it.
are
Okay.
these are the Margos that we need to kill. I don't remember fully what happened, but these ones need to go bye-bye.
They're the ones probably something poison.
Yeah, so when you have that purple hue, just go to like a glowing white cloud.
I think we've learned. Sorry, that sounded mean. I'm sorry. Someone get me. I got an NDE.
So do I.
Also, I saw someone follow. I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow, Waffle.
I'm gonna try and roll for
What does-
NDE.
oh.
I doubt I'm gonna get it.
Someone grab me. Someone grab me. Sorry, I forgot that I had poison. I'm right in front of Footlight. Oh,
I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't have speed.
stamina up.
Or I know I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
You got plenty of time.
Oh,
It's
okay,
good.
you can become beast. Got it.
Where the fuck is stamina up?
Yeah, okay. We have Beast.
Oh.
We all need Beast.
Address the
Wait,
elephant
wait,
in the
wait,
room.
Is it happening when we kill Magwas? Is that what's causing the poison?
Oh, stam.
Well, that's what also awakens the curse. Like, we need the curse.
That.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because we have to
Can't see a damn
shock
thing.
the rails, I want to say.
I think it is the rails. Yeah.
And then whoever's last has to shock the one at the very center, whatever it is.
That made me feel a little woozy.
Josh, do you have a guide up at all?
What's that?
I said, do you have a guide up at all? Or are you able to get a guide
Oh,
up?
dead. God damn it. I got cornered.
Zaf, are you able to get him?
What district is he in? Okay.
I'm in Canal.
I could try.
Rifts don't work, correct? We've established?
I have.
Yeah.
No, they work. I thought.
No, only when the curse. If the curse is active, you can't go through rooms.
I'm working on getting you.
There's another one. There's more.
I'm
Several
dying.
more.
I'm dying quick.
Wait, where the fuck did you go? Uh-oh.
I'm
I
on
might not know how to
Titans.
get to him.
You go towards Tram and then
I'm gonna
around
die.
the bridge.
Wait. No, fuck. Oh. Fuck.
I'm dead.
Sorry, Josh.
Alright, well, while I'm here, I'm gonna look it up. Just stay alive.
Wait, don't we need you for the last step?
Yeah.
So how's that gonna work?
I'm just gonna look how to do it.
Well, we can kill zombies and progress rounds.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not killing Margot specifically to not start the poison debuff.
Okay, wait. I need to know, what am I supposed to be doing? I've been putting off, or I've been,
Because I have purple ones on me, and purple ones are...
Wait. Do I need to be doing anything right now?
No, that's what we're trying to figure out. Because I know it has something
Okay.
to do with Margot's, I know it has something to do with Beast Mode, it has everything
And
to do
then...
with Rails.
Okay. Next I need to know, where's Double Tap?
Tap is unpowered upstairs Canal District. So, can't really do anything about that at the moment, because we need you to keep your Beast Mode.
Okay. I'll take speed then.
You gotta keep hydrated, I suppose. You probably regret touching me now, don't you?
More blues.
Okay.
What are we doing every day?
I did,
Guys,
like,
everyone
lose
in
internet
this
connection.
district.
Because it's better to have all of us in one spot so we can pick each other up. I think.
There's like 4 more. Stop killing the Margwas.
Oh, we're not supposed to... Okay.
That's what gives us the poison debuff.
Oh.
So if you don't kill them, we don't get poison.
Oh.
Do you see why it's a problem when all of us are in the same district?
Yeah, no, I lost connection for a second right in front of like 2 Margwas. I'm gonna be near the mid. I'm gonna be at the center district.
We all need to be in our districts. I'm pretty
Hi,
sure.
Nanto, welcome back.
Kind of the big thing. Well, okay, we need somebody in each district. Is how I should better phrase it.
Hold on.
There's like a oh yeah, the Pothcons too just rise out from the middle, don't they?
We need
I'll go to
one person
Canal.
in each district, and including one person in center.
I'm at my spawn.
Noting, Josh, when you're going there, Tram is currently in Footlight.
Wait, next round started?
No, we're still in round 20.
God, my controller is vibrating right now. Someone can get off to this.
Is that someone you?
Give me about 5 minutes.
You know, some Marble is fucking tickle your balls.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I got
know how to
poisoned.
do it. I'll just make sure that is definitely what we need to do, but
Yeah, you. Oh fuck! My internet disconnected for a second. I almost got killed.
Ooh.
Hurry up, Josh.
And,
It's
and
been
let me know
flaking.
when you're ready to start
Alright,
explaining things.
Alright, I've got it. Okay, so we need one person in each. Okay,
District.
we need one person in each district, but they need to be in the train station.
Yep.
On the count of go, we basically shock this electric box in a top left-hand
That's
corner
right.
of the train station. That will turn the train tracks blue. Then we have one player, player 4, be in the very center where the worm is, where the train meets up. And then, when the train
killing Marcos.
arrives, when the train is arrived, you will shock all 3 gatekeepers, which will then finish it.
Yep.
Now, how do I get back?
Great question. I'm trying to find the electric box in my train. Okay, I know where mine is.
Right there, yeah.
I don't know where mine is. At the...
Woo, fuck.
I got like 2 Marguas.
It's a box that's just like hanging up. Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
It's not emitting any sparks or anything. What's up, brother?
Oh. Holy fuck. Oh. Guys, it's getting really bad in my end. What the fuck?
Addo, you're
It'll
at
be
the
in
area.
the tram.
Addo, you're at the area where you'll need to shock the gatekeepers. That's not the train track. You need to go
Okay.
to Canal.
Addo.
That's where I am.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no,
Where
Joey's
I'm
in
supposed to
Canals.
be.
I'm Canal.
Addo's going Footlight. So Addo, come up.
Yep.
Down to
Oh,
spinner.
oh, fuck.
I got in the. Okay. Follow me. We're going to tram.
I should have grabbed Quick Revive.
Avoid purple.
Ugh.
Purple bad. Okay, so you'll end up grabbing like that beast form, right? The one that's just down there. Or
Yep.
I think there's one. No, there's not one up here. That's a Margwa. We're just gonna kite it around. It's gonna try and skadoodle on out here.
So why am I still getting poisoned if the Margos are what's called? Are you fucking?
That was bad.
Oh, you got NDE.
Yeah,
Good. Dead by Daylight.
And Atto, you are going to be shooting. Oh god, where is yours? This. When you're in beast form, you zap that.
Okay.
That'll
So-
turn the tram line blue. So when we say go, you're gonna want to try and zap that. So it's gonna be go 1 for turning beast mode, so we can all sync our beast modes.
Why do I
And then
have
it'll
3
be-
fucking Marguas?
It'll be go to because this step just spawns Margos like a fuck ton. And then go 2 will be zapping the boxes. Now the question is, how do we?
Oh,
get
I
Josh back?
might. Oh, fuck.
Looking, I'm reading.
I can
You'll
hit
take
nuke.
on all 3 in,
I can
for
hit a
yourself.
nuke.
Oh, do it, do it. Try it.
Do it.
Does that give us a survive?
Did that progress around? I didn't see it.
No.
This is infinite Marco around. I wonder if we can. Can we stop infinite Marco?
Oh. Okay, the vibrations were cool at first, but now it's starting to slightly get annoying. Especially since I have to keep hiding these fuckers.
Okay, I think you're just gonna have to do it. I think you're just gonna have to do it by yourself.
How?
Wait,
You literally
how?
can't. You need all 4 people.
No, you can. We did it before, remember?
No.
No.
So Zaf, you know what you're shocking, right?
Yeah, I know box I'm shocking, but I literally cannot make it from here.
No,
to
so
center with the keepers.
okay, listen. This is the plan. All 3 of you are going to go to a train station.
Mhm.
You can shock the rail. You have 10 seconds to activate the train. Zaf, that is when you run from the train all the way to center and get ready to shock the 3
Do we have
servants.
unlimited beast mode?
You have
Is it-
unlimited beast mode. You have unlimited beast mode when you
How do I
activate it.
how do I activate the tram in beast mode? Because you can't pay for things.
No, somebody else is going to activate the tram.
So
basically, someone, Doey, or whoever it is, wherever the tram is, activate it. Sorry,
yeah, it's footlight.
hit the electric, and then hold C to turn back into human and hit tram. We're just gonna have to do it this way because I can't see myself coming back.
Did you Google how to come back during the Margo round?
No, I already have. You can't.
But you can 3-man it.
You can 3-man it. It's possible. I mean, we did it. We did it ourselves.
Okay.
I don't
So-
remember this.
Am I sending tram or is somebody else calling tram?
No, somebody is sending tram. So
I have
who-
tram.
You
and
have
footlight.
tram? Okay, that's fine. Somebody else go to where Zaf is and swap with them.
Where's
Somebody else has to
Footlight?
come to- That's north of spawn.
Okay, I think you
Footlight
might have an
is-
easier time with which fucking north, dog. I'll
Front.
find
Like,
it.
if you're facing out of spawn, you just keep going forward.
Okay, I think canals might be easier for you to reach.
Canal. No, wait, nope, left.
I know, I was trying to grab poison. Okay, I'm taking Footlight. Watch out, I have 3 Margos on my back.
Okay. So I am
Alright,
zapping
so-
box, and then I'm blitzing it to center.
Correct.
And what do I... So I need to... What? So you
Yeah,
said
Zap
F?
box. Joey,
You said
count-
F to
you count
transfer... Hold on.
7 seconds.
Okay.
Zaf, you will get stuck up there. Be careful.
Okay, no, I need to... Okay,
Why is
so
he
first of
counting to
all...
what's he counting to 7 for?
Oh my god. 1 step at a time, please. 1 step at a time.
Accurate.
Oh, fuck! Internet's getting worse. Okay. So I need to enter beast mode, zap it.
Yes. And then that's it. You just have to turn back to human, which is C, I'm pretty sure.
Controller.
He's on controller.
Crouch button? I don't know.
What the fuck?
I think you just
Crouch
hold
button.
interact
Hold,
again.
hold D-pad. No, hold whatever.
I'll
your crouch
try
button is.
interact, but you said
B.
C.
Yeah,
Yeah,
C
C
is
on
crouch.
Will I
so
be being-
B, I guess.
I can try C if absolutely.
That's the idea.
Okay, so then...
Oh,
There should
this
be a
is
drop
100%
point you can get there.
So I zap it, I count to 7, transform, and hit tram? Or...
No, you transform, zap it, count to 7, go back to human, then hit tram. Oh, it's also important that you are not on the tram.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you're just,
so we're zapping at the same time, too.
yeah, we're all zapping everything, and then you're sending tram. Because I have to run back to center and start zapping the key.
Wait, no, I just realized we have to bring tram to someone. Because you can't, the only way you can activate it is being inside the tram. So yeah, someone has to bring the tram.
Brother. So I was.
So
in the
yeah,
right
Zaf, you were
district.
right. You were right, yeah.
Oh my god.
I just
Wait.
realized because if yeah,
Can't
you just stay
Can't
there.
you call tram? Or no?
You can call tram, but you can't send it from where you are without being in it.
Okay. Hold on, I'm just
I
double checking
think
that
you can
we
try it.
Yeah, no, you can call tram. So
Okay.
that's 100% what you got to do is somebody has to be. So yeah, we're gonna swap again.
Okay. Are you sure this is
Alright.
quite a far walk? So wait. Why can't I just right now send the tram,
You need
and
to-
then we wait, and let it recharge? Because it would be an easier
It's-
walk than this. I'm walking back.
ground-based?
It is? Oh fuck.
Or no, it is time based.
I resent
It is. I'm pretty sure it's time based.
canal scan.
So
Is what I saw earlier. Which I assume
So,
was.
should I call tram here? And then have
Actually, yeah,
Joey
you can. Yeah, you can
have
do
Joey
that.
call tram. Yeah, okay. Never mind, Joey. You were right.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
I got to loop around. Come back. I can go back over there.
Oh fuck.
You scare me, Zeph.
Canals call straight.
Nah, man. Yes, I already called the tram.
I'm back. I'm back, guys. I'm back.
Whoa. What?
Ow.
What? Huge.
Very. Oh god.
Wait, no, this is awesome. Hello.
Oh.
Yeah, that
How
actually
did
makes
you
it
do
so much
that?
easier. I don't know. I just respawned. I need to get.
Oh,
I need to hit
'cause
gum.
the tram. Duh.
Oh right.
Wait, the tram? How's that have anything to do with
The
it?
tram
Because
hits the, worm
the
on
tram
way
is how we
past.
finish the Easter egg, and the worm is a big zombie. Also, in case you missed it, there's a big gate worm in the center.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and spin.
Make your
For,
So, are you gonna? Do you want to be gatekeepers in center?
yeah, I can do that.
Try to see if you can smack gobbles. See if you can at least get a
Yeah,
perk
I'm
or something.
I'm gonna try.
So you're not gonna just instantly die. Definitely grab us stamina up too. That's in spawn, or not spawn. The control center area.
So one of you guys is gonna.
I got a
call-
shopping free. I'm just gonna go around and buy everything I need.
Not all the perks are turned on.
True.
Juggernog is stamina up is
That-
Widow's Wine
that's
is and
MBE. Oh god damn it!
I'll get you. Hold on, right next to me.
Wait, hold on. What perks did you have, Josh? Or did you have
Nothing.
perks?
I had
Nothing.
nothing. I died
You-
fully. I don't have any.
I got
Are-
away
are-
from Magwas. I got away from Magwas.
fuck it. I'm running.
Addo might have me. Yeah, just stay there, Doy.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to loop back through center.
You?
Come back. Damn it. All right.
So somebody else has to call the
Let
tram,
me go get Jug.
right?
Speak.
I think Jug is gonna be more important, honestly.
Yeah, I got Jug.
So either Dilly or Addo calls tram, correct? We all zap it.
Yeah, and then I can just be in the center, zapping everything when we need to.
Yeah, so somebody,
Okay.
whoever calls tram has to run, and then immediately go grab
No,
the
no,
beast
whoever.
mode. Whoever calls tram
Oh, calls tram. Yeah. So whoever calls it, yeah.
has to call it, run, grab beast mode, run back up into the station, and zap the little box. Comfortable with that, or would you rather have? Because I can call it from Footlight, because I know that route and where the box is.
Yeah. I need to
Joey,
go buy
would
you
one.
like to-
Oh no.
Oh
Would you like
fuck.
to switch, Joey?
Would this be easier for you?
Well, I'd be the one calling.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Is someone ordered
thank
to
you.
get?
Thank you, Bella.
Yeah,
10
I'm going to
months?
grab Addo. I have
Thank
NDE.
you.
Oh.
Can I?
Joey,
can I
run.
move from here? I can.
Yeah,
Wicked.
thank you.
Oh, this actually works because you said you're in canal.
How did I get down again? There's nothing here.
Poison. Screws goes
Oh
poison.
my god.
Hi, AJ. Okay, I need to swing by grab a shield.
Thank you.
God, this fucking occasional frame drop's killing me, man. It's making me nervous.
It has.
Who's in Footlight?
I'm
Who
in
the fuck are
Footlight.
over there?
What?
I'm in Footlight.
I'm just trying to make sure that.
I'm
okay,
heading your
okay,
way,
no.
Zeph. Oh god damn
No, we're good.
it. Okay. No, I'm still got it.
Whoa, that's a Margo. That's two Margos.
There's 3.
Okay, so I just need
Um,
to go into Beast and then get told when to hit it?
Correct.
I don't need to do any
We can
extra shit?
We can all be beasts, but you still need to hit the little air bubbles to stay up.
Okay, so we
Well,
can
I
be
mean,
Beast.
I can't.
Oh, fuck. So we can be Beast right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Only
Yeah.
when the curse is active though.
Uh,
The curse isn't
curse.
active right now, I don't think.
I've
curse is
already,
that curse is
I've already
permanently
the
active.
beast.
Yep. All the flames are burning
Okay.
blue.
Okay.
So Ado, if you want to turn into beast right now, you can, and just stay beast.
Yeah, just don't do it yet. Like do the beast, but don't like
Don't
do
zap
what we were.
rocks.
Yeah, don't zap.
You're just.
I
you're
am
just gonna
beast
Weak.
right now. I am ready to go.
Okay.
I'm not. Do I need a?
Ow, 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 I'm dead.
Oh, fuck.
3 Margos trapped me. I do.
Coming.
Oh, you're the closest.
Yeah. I'm
You have
First needs to
Indy?
be human to call the train, then go. Yeah, yeah. No, I got it.
Wait.
We're aware.
Okay, wait. Yeah, Indy.
I'm gonna-
Damn.
Alright, curse is over. We need to.
One person needs to be. Okay, yeah.
You should be able to just respawn a beast, though, yeah? Or did you use a curse? Josh?
Josh?
that?
Did it use up your curse, or are you able to go back
It
into beast
did.
mode?
No, I need to get back into beast mode.
But you can.
No, you can. Like, you can turn back into beast willingly, yes? But we don't have to try and progress anything?
No, we shouldn't have to.
Okay, so your mark is blue.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I've got a Margor on me that's close. Alright, there we go.
Your mark is blue, yes?
My mark is. No, I'm yellow.
What? I mean your mark is yellow.
What are you saying?
The beast mark. Are you back in beast form?
Oh, no. Now I am.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
So I need to be in the. Oh wait.
Turn back
You
to
need to
human.
No, that's me. I need to call it and then go turn
Oh.
into beast and then run back and zap it.
I am very cramped here with these 3 Mogwais.
Yes.
I don't have that much room.
Why do we give Ado the 3 marks?
It just happened like that.
Yeah, no, they spawned here.
Ready?
It's not...
Hold on.
Okay, wait. Do I need to be okay? When we say ready, when we say ready, does that mean we need to be in the thing?
Yeah,
Like
you just
standing
need to be-
inside the
you need to
canal.
be up in your tram station. Because
Yeah,
your little box is up in your tram station.
Haven't questioned it until now, but when the fuck did COD have this?
Since like Black Ops 1 in 2010.
Oh.
Well, I mean, Black Ops 1 didn't have this kind of stuff.
Moon. It had moon.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a. Okay, are we about ready? I'm going into the canal right now.
Yeah, you need to be. Wait, what?
Okay, I'm in the
You
canal.
open- you
I'm
the
in.
Tram station.
Yes, I'm staring at the shock
Alright.
box.
Everybody, on the count of 3, zap
Hold on.
your rails, and then whoever needs to call tram. I'll be ready here.
Oh wait,
Wait.
so I should be beast zap.
You need to be
Untransform?
beast, zap, untransform, call.
I gotta run the Margo around
Unless you-
again.
Unless you can call it in beast. I haven't tested it.
See, let me know when we're done with the yapping. Just so I'm not trying to say that rude, just so
No,
I
I
can
can't-
not
I
try to
can't
get
call it
myself
in
fucked.
beast.
Can't
Okay.
call it in beast. All right.
I'm ready to zap.
Okay, let me do a long round. I'll tell you when I'm in the station.
I need to do...
Ado,
Yeah.
what?
I need to train them, because, like, I don't have...
Yeah,
much-
that's arguably the worst thing we could have done for
I had all
Ado.
3 of them. It just they downed me. They teleported.
Okay, just for interest's sake, just shock them. Just shock one. I want to see if there's actually a timer.
Yeah, it is. They fade off.
They do. Okay.
There, I shocked my rat.
Alright. I don't see the rail. Oh, yeah, I see yours. Okay.
The hell was that?
And my Fumo is dead, so I am now this.
What do you mean your Fumo's dead?
He's on mobile. He's using his phone to track, I assume, so he ran out of his.
No, my GoPro ran out of battery.
Yeah,
Why
that's
the
what I
fuck are you using GoPro? Put it on the charger.
My webcam is being used by the wife.
Get a new one.
Yeah, okay.
Brilliant.
My
Webcam,
tram
not
station
wife.
is reset and ready to be zapped
Okay,
again.
so it's about 15 seconds. Alright.
Let me know when everyone's ready.
Okay, I can run up to the tram station now.
Alright,
Countdown?
Zap it, zap it, zap it, zap it.
3,
just
2,
zap it,
1,
yeah.
zap.
Wait.
Go.
Just zap.
Oh
One
my
zap.
god.
You got it, Adam.
Zap
You
it.
got it. That's it. Alright, call it,
Zapped
call
it.
it.
I'm fucking running to call it.
Yeah, baby! I think that's it.
Is it?
I think so. Hold on.
Train is moving.
I'm just making sure. Train's moving.
Did that hit it?
I don't know. No,
The
it,
worm
we
die.
missed it.
Did someone zap early?
Or it might have been late for yeah, because Addo said wait.
That's okay. That's okay.
Addo,
I
I know you're training three. You're training through Marguas. That it's really rough for you.
Yeah, I have tram on me again.
Okay.
So
Whoever's in canal has the shortest run to get back up to their tram.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
we can
I
do
was
it- we can do it
thinking.
again.
Okay. Hold on, Josh. I was thinking, Addo, when you have the second to run up into there and shock it, tell us when you're in the canal and like walking up the stairs.
Okay.
So we can start the countdown.
I'm gonna go now. I'm not going now. I'm going.
Hold
up
on,
now.
no,
going-
I don't
right?
have, I don't have my beast form. I had to turn back into human. My mark isn't blue.
I have to make another round then.
That's a 7TV thing. Shock 2 keepers and shock the last one when the train hits the gate worm is what someone's
yeah,
saying.
that's what I did, but I just missed it.
I mean, you guys are fast.
But really, yes. Because it gets people.
Yeah, I don't have blue still. So I think we need to send the tram through the fucking gate one again.
Either that or apparently Carla Margua.
I suppose that makes sense.
You're kidding me.
What?
Oh my god, I got around it. The Magua like fucking.
Can you
two of
become
them
base,
behind.
Seth?
Oh,
What? No, I'm still.
Okay.
Mark is still dead. So I think somebody needs to
Just kill one near
Oh,
the
just
beast
kill-
altar.
Yeah, just kill one in the beast altar. Okay.
I don't have any near me. And it's not the altar that's the problem. It's the fact I don't have the mark.
I was able to turn beast mode with a red mark.
You wanted to take one of Addo's Marguas?
I have another altar that I can go do. So Doey's calling the tram.
I am?
Alright.
You're in canal.
Wait, but I would have to untransform right now, which means I wouldn't be able to access my beast.
Oh yeah, you can hold after we compete. Which pedestal did you use?
The one closest.
Wow, what the fuck? Hello?
Oh.
Someone just killed
Still
me.
have NDA?
Yeah. It's
Dog,
an
it
infinite
lasts.
round.
Yeah, it's an infinite round. It doesn't matter. Are you getting him?
Infinite NDE. You're gonna have to keep walking around.
And I was asking
Little
if
spot here. There we go.
do you want me to try to do it? Yeah, I guess I'm doing it. Okay.
I mean, if you want to run over here, I can
Oh.
use the.
I ran out of beast.
Wait, you got it?
What do you mean you ran out of beast?
Oh wait, you're
I
saying
ran
we're
out of
swapping?
Yeah, we can.
Oh
swap.
shit! Yeah, I could see. Wait, we should be running. You shouldn't run out of. How the fuck did you run out of beast? Mine's only halfway.
I don't know. But it happened.
Okay. I can. Because apparently we can use altars despite not having the mark, so it's fine. It's good. Josh, there is one of their altars still back in spawn, or there's the one just over here to the right on canals, like just as you're entering.
He got slammed by the Margua. Oh, Zaf.
Me? No, there was no fucking.
Okay, yeah, I can become beast, so whenever everyone's
Curse
ready.
sleeps
Each time you
there.
get hit by the Margua, you lose some of the beast. Or,
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Where's their curse? Oh fuck, that's a hell of a run.
No, you got it.
I don't know if I got that man. Because do I call and then go run to Zap, or
So, do I, just to make sure, do I need to hit the tram?
you need to hit the last keeper as the tram is passing
In the
through
middle?
the gate worm?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Right.
God damn, is there really not? Oh, both of these fucking pedestals have been used up. You said we can kill a Margua near pedestal to refill it, or?
Apparently.
Take one of Addo's, please, so he's not dealing with 3. 2 is dealable. 3 is fucked. Miku. Ooh, you.
Hello. I hear you have Margas for me. Shock 2 keepers repeatedly until the train hits the gate worm in the middle. Shock the last keeper. Give me Marga. I would
Yeah,
make
so
a
that's what I did. That's what I did wrong first. I shot all three, and then they did the lasers, and then it went through. So Addo actually didn't do anything wrong. That's me.
Yeah, we know. We always blame it on you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. They caught a Miku. This is gonna be a little bit of a fucked run.
Nah, you got it. All right. So who's calling train? Just so I know.
I have
So I
to
know
call
where I'm
train.
looking. Okay. So, but who's
It's
got
coming from
train?
Footlight to Canals.
Okay. As long as I know where it's coming from, I should be fine. All right. Augur the Become Beast.
Now, do I? Because I don't know if I can make that run fully back. Is it smarter to
Why are you making a run?
call?
What run?
I have to make the run from that room to this tram.
You might be okay. Yeah. So you have to call it and then zap it. Is that what you're saying?
I either have to
Yes.
zap it and then call it,
We can try that.
Or-
Yeah.
because then that means I have to start here and then from here run and make it into there as a human by the time that
I have 3 again.
while
I
they're
think
still
you'll-
active.
I think you'll be able to do it.
Yo, I was really expecting at least one of them to spawn near the two little
All right,
shits over there.
Everybody become beasts, unless you haven't already.
Everybody,
We're all
already
beasts.
beast. Okay.
Okay.
I am ready to fucking. Wait, where's my?
Zaf, make sure you
Ice
run
Max.
as the beast
I'm in
until you
place.
have to hit it.
Now footlight.
Okay, wait.
That's
So
Canals.
tell me when I need to be ready to shoot in the train, or when I need to be in the train
That's
station.
Okay. Oh god.
No shot.
Get rid of this
Hello.
guys.
What?
Oh, my connection got interrupted for a sec there.
Oh.
Addo?
I'm good.
Okay.
What for what? What?
We're just making sure you were still alive.
Yeah.
I'm alive. I'm just trying to
Internet
stay
connection.
alive.
Yeah. We're good. Okay. So I need to shock, run, call tram while it is still active. While
Yes,
the lines
I
are
think-
still active.
I think
Okay.
you'll be fine.
I'm in my tram station ready to shock.
All right.
Let
I'll.
me know when you two are ready to. Or shock.
I'm gonna walk. I'm able to walk into the tram station right now. Should I? You good, Addo?
Yes. Now.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Zap.
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 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Last
Got turned
one.
around. I
There we
got
go.
turned around. I got turned around.
All right.
Okay. I really hope mine did count
Let me know as soon
because
as you count it.
the moment I
Let me
zap,
know as soon as you get it zap.
And it's called.
All right.
because I did zap it, but right when I was doing that, it said connection interrupted.
Your thing isn't zapped. Your lines aren't blue.
Mine?
Oh no.
Are you
No,
fucking
it's
kidding
a-
me?
Damn it.
I'm sorry. Was that mine?
Out of beast.
Oh,
we got it.
Wait! Wait!
Yeah,
Those
we got
lines
it.
weren't blue on my end.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, was it my lines? Wait,
I don't
wait,
know what it was.
shh.
I think it was just glitched on my end.
I'm so sorry. I really don't have time to explain. I have a universe to set right. Thank you and goodbye.
Apocalypse averted.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We did it.
Yeah.
Woo!
On my end, so Doey, I was confused because on my end I could only see the center here. I couldn't see the fact that your lines were lit over there. Because I could see
Yeah,
mine
no,
and
I was
Adam.
scared. The moment I was shocking it, it said connection interrupted.
Ooh, we got this big sword.
What? Where'd you get your sword from? Oh, there it is. You just walked into the center. There it is.
All right, so we can basically end now.
Yeah.
Origins.
Congratulations, Addo, you did it. You played your first of the Super Easter egg.
Thank you.
Yippee.
Dude, it won't let me switch my sword. Oh, there it is.
Actually,
Or
we
have,
might
like,
just need to
infinite
end.
go
see how sharp.
Joey to go jerk his shit. No, it should have been muted. I don't know. I gave you the power card shit. Do an origin snack or something? That's a great question. I think it's time to decompress before anything between VR
My
stream
internet.
followed by this stream and a couple of our internets and PCs are being weird.
Good idea. I'm gonna have to die.
Plushie shelf.
Free me.
I have.
Free me from this mortal plane.
No. I am a survivor.
No, I want to end.
No.
Kill myself with grenades. Kill myself with grenades. Kill myself with grenades.
Make sure you're pairing a pop flight. Yeah.
You're flying when you're playing Black Ops 3 PC. I see.
Oh, god damn it.
That's good to note. I have. Part 2. Yeah, everything. Well, I don't think pairing offline is really going to help all that much. The main method for dealing with it has been. Fucked. Are you guys winning? We did just win. That's why we're very.
Just kind of hanging out.
My Fumo died because my camera died.
So you're stuck in a permanent state of shock and awe.
Oh, fuck.
Josh, buy a webcam or. What phone do you have? Josh?
I'm out. Josh?
Josh?
Internet just fucking shit out.
Ah. How poetic.
No. Internet is good. I didn't go anywhere. Okay. I went to put my thing on charge. I just want this to end. I'm not moving.
Dad, I'm really fucking good at this. I keep fucking going.
Oh, hi, Josh. How you doing?
God damn it. Leave me alone.
Let me die.
No.
You'll never be able to follow me now. No. Oh. Bye.
That's an awesome job. Half with the football.
Oh. No.
I'm coming, Josh.
You are being
I know the
assisted.
perfect
Please do not
way.
resist. You think you're safe in the tram? I got I have Perka and NDE.
Fumo.
I run for days.
Oh, hi, Josh. Actually, I'm surprised they didn't give us Perka for the Easter egg. I thought it did. Oh, hi, Josh. All of us are here. That's fucked up. You can't die even if you want to. Wait, I have to go get Josh.
Yes. No.
This is the final stand here.
Yes. That's it.
Oh, it's a shame. Half missed the army. I don't have an actual 3D model of myself. Woman.
You missed Zaf's ass hanging out for half the
Oh,
stream.
God.
It wasn't hanging out.
Nando Ghidra asked me, Fuma.
Mine sticks out.
Why is he getting faster? So, Addo, the entire reason that we did Shadows of Evil is so we can get that little thing at the
Fumblings
bottom right-hand
everywhere.
corner
It's a
that we have
Fumo
so
frenzy,
much
baby.
money.
Puffed up like a frickin' balloon animal at a clown convention. You're surrounded by them,
Now,
drowning in their plush hugs. Can you smell
in
the
every
cotton? It's like a
single
Fumo orgy.
necessary
Stuffed
map, we get a
and
little
ready
piece
to
to add
pounce.
to that.
Just like my froggy fantasies. Dive into this fluff and let the Fumo foolishness consume you, because life's too short to be sane, you abominable sack of moronic molecules.
My Fumling. Wait, Zaf, say something. Why can't I hear you in your shit? What? What do you mean?
What?
Oh my god. That's awesome. Thanks, guys.
What?
I was referring to everyone that's appeared in chat.
Oh.
Didn't say anything. It's not like we're playing zombies for fucking hours.
It's okay, Zav. You can get the audio from my stream.
Or mine. It only dropped frames near the end.
It's not like I'm fucking making a video out of this.
That's fair. I'm just in a constant state of shock. Okay, so Origins.
Wait,
Just have a
actually,
look
should
at
I do
it.
that? Oh, I was really hoping it would put a little tiny pair of glasses on the smaller Puma.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Enlightened. Addo, are you feeling like you want to have a look at Origins, or are you about to go bedtime?
Are you fucking pooped out of zombies?
Dude. Oh my lord.
I'll take a look.
Oh,
Dude,
but he
I
doesn't
know
get to
this-
see the intro.
I know this
Yeah.
Easter egg like the fucking back of my hand.
He's
Other
gonna
than
have
the
to
staff
teach
upgrade
us.
steps.
Blow
I
by,
don't
bro.
remember any. Actually, I'm still getting eye staff.
I'm getting wind. I'm getting blow.
I think I think literally
blow
on my
staff.
phone I still have the steps.
What is it called? Wind stick?
You
What
were
do we
you were
call it?
lightning.
No, I was ice. No, Derizen
I was talking about
Drock.
Josh. I was talking about Josh.
Oh.
Josh
No,
was
I
lightning.
was wind. I was wind.
No, you were not.
No, he was wind.
Because it was the blow stick.
The blow
I
stick.
remember.
No, he was lightning because he insisted on doing the jumps for the fucking lightning
Did
staff.
I?
Yes. We're like, Josh,
I'm-
why are you doing this on 300 fucking ping? He's like, no, I got this. Check it.
Mechanization is an abomination.
I think he was trying to grab it, but I still think at the end he went ice or wind staff, right? Because
Yeah, I did
you
wind
called I think you called dibs on the lightning staff.
No, it's
I think he did.
Because fire was firecock. I remember.
Okay, I know Josh used the wind staff. He might have done the lightning staff steps.
He might have grabbed the lightning staff. That is true. Oh wait, now we can do this.
Oh my god, I remember. Oh my god, it's so much nicer to be here than in Shadows of Evil. God damn, man.
Also, you know why this place is so much nicer? I have electric cherry again.
Oh,
guys are so
Yippee.
bad.
We're so freaking back, dude.
Give me perk
What's
on
that
this
little
map.
thing up the top right does again?
What are you talking about, top right?
There's a little dial.
Oh,
that
that's
popped
letting
up.
you know what, which, generators you have turned off.
Many will die by my hand.
Boom.
Also, the other announcer.
Yeah, it's nice, huh?
Oh, the shit, bro. No thanks. Why did you go this way?
God, if we were... Addo, if you were lost in Shadows, you're gonna get lost here very easily.
Oh no, it's not even
yeah.
that bad. It's not as bad as Shadows.
It's
hit
not
tab
terrible.
And look how much collectibles there are.
Yeah. Oh.
Power must. I forget that you have to turn on power to fucking use box in this map. That's fucked up. It got me fucked up.
Did someone take the fucking...
The disc? Yeah, man.
No, I meant the shovel. Where's the shovel spawns?
Yes. I fucking
Alright,
took the
was I
shovel
supposed to pick
spawn.
that donut?
Yes.
Okay.
It's important. You need it for your 1-inch punch later.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm not even kidding you. It is the 1-inch punch followed by the fist of iron.
Oh,
Kermit
okay.
died.
Where's the robot? I want to show Addo the robot.
We had
Noah? Hi,
We have
welcome in, Raiders.
Farbot.
Oh my god.
We're
Welcome,
still waiting
Raiders.
on the next boss.
Hi.
I know,
Oh, what was that?
Advance.
what were you up to? How was the games today?
That was stream.
In there, Jack. I'll do what I can.
That's right. There's a shield piece in every.
I gotta-
There's,
I gotta turn up the voices.
Hope
Because I wanna, this time I wanna pay more attention to what the characters are saying to each
I
other.
will feel no shame to die in battle.
It's a lot of fun. Wait, what's the name?
Oh, we have close robot, and it is. What foot is it? What foot? Oh my god.
How
what foot?
Battlefield.
It's
Black Ops.
No Man's. It's No Man's Foot.
It's been
I
pretty good.
will
Kinda
not
stressful.
succumb
We
to your sickness.
finished one Easter egg actually.
We did Shadows of Evil.
And nearly
Shadows of
shadows of shitted ourselves.
First
Shitted
time
of
doing
evil.
it, kind of.
Oh God, no,
scared,
no! It's
But it was good.
it's the other foot. It's the other foot. It's the other foot.
Where am I going?
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll let you know. I don't have indie.
Neither do I. This is a very fucking. Are we actually considering this a run, or are we just kind of throwing ourselves?
I think we wanted. I think I wanted to at least try to see if I remember how to put the staff together. Not even the pack punch it. And to remember.
If you do need a raid run, and that goes for any other raiders as well.
Your touch offends me.
Food or maybe something to drink.
Oh, you had it.
I'm pretty sure it is late for you.
I do.
Imagining.
I don't have the points
you
to
know,
fucking
we
turn
will
this
show you
thing
how
on.
to go. I do
Should be a
appreciate
shovel
it.
spawn.
So,
Yes, I already grabbed
support,
shovel spawn.
Thank you so much for raiding in today.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by.
Yeah, I gotta go get something. Go eat something. Kind of hungry.
Yeah, let's get some food. Like,
Noah, are you a cereal person?
What do you think, Mr. Crab?
Yeah.
Night cereal.
Who the fuck doesn't?
cereal. I eat midnight cereal. I have.
We know. Well, no, you can usually dig it up earlier.
Dry. I eat mine dry as well. I eat cinnamon toast crunch dry.
Ooh. I got more open to. I've gotten more open
Cinnamon
to
Toast Crunch
milk.
You're confusing that with Captain Crunch.
Ah.
No, cinnamon toast crunch.
Yeah, I was saying Josh was confusing it for Captain Crunch. He said, "How are you not cutting up your mouth by doing that?" I was like, 'Cause you confused it for the wrong crunch.
This explains a lot. Whoa. Eating cereal dry is normal. I swear. I'm also
When y'all-
lactose intolerant, so it's like, you know.
What the hell?
Lactose intolerant.
You lactose?
I lactose.
So that's why you like to eat.
But
Joey,
I
you have money.
Oh, this empty board.
Give me a second.
I cannot outrun my enemy.
Ah, there it is.
In this mud.
Where the fuck's my goddamn game?
We must strike while we have the advantage.
I'm here for the ride, though. Can we drive the mech?
How cool is the robot Shadows?
Manifests itself from the thin air.
Why does he
Isn't
look
it
like
so much nicer
he looks
than
like
Shadows
that
of
Hey, Giant.
big tin guy? I don't know what's his name?
Iron
movie.
Giant?
Iron
The
Giant.
Iron Giant. The big
For a
tin guy.
moment, the box no longer commands an offering.
But you understood what I was saying.
Oopsie.
Took too long, Joey.
As the 115 generator.
Oh fuck!
Hey,
It's
really
snowing.
enjoy being part of your fan community. Would you mind adding me up on Discord? Random people from stream. Sorry.
Where?
Oh, restricted.
Night.
Why isn't it snowing?
Wait, what do you mean? Why is?
Elsewhere, foul
Are you
demon.
trying to get the snow pieces?
Yeah, I don't care who gets what pieces. I just enjoy collecting the staff pieces.
Okay. Do you know where the other spawns for the shovel is? I got the lizard skin in Fortnite. Excellent.
There's one in church. I think there's one in the center. That's a good old granny. Is that the actual building?
These mechanical giants must be destroyed.
Whoa.
Every giant.
Jesus
We got
Christ.
We got a foot here? Oh, we got a foot here.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't check that.
We may use the enemy
We don't got
armor
foot
to our
nowhere
advantage.
in middle.
Is shovel lower or upper church?
Lower church, I want to say?
I know there's an item in lower church.
Yeah,
Lower?
it's for Max's drone. What lower?
Oh.
The
Chat
the
lower.
church. Yeah, see, I still somewhat know my shit. It should be just propped up on one of the.
Oh,
walls now.
found it.
I
Yeah,
will
next to the
take
tank.
shovel, so I may
If
uncover
you're wondering,
that
it was
which
here.
is buried.
I'm not wondering, because I'm always good as fuck, and I always grab the fucking.
I'm sorry. Okay,
Shovel.
I thought we were already losing fucking the thingies on like round 5.
Oh man, fucking, I got a chance at my fucking free gobble boom.
Oh, well, damn.
Oh hell yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Oh,
Can you hear
look
me?
at that.
Please, you
Thanks,
have to
Titus.
help me. I'm trapped here. I just want to go home.
So muddy.
Thank you, spooky little doll.
Her name is Samantha.
It was you who first drew blood.
She will not stop.
Oh wait, snow. Huge. Got it.
Wait, which part did you get?
North. I got the upper one, so I got the right. You can
There
hit
we
tab
go.
and C. You can hit select.
Oh yeah, I just don't know where each one comes from, nor do I know what the fuck you mean by north. You act like as if we have a solid north direction.
If we're starting at the bottom of the map,
Who the fuck says it starts at the bottom?
everyone?
I don't know.
Oh,
son.
fuck. Yep.
I'm coming out of.
Oh, perhaps this weapon was buried by the Germans, man.
Don't worry, I got the one that's crawling. Stop it.
I'm happy.
I will say I will try to grab south.
Top piece of ice staff in your church. Well, yeah,
With
middle
other
Oh,
pieces
I got
of
the
this
spawn.
staff of some kind.
And then the centerpiece will be in No Man's Land somewhere.
No Man's Land is
The middle of the map.
Jug.
What? No Man's Land is the entire center of the map.
So we're
Wait,
jug
no, no,
around
have
the
to be
jug
past here.
area.
So the map is
Oh,
divided
about
up
there? Okay.
into segments based
Starts
on
at the
where the
bottom.
giants walk.
Starts with one thing. I don't know why.
Doesn't even matter how hot I try. Decide to fry.
Got no games to buy.
Dinky.
There we go.
Ha! There you go, Doy.
Yay. We
We
already
just
got
need the actual
the.
gramophone.
Oh, I'll go grab it.
Grabophone.
Grab a phone. It was no. You go down.
You need to get into center, and that's
Got it.
usually where
Does
the
gramophone
yeah,
factor
you place
into the
that, and that
Germans'
opens up the entire
plans?
bottom area.
That was in church,
Individual
right?
place. What, ice? Yes. Ice church, I want to say.
Hell yeah, mine. Do we already grab all of them? No, we still need what's the last one? Oh, we need 5 and 6.
Oh, generator. Yeah.
But you said wait, no, I think I know where ice is. Ice the near stamina? Oh fuck, I'm getting confused now.
No.
Where's
so
the jug?
Fire spawn.
Okay.
Wind is on the right side. I think that's Gen 4.
Oh yeah, wind is jug.
No.
No, it is. I just looked. It literally had an arrow that said wind.
Oh, so then Thunder's the other one over there. Because Ice is
Church?
Ice is church. I'm almost positive Ice is church.
I'm pretty sure it is. Fur.
You gotta charge him. Fucking generator.
Oh,
right.
We need to fill up this box as well.
Fire staff. Important. I'm also looking for the last shield piece. If y'all... Get out of there! It should be somewhere in the northern part of the map. So where we are, by church, this is north.
It seems clear that
Or you can just call it
music
church.
may be the riddle solution.
We could learn.
Wait, I can. Oh no, I need to keep the gramophone until
Yes.
I grab the piece, right?
Gramophone is used to open up your...
Yeah, but I need to keep it there until I grab it, right?
Hello?
Nah, you're not
Your
allowed.
mantle.
Nah, you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
Ancient
Oh damn.
Oh yeah, this is the we call this the crazy place, Addo. So
like
this
the
would
crazy
be
We call it. It is, like, canonically, it's the crazy.
yeah, we as in everyone. Hello, Peter. Welcome to Fortnite. Oh, Addo, jump in behind us.
So you're gonna go off to the right here and grab this piece, Josh.
Yeah, I am understanding. I am learning.
Oh.
Good. I'm grabbing the gramophone.
Are you? Oh, that's a. Is that a KM?
You mean like right here?
Yeah, right here on this little thing. You jump off.
Huh.
You fucked it up.
You fucked it up again? Proud of you, Josh.
Dog.
Dog?
Why couldn't I jump off?
Railing. You know the things that
I
keep children
tried.
from jumping off of things?
Yeah, it freaking worked, dog. I can't believe that. And I'm back at spawn.
Thompson.
Ado, I'll show you where the staffs are kept once you get the pieces.
I need to buy ammo at some point.
Probably should.
Oh, hey.
Oh, wait, shit. How do you actually extend the rest of it?
What?
Oh, never mind, I'm dumb. I had to place the gramophone down.
I got a cough.
Plus, she was too short to...
A lot of jumping. So, trees are actually really good at being, get this, rooted into the ground.
Oh my god.
Ado.
Bruh,
Ado,
I couldn't
gun.
jump.
I'll take one of these things.
I'm dying, guys. I'm good now.
Day 56 of trying the no cough challenge.
Let's get it.
That's what it felt like.
Somehow linked to the fate of the child.
Yeah, these are the...
99% accurate.
Oh god.
I'm glad we're all tapped into the fucking same wave.
So wait, what staff would we try to get Ado to go on?
Your last breath will freeze.
Oh
within
wait,
your
I
throat.
forgot. That works.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Thank you, Lemuria. I don't even
Josh,
have to
you
know.
actually have to stand on the plate. Just stand on the metal.
Oh, do
I
you?
just know it's you. I just know it's
Oh,
gonna be
robot,
you.
robot. What foot is it? Is it this foot?
I'm on.
Hold on.
Back on.
Oh wait, am I gonna die? Oh, we good.
I'm gonna do something silly. I almost just died. Missed the opening.
Oh. Oh, you got the... yeah, that's the wind stuff. I definitely did
All
it.
the generators are up and running.
Yeah, it's back a bunch.
Already?
When all is
Yeah.
done, I will transport this
I
machine.
got Boom Hill,
We
though.
turned in shadows.
No.
In shadows, we got
No.
we got
That's
pack a
not
punch it.
my thing.
Yeah, wind was mine. 'Cause I
wanna-
remember I had to
You
go in the
wanna
foot.
talk about being stepped on?
I do.
Yeah, there's at least 2 people here.
I curse this
Hi, Boongar.
debilitating
I just wanna
mud.
be embraced in
Infinitely
a
be more
warm hug.
excited about that.
There's one person here that already has art.
You.
Yep, but good. Yeah, congrats. You singled it out.
Did you just call yourself an it?
No, I meant
No,
the
the mystery.
shush.
You
Yeah.
douched the mystery.
I thought he called himself an it.
The
Already
the charge.
but,
Yes, you are.
no.
You folded so easily.
You know, I got a great influence.
So his pronouns are it.
Sure. You know what? Just for the shits and giggles.
Just so you know, Fear and Headlights is over now.
You're really fucking bad about that.
Josh,
On.
I hope you make sweet love to a pipe going at least 20 miles towards your face.
Hey guys,
you
can we
say
end
that,
this?
like-
I'm really tired now.
No, you're not.
No, Josh is infinitely more likely to make sweet love to a rake that he's forgotten is on the ground and just part 2 initially fucking swing that shit on
There
that.
is a way to open the gateway.
I'm putting the gramophone down at the thing.
He said,
Hi, chat. You're not going to see me move for a second, and if you're wondering why, it's because I need to open the wind staff guide, which I actually still have pinned.
Oh fuck,
Father
I'm
said
dead.
the chambers were doorways.
Coming, Zap.
Opened by the sounds
No
of
way.
the ancients.
Hi.
You look like Uber hack.
Ow. Well, never mind. God damn.
Only with all can Agartha be reached.
I was really hoping that one had lights. It in fact did not have lights.
Am I
Oh,
gonna be able
fuck.
to- Should I go back and get? How do I?
Oh, are they both down? Oh, wait. Actually, where are y'all at? Close.
Matt.
Church?
Snurch.
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 Um,
Snurch. It's fine. You're snipe. Snipe. You're no snipe. My
I'm gonna
snipe.
get this my freaking zombie, bruh. I'ma get him.
Name me the
I'ma
Snurch.
get him.
No, Snurch.
No.
Yeah, we're doing this one because this one's next to the church.
Okay.
Okay, get ready to run into the portal.
Man. I don't think we're gonna get them.
I'm dead.
Oh, shit. I really gotta stop this dying thing.
Welcome to dead.
It was you who first drew blood. Your touch offends me.
Has an extra? Hell yeah.
Oh,
I
think we're fine, honestly.
Shield part. Wait, I think it should be near you guys here, on the muddy path.
The Boom Hill Dog.
Nope. Okay. We're just missing the top part of the shield.
That's interesting. Anyways.
Oh god, I feel so good about putting the Shadows of Evil guide away.
That's the hardest one.
Why? Adorable.
No.
Okay.
Not even.
2 up, L.
We know not what we have done.
That's
Okay.
the easiest.
Dot.
Yeah.
Hold
It's
dot.
just time
Hold.
consuming.
Double L.
The Rod Crovey is the longest.
That fucking thing. L
Yeah.
and sort of E.
Oh, L is for the way you look in.
Savagery is all you possess. I am low on ammunition.
Okay, just try to keep the zombies going, but I, So what the fuck is this one? Is this just a square? That is a square. That is, L-I.
Our neighbors true.
Dot 2. Ill. I'm almost done. And then single dot is I. And we got it.
Okay.
You're getting closer.
And then I need to find 3 tombstones.
How did I
With-
lose my weapon?
What do you mean you lost it?
You died. You had meal kick. That was your third gun.
Okay.
We got scammed. We got scammed.
So Kane 44 to the right. All these squares make a circle. Oh yeah. Oh god. Why am I being the one carrying? That's not right. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Hold on.
Coming.
Okay.
That's Panzer, dog. I
Oh,
don't know if that's-
oh,
that's not a good
Panzer.
idea. Yeah.
I have released a demon.
Oh.
hey man, leave me alone, alright?
All right.
Yeah. They,
Okay.
they
Look,
decided
pal.
to,
I don't like how you're looking at me.
Zap.
They decided to
Cool
end
to me.
round. No.
I dead. I just got stomped on.
Oh,
You know what? I think you can wait. That was your favorite way to go out.
Of all that remain. Your sins will not go unpunished.
Oh, is that? Oh, fuck.
If I make it, good. If I don't, well damn.
I think it's dead.
How do I get there?
This end
You go up the stairs.
God, this place is a maze.
Oh!
Thank you. Oh, I need ammo.
Okay, KN44
So always
tombstones.
check to see if the fucking hatch is openable.
Ah.
Understand what we have done.
Flying in.
I thought then you, oh wait, do you have to actually shoot with a normal ass gun? That's fucking weird. The fucking tombstones, you have to shoot them with a normal ass gun.
Yeah.
Not pack-a-punched.
No, Boomhilder's just a little different. It's a little funky. It's got different bullet properties.
I'm trying to do this without looking at my phone so I don't lose track. Actually, hold on.
I'm just following Doey, trying to.
Footprint near mound wooden scaffolding.
Grab that. There you go. Oh, this doesn't work. The pack gun does work. Because
Get a shower. Good luck with the shower, Nanta.
sorry, literally all three of you tried talking at once.
My bad. Fire stuff done.
You can get me out. You can open the gateway to Agartha.
Yeah, Mauser's MA.
Weird. Says near scaffolding.
What are you trying to do? What are you looking for?
Me, tombstones.
Oh, yeah, it's.
I got KNs. There is one. I put it near the scaffolding around Pack-a-Punch. I'm trying to remember which part specifically. What's the next one?
It's the one all the way out by that first tank station where Box is. And then there's the one oh I guess that is KN, yeah, that you were talking about.
Yeah. Is it? So it's near scaffolding, and I guess it's like... Wasn't it like blended into the fucking graveyard?
No, I thought it was like actually it's right there.
Oh, hey.
We must understand what we have done.
Yeah, Mauser doesn't work because it has knockback on it. It's not a standard projectile.
Okay, and then let me see what I put for the last one again. Tank station in the back to the left of the broken bot.
Yeah. You could actually, if you're a fucking gamer, you can snipe it from mound in the center.
You made me really want to do that, but also I'm not going to take that chance. Because I'm going to keep trying.
Not just a gamer. I gotta switch over to Josh's POV and he's just fucking standing there.
I'm tired, man.
How?
Took it out of me.
Bruh. Dude even had a monster.
Yeah, put me to sleep.
You're the broken robot.
Yeah, yeah.
Shit.
It's, is it next to the hand? I want to say.
What constitutes the foot being able to be opened again? Flashing lights?
The lights, yeah, on the bottom of it.
Yeah.
It's not near the hand.
I think this is your opening spot to see where it's at. Is the lower part of the wall there. You could stand on tank.
I curse
Oh, well,
this
it's up to left.
debilitating mud.
Huh?
Left. Okay, you're going right there.
Our labors prove fruitful.
There you go.
Ow, my ears.
And now you got to go line up
How?
the.
But you were so much closer than my father ever got.
It says turn the levers till they're blue.
Yes, go line up the balls in the mound.
Oh, fuck.
Balls.
You right. Do I have to shoot? Oh, no, it's levers.
Yeah, you flippy the lever until all of them are blue, and then you shoot the ball with your fucking staff.
The wall.
Ball. Balls. Balls. Balls.
I think what would be good is like maybe once or twice before we get another chance. Like maybe Addo or Zaf, y'all can like just do practice runs.
Practice?
Just so Addo gets more comfortable playing it.
You're honored. No.
Quactus.
I will be playing Warframe after this.
We should try this.
That's blue.
I know, I just realized I'm stupid.
You just realized you're stupid? Oh.
No, I mean that's always been
We're
on
in
the table.
trouble.
I make it stupid. I remember where the fucking...
Hey, the drum part.
Why?
It may be wise to retain this,
But
in
don't
case a
fucking
use
mess up
presents
the
itself.
drum part.
God, I fucking never remember where these goddamn switches are. Oh, hi, zombie. Just a storm, Dick. Sit down.
It's
Storm, Dick.
the lights.
Turn the lights, turn the lights. No, I'm not feeling it. You gotta go
Have
up
you
the
seen
around the
that-
other side.
Have you seen that freaking speed run that someone did in
you go.
Origins, where instead of shooting
Well-
the foot, they knifed it as the foot came down?
Sure.
It's freaking nuts.
Also, Joey, if you're feeling quirky, you can jump down by mule kick, and you can jump up and hit the lever. Yes, you can just jump and interact. See?
Oh, that's the one I needed.
Watch out.
You're climbing. Hey, and a ball.
Okay. Oh, wait. Ball? I need a... What was
Down
it?
at the
Shoot
bottom.
it?
Down at the bottom.
Wow. Oh?
There it goes. It just takes a second. And now you gotta go put your staff back in the crazy place. Back in the little pedestal. Eat its souls.
So... Which staff are you going for, Zaf?
Fire.
Huh?
Oh, fuck.
Fire. You have to go revive Atto. You're stitching Atto.
Addo, it was 2 numbers.
It was one zombie.
Damn, I gave you too much credit. Come on.
So, what happened was, it was going on you, and I ran up, so I was like, oh, it's on you. And then he turned around, and then...
Oh, I'm back in the mound.
We had to run back anyways, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
There's jokes to be made there.
Or actually, it's more or less that we have to, you know, kill things to
Oh boy, Andy.
charge the staff. Hey, at least you... No, that's really not good, is it?
Okay. Never mind. This is the fucking giant already winning.
It is unwise to stand in the path of the robot.
Stupid.
Oh my god.
Chungus.
Addo, be careful. There's a robot about to do steppies.
Ow! Yeah, I see that.
The gramophone's still placed down at the wind staff next to Jug. If you know where Jug... I'm starting to realize you might not know where Jug is. You know where to put it down, right? It's Addo.
What?
You know where I placed the gramophone down where we came in to the crazy place? Take that as a no.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Oh. Being stupid, hold on. Shit.
Another news. Fire hot. This water isn't wet.
Did not know I need to keep that in mind. Down here? Underground?
We're going to the crazy place. Yeah. Welcome to
wind?
the underground. Yeah, it's next to wind. But I'm charging the ice.
Okay, I'm not going down to it.
Can somebody pick up the gramophone? I would like to.
Addo is right next to wind.
You will burn for all eternity.
If you, yeah, put the gramophone down there.
Okay.
Yeah, if you know where the, if you go towards the,
Though lost for centuries, the power of the ice staff is now in your hands.
Do I go through that portal?
No, to the left of the portal, there is a little gramophone.
I need to pick
Yep.
Wait, no, fire spawn. I'm stupid shit. God damn it.
Easter egg.
Easter egg?
We're not trying the Easter egg yet. We're mostly just getting the feel for it. I mean, I got my ice turf.
We're only just kind of playing through it just to remind ourselves, especially myself, how to do this thing.
Oh fuck, we forgot the souls.
Yeah.
Coming back to you guys.
I'm trying to get stepped on as well.
That
I knew you were a
See?
freak.
See?
That's why his feet are.
Everyone
That's why
else
he's.
wants to be stepped on. Not me.
Oh, Godspeed.
Nah,
we
we
just
won't be- we
finished
won't be
Shadows of
complaining
Evil.
Not me.
Schmatters of Schmeevel. Smash me, schma.
sounds about right. Hi, Horizon.
That's why Addo's. Oh wait, no, Josh is getting staff.
I am, yeah.
Oh, is that?
Hey,
do
we're
I?
using Gen 5.
I'm working on Gen 5. I'll go remove its balls. I'll make them regret ever being born.
Please show us become a rug. I don't want it to be stepped on. I actually
raised to be a warrior.
Getting into the hole in
No comment.
The spirits have brought forth a generous gift for us all.
The other ones, however, cannot speak for that.
It was you who first drew blood.
I can't remember.
I am imbued with great power.
Fire stuff done. The
Huh?
kills in there.
The fire staff step? Give me a second.
Yeah, because I think your first step was shooting the little ice plates, right?
Give me a second. I am trying to remember. Trying to do this.
That's all I had to do was just get the crystal in there. We're good
God damn it, man!
Something about
filling up the basins. I'm always powerful.
yeah, fill up multiple cauldrons in the fire area with souls.
Even in greater numbers, you will fall before me.
Oh my god.
The ding dong.
I am right next to Pack Punch. Like the very tip of the tip.
I would like you to know, my two weapons currently consist of Arc 5 and Mauser.
Dog.
I have 710 points. What do you want me to do?
Gobble gum. Revive me. I have wait, you can build the fire staff.
What do you fucking think I'm trying to do?
Well, if you run up here, I can cover you. For like 5 seconds. I'm gonna die.
No. Ow. Ow.
Ah. Got you.
Kills. Its frost is mine.
Holy shit.
You can charge shot stats.
Yeah, only when they're upgraded. No, mine's upgraded.
I mean, only. You're the staff.
Huh?
So you were the only other one with a staff. So who else would I be talking to when I was talking about charge shots?
I'm just teaching people. Or just asking.
I cannot fire
Dumb.
without ammo.
You also have the insta revive.
Oh yeah, I do, don't I?
The Germans alone could not have created this.
Ow!
So
I know not
fucking
if this is
loud. I
science
forgot how loud
or
the
magic.
fire staff is. Oh my god.
Max ammo.
It's
Carpenter. Double points.
Also, good luck to Mr. Lightning, bro. Joey, I'm almost.
I was ice. I was absolutely ice. Because I remember everyone else was talking shit about ice.
Only because of our dire situation. I am willing to meddle with this.
Plus, that's also why I have it like highlighted in my notes. I mean, I have all the staff steps like written out, I think. For each staff, sort of.
We cannot allow them to kill the Americans.
You looked like you were having trouble, Addo.
You are no match for a samurai.
Carpenter. Double points.
That was Josh not going to be the blow stick.
Totally, definitely a ray gun. But Josh needs to get all these fucking parts for the wind staff.
Oh,
Wait,
the lightning
ray
staff
gun, guys.
hasn't even been tried.
I
Nice.
got Ray Gun Mark II.
Ooh, that's a really good one for headshots. Also, I got a little bit of money.
Wow.
Yes. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, it's not greedy. It's called I took the parents' credit card.
Oh god.
Okay, well, that was...
I'll go towards Addo.
Sorry, Josh, you don't get any perks back.
That's
I
alright.
wait, Addo, you have NDE?
I don't have any perks.
No.
Who the fuck had NDE?
Me.
Oh, you ran out.
Yeah.
Damn, I need to
Maybe
respend.
I'll sacrifice just a little bit of it.
Wow. Okay, not that way. Gotcha.
Oh my god.
Addo, grab that. Grab zombie blood. Right here. There you go.
Go unnoticed by your prey.
Right, it's round 12. I can still whack him. Never mind.
Your touch offends me.
Whacked APP.
Oh my god, Josh Alrega. He needs to be revived.
We'll break you.
Just sick. Pop shock, sure, I can. Black Panther.
Hey, don't pick him up. I got. Oh, we didn't have perks anyways. I have ND now. You didn't just. Josh! You can't just do that without telling anyone. There's people in front of that fucking vehicle. You piece of shit.
I'm sorry. No, but you got on me to do that.
Addo was literally in front of the fucking vehicle.
He would have lived. He'd be fine.
Josh.
Did you guys get the part?
No.
So if you hit tab,
There's a
Yeah, I see
magical
it.
tool.
Come on. I'm here.
cool, we're all in the
I've
tank.
reached an HQ drink. Oh, hell yeah.
I'm gonna try and do this again.
HQ drink, let's go. No stream more.
There we go.
Get out of here.
So is no one else gonna try and shoot
And
for taking JP?
I tried or didn't realize. I realized I couldn't.
I can go.
Is this foot lit?
Yeah.
The spirit of my ancestors.
Flush and
are with
fun,
me.
sir.
Oh right, this thing's on cooldown.
I don't think it's just a round. Or I don't think it's round based. It's time based.
Rust Gen 3. Innovation spells? I don't think we've ever done this any more inefficiently.
Oh, you remember we have to do the soul step, right? That we haven't even started anywhere. I think we're beyond efficient. Or inefficient. We're just fucked.
Such crude methods prove effective. Too many of them. Where the fuck are you guys?
Huh?
Perhaps you will choose to sacrifice yourself for the greater good.
It's great for a point gun with double points. Double tap.
For the moment, we need not worry about ammo. Come on.
Mushroom handsome. Ooh, there we go.
I got some kind of stink all over me. I think it's making them back off.
Shopping free. Fuck. Did you fail the jump into mound?
No. I just keep
Yeah, if you-
getting stuck by mud.
Addo, when you're using the ray gun Mark II, headshot multiplier on it's ridiculous. It does a lot of damage when you have. We're moving now, by the way.
In one spot is technically dangerous. We must keep
Um,
moving.
grabbing the electric parts. What parts is coming up when we're riding into the church?
It's the one in the center. You have to jump off of the tank and into the mound. You should see the little branching out wood platform. Just
Addo, do you see where he is? Do you see where he is?
on me.
When
You see the
you
platform?
when you can make
One
the
by?
jump.
Jump on it.
You
Jump on this
think
little
jump
button.
it? Run, run. Yes. Okay, I
keep running
don't.
in there. Just keep
Okay,
running
what's
into
the
it.
last one? What's the last one?
It's up at the church. It's the last like the window up there.
Yeah, I just need to remember when to jump.
It's on
Is
your
it on the right?
It was you who first
You
drew
should see
blood.
the little pathway on the right side towards the church.
I think I'm pretty safe in here.
Is that right?
Yeah. Definitely.
I missed it.
I can 100% go for a piss right now.
Into the breach.
Joey. This right here. This pathway on the right side.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I think right around that moment I was having to brush zombies off. Or I was just... Okay, to be fair, when you're not looking for... I was thinking inside the fucking church. But it is inside the church, so I mean, I'm invalid, but... To what extent?
Yeah, dick.
Oh, hey.
No,
Sakya
wait,
with the
that's a bad
coconut
idea.
pie.
We've done this. Wait, is that the better? No, this is the better one for the drone. Even if I forget to grab the drone after using it for the one step, I have to come running all the way back.
Didn't we? No, not only did we fuck it up once, did we do it twice when we ran it back with Drunken? We forgot that step. You made sure you were going to grab it. I think you forgot to grab it.
That was, I know for our pinnacle run, yes, I did forget to grab it. Our penultimate run of this map, yes, I forgot to grab the Max's drone, and I had to run while everyone was screaming at me for not having grabbed it.
High crime!
Kind of need to release it for last out.
Crime, I was streaming RuneScape yesterday.
Fuck, I don't want to go to work.
I went for a
Dang,
piss. I feel so much better.
Oh, dude, I have to pee so bad. So it's fucking torment. What I
You I was gonna say, if you want me to keep cover on you, if you want to go piss. Was there a zombie on your ass?
No. I'm gonna sit right by Jug. You cover me.
It's not hiding here.
Best of luck. Joey, by the way, that's you. I was referring to. You're right by me.
Yeah, I know. I'm dragging the one zombie. I'm saving it down to one. Oh shush! What is it for you? Like 10 p.m.
11.
Aw. 11. You've softened up. Actually, no. Actually, you would go to bed. You just used to, when we used to do drinking stuff events, you just started like what? Fucking. Jesus, it's fucking 11 a.m.
Oh my god.
Josh. Because it would start at like 8. So it would be like, what? 1? At least it was noon. Look at him. He's sort of gotten better. I say that, but he came in here as like, I have full beers.
I curse this debilitating mud.
I'm surprised I have not been attacked yet.
Yeah, there's one zombie left.
Oh, okay.
Y'all want to do anything before we kill Mr. Zombert? You, Josh?
Find the shield part.
Oh, Josh is dead. Hey, Josh dead? Yeah.
Ah. Welcome
Hey,
in.
you
3
back?
streams straight.
Wow, I did not put anything for the shield parts.
Whoops. Oops,
I?
There. Oops. Did I get a 3 stream straight?
Did I do that?
I'm still alive. I'm just very.
We meant. Josh's brain is only capable of doing one Easter egg per night. After that, his brain clocks out.
Yeah.
It's done on its shift, I guess.
I received the commission I bought today. Oh, hell yeah.
Love to hear it.
It's very nice.
Also, if it wasn't said before, welcome back from shower, Monto.
Yes.
Yeah.
How was the shower?
Listen to these bandwagoner.
You know what? That's it. Next shit's coming out sideways.
You know what? That's it. Loggers. Loggers.
You know, it doesn't come up on my end,
Whoa,
so it's just
stop it.
all caps.
Yes.
Oh my
Fine. Oh, Edo, you just
Where's
still
the
there.
shield part?
Yeah, I'm just still chilling here at where I found the part.
Ah.
Yeah. It's very safe.
I trust it.
Yeah, it's safe because there's one zombie.
Yeah, I know. I know. I realized that.
I've deduced that
The
the shield part
spirits
isn't
continue to manipulate
Shield
the
part's
world
what?
around us.
real. Not real. Somebody definitely shoved it up their ass or something.
Wasn't there one inside a station or no underground area, like the one of the staff tunnels? Okay, what parts have we grabbed? We're missing the visor. Was the visor at the beginning of the map?
No, that's the feet. The brace. I always call it the feet. So it looks like the bottom part of the shield, like you could plant the shield on the ground.
So we got that one. We got the one near Jug.
Maybe?
Okay, so you know the little circle area that's around Pack?
Yes.
There's a shield part typically there.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
grabbed
talking
one in
about,
there.
Prime.
You got that one?
I grabbed the one in the little up top area.
There we
Because
go.
that was the body. Are you talking about like the wood scaffolding around the area, or just like the little
mud
stone platform? Oh, yeah. No, okay. So I grabbed the body from over here in the 1 footprint.
Wow.
I thought there was one in each like major sector of the map.
Kind of.
Because the map is divided into 3 lanes, right? There's the robot that walks the first lane at spawn. There is the robot that walks the center, no man's land. And there's the robot that walks church. Which is the north end, or the top end of the map. And that's how the ice staff is divided. That's how the Maxis drone is divided. I was almost positive that's how the shield was divided.
Josh,
Yeah, what's up?
why aren't you looking this up?
What?
Because
the
he's
real
tired.
No, the shield.
The shield.
stuff? Oh.
I know he's tired. I'm just trying to give him something to stimulate his brain.
Brain is enough. Aim for the prostate.
Did you get the wheelbarrow one?
The what?
At
Oh,
spawn? Yes.
Did you get generator 2?
Gen 2 is... We're looking for the visor. Spawn
The second
places.
location could be on the roof of the building right next to generator 2. Dash
Yeah. There's more spawn locations than that, Josh.
The third location could be in a wheelbarrow past the staircase room entrance. Wait, hold on. Wheelbarrow is the first. Oh, I see. Shield face. Which one are you missing?
The visor.
the face,
The face?
like the
Okay.
top.
First location could be in the fire staff crazy place entrance on a table.
Okay. This is ice to the map. Where are the other locations? Just read them all out to me.
The second location could be next to a wheelbarrow in a little overhang area. That's all it says.
Okay.
The third location could be next to a wooden crate in the trench beneath Generator 3.
Fire staff. Gen 3. And
Underneath Gen 3.
1, 2, that's 3. Yeah, Gen 3 is the one we're down at the moment. Is it underneath a little overhang?
Yes.
Fascinating. Oh. No, it does not.
Not there.
We have to recharge Gen 3 anyways.
I found it.
From these small pieces, something large.
It was in the fire tunnel. Fire tunnel to the far right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to take back the... Wow, I completely fucking forgot about that.
I'm back. I am nearly no longer back.
I don't have NDE.
I got it. I got it.
Got it?
You get that last lightning staff piece, which is the church, which you have to fully let the tank around. Twin staff piece.
Feel the warmth of the sun.
A church and spawn.
Oh, I might go down.
Carpenter.
Who is the fan?
Oh, he hasn't seen the Panzer!
Temple Soldat. Fire tunnel. How come we're supposed to get a job?
I killed him. I killed him.
Nice.
He blew it up on me.
I know how to use the ice staff. I've used it before. We, keep in mind, us three have typically beaten this. Just a tiny bit of rust, but I know my ice staff. I know my sweet boy. My sweet sub-child.
I'm building shield.
Where?
Wind tunnel.
Yeah.
Your sins will not go unpunished.
I'm also placing the gramophone down here.
Fire tunnel? How's the tunnel supposed to get up now?
I read that already.
Oh. Look, my chat sometimes moves, so I think it's something new with the type. Yes, that is what I said.
I said moobs. It's not what you said.
Oh, man.
I said moobs. This is M-O-O-B-S.
Bonk.
Moob.
Your touch offends me.
OBS?
Cannot outrun my enemy in this mud.
Magic missile. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Hi, Josh. Fucking dick.
How you doing?
This was a bit of a
What do you mean?
miscalculation.
Fucking dick.
Why do you expect help from me?
No, the Jack Black voice clip.
Oh yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
frickin'
You almost
dick.
ran him over by not saying you were moving the tank.
No, you can't run people over.
Yes, you absolutely
Yes,
can.
you can. Josh, where did you get that information?
In front of the tank. Since you're so confident.
I'm good, thanks.
I'm good.
Why?
Yeah.
It won't run you over.
Yeah, it's still fine.
Eager for battle. Die for the glory of the Emperor!
Fucking cool.
For now, the machine will remain immobile.
The ancients thought their riddles would never be solved. They were wrong. They were so wrong.
Fire steps? Dead ass? That was the only thing that came up on my end. If y'all cover. Actually, you know what? I forgot. I can cover myself. All I have written. Go to Crazy Place, fill up the multiple cauldrons in the fire area with souls. Audio cave cauldrons are filled. In the church upstairs, they have lit symbols. Torches downstairs have a corresponding number.
Only provide a greater challenge.
I do have it on hand, the code. So you're looking, church upstairs has lit symbols, and then
Someone, please, help me.
That's the code always the same?
It's your fault, German.
Huh?
You started all this.
Downstairs, the code always the same. Do I need to feed you the symbols?
you need to feed me symbols.
Okay. So from left to right, it is 3 dots pointing left, or 4 dots pointing left with a hollow one in the center.
4 dots? Oh, the penis. 11.
Okay. And then it is 3 dots pointing right.
11, 7.
2 dots, right one is hollow.
11, 7, 3.
Careless. That is all.
Last one. 11,
I'm
7,
keeping
3,
you
which is 2
around.
dots.
If things get any worse, I'll use you as bait.
Blood's number 4.
Okay, 11, 7, 3,
11, 7, 3, 4.
11, 7, 3, 4.
I have no means to defend myself.
You got it?
Yeah, I'll get it.
11. 7. 3. Yeah, hey. Is it 4?
Yeah. It will be covered with blood.
Oh, the 4th one is blood.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of just now realized what it meant by that.
I'm through riding around.
Are you fucking...
What?
It hit the fucking wrong one.
Does that mean it'll change?
Holy shit. Nice tank, guys. 7. Move. 3. Blurred.
Work. Did it work? It looks like.
From the very face of the earth.
Oh, do I have to do it in front of time?
At the what? Oh, fuck. And I don't have.
There it goes.
I don't have any.
You have come so far. Please keep going. The journey
Adam's picking me
is
up.
near its end.
It's fine.
I can try spinning for it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I kind of just was too lazy to ask Adam to wait. No offense, Adam. It's not because of you. It's because I just didn't feel like saying it.
That's shopping free. I do not do shopping free.
I don't have that redeem working right now. You're not dumb to manage.
No, I didn't need help being watched.
Sorry, I'm out of ammo.
That helps.
I'm out of perks too.
To an extent.
Well, we're both down.
That's less helpful. Okay.
I'll try spinning. That's a neat trick.
Ooh. Ooh.
I don't remember how to pull out
Joe likes being watched.
my Maxis drone.
Like supervised or?
Sure.
Josh.
I just got down to
Yeah.
wipe out Tomato Town. Josh! Oh, that was that.
What?
Oh, damn.
I can't fight without ammunition.
You got a hella zombies.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. All weapons.
Your
I see.
touch
That's
offends me.
great.
Did that kill you as you entered the fucking...
Oh my god.
Josh, I have literally no fucking way to say it.
I must have gotten died by the zombie, and then teleported into the.
Are you fucking?
Out of the way!
Guess I owe you one.
Can I grab the part?
Your
No.
weakness must bring shame upon your family.
Josh gets to bleed to death inside a robot. There are worse ways to go. Like, in terms of optimal male bleed out spots.
First? Oh wow, thank you for that. No one redeemed it. Thank you.
I'm going to stop my stream. Thank you for watching.
Why?
Oh goddammit, I'm back.
I thought he was gonna get out of
in
there.
the freaking building again.
This leaves so badly. Oh.
I'm pulling up my Dr. Perky.
Can I please get my range?
Hello, John Panzer.
Oh, hi, John Panzer. Oh, there's two of them. Huh?
John Panzer. That's not what he said. Josh, you can attempt to at the church pot.
I'm doing it. I swear to God.
Okay, Fear is gone. I got into you again.
I saw a demon.
Finally.
Beneath the robot's foot.
Fuck.
You know, I'm now thinking, Addo, has anyone ever told you what to do with liquid divinium?
Gamble it.
Oh, God.
Marine.
Holy shit.
Your sins will not go unpunished. Brittle.
Everything knows
You
sun.
will break.
Oh, wait.
Nothing to me.
I'm gonna go run and start the, and move the, tank, so watch out.
That's me, baby.
Josh, the game's loud compared to your voices.
Yours to command. Finish what has begun.
Gosh.
Free me from Agartha.
He's in his zone.
I'm focused.
Your audio apparently, your game audio is apparently loud.
Fucking zombie.
Game mode is
Yeah.
loud compared
We
to-
finished one of the Easter eggs.
Thank you for letting me know.
I did it. That's 2 upgraded stabs. Congrats.
We are still way dead.
Only a fool would face me in battle.
You wanna try that one again? Hey, John, I'll go jump 3 if you wanna
Cherry
go.
blossom.
No, fourth is kind of accurate.
Succumb to the cold.
Because we still have to do the,
Yeah, it's chip 2.
soul boxes, so. Yeah, but the stabs are a pretty huge step.
I didn't mean.
Oh, fuck. That thing, like, literally kicked us.
Winter kills. Its frost is mine to command.
So the main reason I took this was because, you know, under the church is a decent
My
spot
own
to train
survival.
without the tank.
Do you like how totally quiet this fucking staff is?
Oh, yeah. Very quiet.
Bring in the heat. The flames of revolution can never be extinguished.
Oh.
Hey, do you wanna go get him? You have any?
I'll get him.
My journey ends here.
What are you trying to do?
No match for a
Just a
samurai.
down. Intense and immediate pleasure, I guess.
Get up.
Just leave me down.
No.
I was like, yeah, that should instantly kill Pop Shocks. Right. Oh, that was last.
Oh. That's my fault.
Yeah. Jeez, Edo, why would you do that?
I shot him. I'm sorry.
He was totally fucking me. Don't tell him.
I thought you were gonna get him, but it's just the
We
six.
must defend the territory around the generator.
Yeah.
Nuke? Oh boy, I sure do love nukes. Guys, I saved
Full
it.
blast will shatter you from existence.
Check it out.
Hell
There
yeah.
it is. I was like, don't make me look stupid, please.
Hold on, I'll grab the max in a second.
It was you who first drew blood. We must strike while we have the advantage.
Good night, big thing. Go in bed.
Let's get this thing moving. Spirits of my ancestors are with me.
Wow.
Origin soundtrack.
Let's see, how easily can I explain this part of the timeline? So,
Your last breath will freeze.
this is
within
an
your
alternate
throat.
timeline compared to what was up to this point, which you have no... for Addo, definitely doesn't fucking know what's going on up to this point prior. This is a new set of characters. They're the same characters, but from a different dimension, and thus behave differently.
Did grab the lightning.
We did. And constructing the staffs, or Samantha, who's currently Ether, is instructing people to construct the staffs to theoretically put an end to it. There were ancient staffs uncovered, or there was ancient staffs uncovered but weren't functional, so they made replicas of it. I'm just trying to literally think of any lore I can remember off the top of my head.
Gotcha game wants to be like.
Don't you dare call this a fucking gotcha game.
God
Block.
damn it, man.
Say they got a point.
It was you who first drew blood.
Not allowed to go down today.
Many have died on my blade.
Someone wanna touch me?
Das Crazy in place? I have Indeed.
Huh? I have Indeed too.
I am in your debt.
Either Josh is down in Das Crazy.
You're too good in combat to just let you die.
Where is he?
Down in robot.
Where'd he go?
Final robot.
Oh, how do you keep dying in robot? That's honestly impressive.
I will end stream there, I think.
Coward.
Chuck Eon water part 2 parts off. Oof.
I don't think they even played Water Park.
Done from beneath the
I
earth.
mean, I've honestly barely played it myself.
Guys, I am very tired. I'm going to head to bed. I will catch you later.
This guy going to sleep at fucking 11 p.m.
It's like 2 in the morning.
No, I need food. That's what
No,
I
he just said 11.
11?
And he's getting food. He's not even tired.
I'm hungry,
tired, he
I'm
just
tired, I'm everything.
So you're awake? Okay, hop back in.
I swear to God.
Everything except for locked in.
Yeah.
He was locked in for a little.
Alright. I'll catch you later.
Alright.
See you, bye.
Coward.
Shut up, Joey.
Look at him, 261 kills, 12 downs.
He's gone. He's gone now.
It is unwise to stand in the path of the robot.
Assad, dude. Assad. Oh.
Ow, hi, Nanto. I mean, my spark and my brain cell is like slowly withering out, but I'm functional? Question point?
How many stock you got? Why you spent spark now? Okay, I was making a Fighter Z joke. What the hell was that?
Irons it. Washes your brain, irons it. Oh, it's smooth.
Smooth, just like a shark skin.
Were we supposed to save that zombie, by the way?
Not necessarily. Hey, cool, an MP40. Free.
Have you pack a punch yet, Addo?
No.
You want to pack a punch?
Ashes are all that remain.
I can try to cover your ass if you do.
I feel like it's gonna be the death of us.
Well, first of all, I have NDE.
Fair.
How can this be? Don't belong here. Can't walk through 3 burst fire, can ya? Let's make these bullets count.
You haven't played as many customs as I would like.
Shatter you from existence.
That's the one we've low-key played the most. Are you gonna pack much anymore?
No, I already. You want it again?
You know about repacking, not wonder weapons, but normal guns can be repacked, right?
Alternate ammo types. Backup doesn't have to go away. It's not like
try this out.
Yeah. Oh.
This looks special.
Okay, I got it.
For now, the spirits choose to bless us.
Actually, no, I do have a favorite, Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean Leviathan's cool.
You barely played it.
Fuck,
Shit, maybe we can actually.
Easter egg.
We didn't. We couldn't get far enough because it kept disconnecting Josh. Wonder if that would be fixed, especially with, you know, non-shitter net.
Yeah. For him.
Not in the mood for this shit.
You guys, so if we're talking to KO, have their spend 30,000 points challenge done.
Yeah, that's me.
Your deaths come swiftly.
And think, what other?
Your sins will not go unpunished.
I'll do a little
Cold
crazy.
consumes your souls.
Coming Adto.
I don't know who to crawl towards.
Do you have NDE?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have made it, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know where you were precisely.
No Man's Land. I don't know what else to call it.
It is what it is.
Okay.
Wow, I don't even remember what the fuck No Man's Land. Is that just the mud?
That's the entire center strip of the map.
Oh, right, yeah. Thank you for the hydration.
Ah, I got it.
Oh,
Hell
sorry.
Yeah. somebody activated the Easter egg select. Do you like my hat?
Yep.
Oh, you're nice.
That's yeah.
Oh. Well,
Yeah,
that was
you
my
can't-
fault.
Do you know what this lets me do?
What?
I can withstand being stomped on. It doesn't down me or anything.
No
Yep.
Hey, Josh gotta use that.
Yeah. Also look at my shovel on the left.
Yeah, the golden shovel.
I curse this debilitating mud.
Oh. Okay. Oh my god.
The armored units approach, this time in greater numbers.
What the fuck?
Such crude methods prove effective.
This motherfucker got it. Oh, cool. Yep, there we go.
The dead appear to have been safe.
Soul box.
Nevermore will you feel the warmth of the sun.
You ready to move out of the way?
East elsewhere, foul demon. I have the soul of a warrior.
There we go. Oh. I am right at the entrance of the wind tunnel.
Cool, finish this one as well.
Wicked. Thank you.
That's 2 soul boxes done already. I like how we went from, damn, soul boxes are never getting filled, dude. Nah, fuck it, just crank it.
Went from never being filled to... No, fuck it ain't.
The spirits have brought forth a generous gift for us all.
Yeah, I don't have ND. I'm spinning for it.
Even in greater numbers, you will fall before me.
I've never had perks. Never. I don't know where they are.
Addo, come here. Grab that one.
Fighting fucking Sota Bashi.
This work like a flak jacket or something?
Well, I've been going down so easily. I don't know where anything is.
See, I feel like there's a step we miss here, and that's like trying to let Addo get used to the map. That's why I said I'm coming. I gotcha.
Owie.
I think we need to make him enjoy the map first before we jump him into the... I feel like we'll become a Terraria effect if we're not careful.
Oh my god.
You crossed the line. You don't seem to understand. I'm trained for this. You think this was gonna go any other way?
I need to like lock in.
Oh yeah, I did lose gun a while back.
You freaks on a conflict right
Story effect? Yeah. Where somebody wants to teach a new player the game, but they start at the very end, like, look at how cool all this stuff is.
Well,
No.
For me, it's not so much that. It's
Terraria effect.
Oh no. I feel like it's sort of the same idea but different. For me, it's more or less like you don't understand anything that's happening. You're just kind of being dragged through the entire process. Like it's not explained, or they don't end up actually being able to contribute to anything outside of just fights.
Technically a soul box here, or is this exclusively just one of the trial boxes in here.
There is a soul box in every. There's a soul box in.
No, that one is exclusively just for trial.
Where the fuck's the box? Wow, it got so quiet after the music went away.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's a Dracon. It's a sniper.
Oh,
I mean, it's one of the good ones. If you
Like hunters,
yeah.
they know to prey upon
Oh
the
my
weak.
God! Did anyone? We really need to take you through this a little easier. I don't even know if Addo's been messing with weapon kits.
There's weapon kits?
The ability to customize your weapons.
Yeah, as you use the weapons in this game mode that aren't like wonder weapons, you can add attachments, which can help a little bit. You can also add camos, you know.
A burst of frozen air, consuming all in its path. Not the mood for this shit.
The fuck? Where is Wonder Fizz?
Wonder Fizz is on me. That's it.
Is on the what?
The gin with stamina.
Come with me, Addo. Let's get you perked up.
Okay.
Wonder Fizz is an amazing machine.
No escape from the flames.
Yeah, just letting you know, when I shoot
would
them with
love for you to
ice,
make
it'll take a
dramatic
second.
Demonstration of all this. We are on round 22. Time for dramatic introduction.
Welcome, Atto. This is Origins. Welcome to Origins.
My 1-inch punch.
Wait, we got it?
Hey man, I built 4 chests to capacity. I finished filling the chests.
So, if you interact with this, recover you. Why am I trying to recover you with a... What did you even get from that?
Coca-Cola?
Now, which one?
I don't know. It's blue.
Will not succumb to your sickness.
Ooh, like,
Yes, thank you.
You will die an honorable death in battle.
if you want to hit it again, Addo, I got you covered.
Not looking good. This would not have happened if you were a better soldier.
I got a green gun. Green pistol.
Mule kick, that means you can hold 3 guns.
Okay.
But when you get down, you'll lose that one.
You will live by.
Most people use 2 regular guns and then a wonder weapon.
So, County Finboys did...
Oh, spider.
I can't read that.
Crack in the Cold War. Enough to get the secrets out. Well, come on in. Crazy first
This ends now.
Oh, shit.
From the very face of the earth.
2 of them are on me. And I'm low on ammo.
Giant robot comes this way.
I am using a unpacked KN-44 right now. I killed one. Oh, I am stuck in a wall. Thank you.
Or someone did, I don't know.
I did.
I would kill for a max ammo.
Let's see if I can get a raindrops.
I'm going to backwards this fucking assault
As soon as I
rifle.
remember where the machine is. right here. What a horrible location for a machine.
I just remember the
That's
one from
pop
Gen
shots.
4.
Oh,
My ammo is gone.
I mean, out.
I'm going down because I had no ammo. I trapped myself and I'm losing my fucking pack and punch assault rifle. Oh no.
Do you not have a D?
No, I have NDE. My assault rifle's just in the pack and punch machine. It's gone. It's fine. I have enough. I don't have the ability to cover you. I have enough to get.
Perhaps these unknown forces seek to
Don't
help
fucking.
us.
An opportunity to close, but the other one opens. I'm running to grab this fucking
I know not how this
M1927.
works, but remain
So can we
grateful.
talk about the fact the lightning disc is still missing?
Your touch offends me.
You know, good question.
My knife.
I'm gonna go down again. At least let me pick up the damn gun. Ah!
I'm gonna go down too. Yep.
Oh. Ooh, get out of my way.
Feel the might of the motherland.
Because in case you don't know, this is a horrible place to be.
For the great
I see that. I see that.
The Russian faces an uncertain
I'm learning.
future.
Embrace the
Revive you? I revive someone.
Yeah, because I have NDE. NDE allows anyone. If someone has it,
That's a double gun, right?
yeah. Which you can. I think the method that we used to use is not available now. Hi, Nanto. But you can either spend money or you can grind out maps. Just you get them by spending points.
Not when you're kicking so much ass.
Oh, that's how you do that.
Actually, Sasuke says hi.
My
Hi.
weapon has been miraculously transformed.
I did that one.
I cannot
I forgot
outrun
about
my
this little
enemy
guy.
in this mud.
Why?
I'm stuck in Pack-a-Punch.
Addo?
Pack-a-Punching.
Shield
You grabbed your
broken,
gun?
He's about to be dead.
I can't. I lost it.
I am not afraid to die in battle.
I don't know why Addo got quieter.
My mic's acting up probably. Am I good?
Or you probably got farther away from the mic. Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, I lost
You
my. I
have
don't have
done
any
little
ammo.
for our cause, but our numbers are few.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Addo. Addo. Get out.
I'm trying to find that. Behind you.
Nikolai appears out.
I'm gonna run.
And
Yeah, you go do that. I will try to grab Zap. It's the last thing I got me. Oh, fuck it. Well, I might go down. Oh, I'm back. You get knocked down.
We were getting each other through the floor.
Eat your mic, Addo. Don't do that, maybe.
Oh, I was about to do it.
So maybe I get knocked up. And they get stuffed again.
Oh fuck! There's a.
I was trying to roll for raindrops, but I'm gonna have to sacrifice to grab this.
Addo got stabbed.
Did not realize he was.
Zaf,
There.
can you roll for raindrops, Zaf, please? We're all like basically out of ammo.
You who first drew blood.
I know, Grass, you're still chill. You know how I run out of NDE this round.
You don't get to walk away.
Oh, I tried spinning. I'm out.
Okay, hold on. Coming.
Hopefully that isn't the end of the round because the NDE will go away. Wait, did you just fucking?
Mistake again.
I didn't get ammo.
You may be strongest among us.
Carpenter.
Thank you.
From whence you came.
Pack a punch.
Pack a punch. Chicken.
A mighty wind has blown across this cursed landscape. Reveal your mysteries once more, Box.
I've been down 20 times. Holy fuck, I'm sorry. Okay, that's rude.
21.
I was buying my fucking...
Nice to know you got my back.
That's fine again.
You're buying it again? I thought we were getting back with the birds.
He was probably in the middle of drinking it.
Grenade. I know I kind of just shot that and walked away. I hope that was enough. I have to run and grab my shield because they're taking me from behind.
Protect my flank from it.
You're gonna want to grab another shield from down there.
Yeah. Do I have it?
Kick. W. I got 69,000 points.
Get behind me, Doctor!
I have 70,000 points. Hey guys, reload.
Adam, please don't. Please don't. Unless you're waiting to get in line, that is the worst play. I am out of NDE. That's what I'm currently trying to roll for. Got it.
A burst of frozen air, consuming all in its path.
It's like camouflage. They don't see you so well.
East elsewhere, foul
Also,
demon.
We can't do the tablet. We have to fucking
silenced our
airstrike
enemies.
out of the box.
huh?
The airstrikes.
You don't need to get them out of the box.
You can get them out of the box because the only other way you can get them is by doing the tablet cleansing. And I don't know about you. How many melee kills do you think you can get on this round?
At least one.
At least one, he says. I can't get one. And I have 1 inch punch.
My very touch will destroy them.
That's a two-hitter. It's not too bad. Two-hitter with a staff. And 1 inch.
Your touch offends me.
A little bit.
You are brittle. You will break. You are no match for a samurai.
Huh?
I don't remember what the lightning disc is.
I could check.
Also, what are we doing at this point, dog?
Oh.
I think we've lost the the round's gonna be.
Wow, I did not put down the location for the. Oopsie.
Oh. Okay.
I'm in church. I was trying to do it.
Like the cherry blossom of autumn, you succumb to the cold.
Purple Records near generator 4 jug.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
You're saying?
You just barely got me.
Ah, you had a quarter left. I'll go try to look for it.
Your numbers only provide a greater challenge.
It should be fine to pick me up. I iced them. The wheelbarrow thing. Okay, let me check.
I spotted a new zombie.
Table next to Jug Wonder Fizz. Nope. Metal generator box in the wind tunnel. Is it gonna be in fucking here? So metal generator box. Wait, y'all have zombies?
No, I don't see any zombies here.
Sure.
The Dragon Balls.
Perhaps this music may appease the spirits.
It's one
I got
of
it.
the songs. It has to be.
No, I didn't mean to teleport in. I can go. Can I go and grab the? Fuck, no, I can't.
No.
I have to build it at the.
We have
the. Huh?
So we have the last zombies. Way out.
I got the disc.
I have
I
a
wasn't sure if there's anything that
murder.
you're trying to do.
Ow.
You can kill that one.
Okay.
Are you gonna get Addo to get the lightning staff?
We can. Yeah. This is gonna be his staff. Oh, never mind. Okay, I have 2 on me still. Fuck. Lightning tunnels.
curse this
over by
debilitating
Stamina.
mud.
Yes. I'm gonna grab the gramophone. Remember where Wonder Fizz was?
This way.
Okay.
So there's kind of like 4 major points on the map, and that's where all of the gramophone tunnels are. There's one back at spawn, and that's fire tunnel. There's one over by Juggernog over there, that's wind tunnel, where we have the zombie shield. And then over here at this, or by this generator, there's this tunnel. Lightning, you can see it down there.
Lightning.
Oh my fucking god!
We'll get to it. I'll wait here.
Zombie.
I thought y'all
Zombie
did
out.
kill one of them. So when 2 of them came in, I let them beat my shield up. My bad. I am at the. I am
They
literally
may have
standing at the
despawned.
shield. I am in front of shield.
I have 3 zombies on me.
Hi, thank you.
Yourself
Grab the
that
fucking
Overwatch
shield.
cinematic. Mercy comes down.
An icon.
I fear I will be easy prey in this deep mud.
Okay. Down in the tunnel.
One. Thank you.
I'll take the bad children.
Wow. This way. And you come over to the table.
Place it.
bang, 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 bang. Grab. And then we go. We go back. You do have me okay. And we'll leave it there.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Addo, do you have 3 guns on you at the moment?
No.
Do you just have 1, 2?
I have 2.
This is going to be your 3rd weapon.
Purple.
Purple.
Is the lightning?
Hold it. Purple.
Crazy Place Piano Tunnel, and I just have something. I just have numbers laid out. Oh god, this is the knob thing.
Yep. That's why I said, oh fuck, we left him with lightning. Because it's knobs.
What's wrong with that?
There's
Here,
7
I'll
knobs
show
you're
you.
gonna have to mess with. Well, first you have to do a Crazy Place piano puzzle, but
Well, yeah, but you can preset all the knobs so it instantly completes.
you have to wait for it to spark, right?
Beat the knobs. They don't have any special interactable on them. You can hold it interact and they switch directions. You have to have all these facing in the right direction.
Mess with 7 knobs every day. Damn.
And they're scattered throughout the map. So you just gotta kind of fucking hit everything. Hit all the knobs. I don't remember exactly where all the knobs are placed and what all. It's close foot. Do not. I mean, you can stand here if you want. We're looking for the.
We're going in foot?
Yeah, you're trying to shoot the little
path is
hatch
unclear.
on the bottom of the foot, the circle.
We
That.
were mistaken.
What? The inside of the robot. Okay, yeah, Josh already grabbed the piece of this one, so it is spawn bot that we're missing. Yeah. This is the inside of the robot. You can kind of see a layout of the area.
Okay. Oh.
Interact.
Interact
with the thing.
You are T-posing on my screen like you're in a clone. T-posing.
Oh.
That's so weird. It was a bug. I was so confused from that. That's funny.
Whoa, zombie. Careful, careful,
Don't hit it.
Not hit. So yeah, you have to flip the knobs around the map. Wind staff is a super fucking easy puzzle. You just gotta. There's some things like.
I like how we said, you know what? Fuck the lightning staff.
I was just also trying to figure out which wind staff piece you're missing before Josh did.
Middle.
No, actually, believe it or not, that's spawn.
Really?
They're in the wrong order. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. We can continue learning this at a different time as well if we would like, because we are also way too far into the rounds to be still grabbing staffs.
Yeah.
Optimally, you want every staff before round 10.
Okay.
Like, the last staff piece you should be grabbing is...
Purple?
The piece... No.
Oh.
Piece that you get from the Panzer. Like, that should be the last piece you pick up is...
Oh.
The guaranteed drop from Panzer, which is like round 9. So Fire Staff will always be the last person to get their staff. He's dead.
They didn't like you anymore. They liked me.
So do we just want to hit endgame? Call the... Strawberry Nick? Yeah, I'm starting to. My eyes are starting to fucking geek.
I'm honestly, yeah.
Alright.
Me too. I mean, Addo, you're good?
Who's so, yeah, so Ada, if you just want to escape and then end game.
Okay.
Yeah, we know we just gave you the staff. I'm sorry.
It's just a time to test it. To be fair, it would have
Not
been
done a
doing
lot
great
for round
damage.
25. It does good, but
It does good, but like it would have gotten killed.
You pack a punch it?
no,
you
it's
can upgrade
upgrades, which is the
entirely different.
that was the 7 lever things. Which, by the way, that'll make a shocking sound, unless you have to do the piano part first.
You do. If you do the piano part first, then you get the little.
Then you can see the shock things, but you can preset. Are they the same?
Yeah. What the knobs? Yeah, they're always going to be the same ones. They're not.
Addo, did you get liquid definium?
I don't.
It was the after action menu. If you leveled up.
I think so.
So
Yeah.
tab.
Oh yeah.
So we'd have to go back a menu, I think. So before we're on a lobby, maybe I want to say, because yeah. So just we can disband this lobby. Then you're going to see
92.
Dr. Monty's
92? Oh yeah, I guess they give you a bunch starting out.
My brother also played on this account, like my Steam account. So
Yeah.
he
So
probably
you go to
did it.
Dr. Monty's factory.
Yeah.
And you're gonna always want to click the 3 in there.
Okay. Oh.
And you do it until you use all of them.
Freaking ass.
And these are all the special powerful gobble gums.
They're actually usable. I mean, there's like 2, I think, really usable ones in the standards, but they're limited quantity. Hey, nice alligator.
There's in plain sight, anywhere but here, alchemical antithesis. Those are the 3 big ones. You know what fucking gobblegum we've been sleeping on?
What?
And I need to set up a pack for Origins. Is profit sharing. Profit sharing is fucking
Oh, yeah.
huge for Origins.
Is that only points you earn from shooting, or could you mix
Nope,
that with a
that's any points.
raindrops? So
You
if
can
someone
mix that
runs
with
raindrops,
you can
profit
mix that with
sharing?
extra credit. So if somebody gets double points and another person gets extra credit, one person has profit sharing, you can just fucking rip points, and you can have 10,000 points round 1. Correction. Everybody can have 10,000 points round 1.
Thanks, you growled it yourself. Hey, self magnum.
Alright. Well, this is not the entertaining content. We can sit here and spin this for as long as we want.
Okay.
We don't have to
But
do the same shit.
Addo is the more entertaining. Because they can do it all they want.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I just don't know if Adam wants to sit here on stream, not say anything, and spin gobblegums for a fucking hour.
Oh my god.
Gobblegum. Yes. We'll teach you about weapon kits and whatnot. Is there anyone we want to throw people at?
Let's see. There's Source on.
Peach is playing Nightmare. There's Sauce.
There's mad.
I see.
Props.
Yeah, mad props. I know.
Yeah. What about you, Edo? You see anyone you want to raid?
I don't see anyone else. The only person I would say is that I haven't rated Sauce yet.
Alrighty, chat. Well, Ado and I will catch you later in the day for Dank
Nato.
Souls 3.
Nanto, can you get the right message?
No. Shrimple just started stream. Very cool.
Oh, you want to do shrimp?
I don't know if I have the ability to.
I don't think
we try it.
Well, we've run into problems with.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, it wasn't shrimp.
Rating it. No, it wasn't shrimp. 58 seconds? Oh, yeah. Hey, guess who's there?
Huh?
It's the angle.
Wait, angle?
Yeah.
Oh god, the angle looks fucking dead. Yeah, fuck it.
Sure, man. Ready?
Now I'm.
Fish ability, Black Fifth 3. Crazy.
Okay, I can hit enter. Ado?
Okay. Yeah, I can hit enter.
Ready? And now. You know what? I'm doing the one. I'll do fish ability. And then for me, Saturday we'll be doing the end of, ideally maybe the end of Banjo-Kazooie. Because it looks like we have one more stage and then the boss. And then we gotta find out what to do next.
Oh,
Are
that was
we-
interesting stream though.
Yeah.
In case you want this raid message. There's mine.
Are we ready to hit right now?
Sure am.
Y'all have a great night. Y'all take care of yourselves. Drink water. Eat, sleep, do all that good shit. And ready to hit right now in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey guys. Doughy Gang. Hey guys. Oh my god. Fish of booty. Because Atolsky. I don't know it's Atolsky. Jaffe, Atolsky, and Doughy, right? Yeah, I saw you guys were playing games together. Look at that, triple raid. Now we got a quadruple.
That's
people here.
Atolsk.
I know. I told him I call him Atolsky on purpose because I misread his name first time.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, I keep going with it.
Also, there I'm muted. Happy.
Hi. Oh my god, the Faye. What the hell? Faye. Faye is so good.
No, she doesn't answer me.
What?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm just gonna shrink myself here. Yeah, there we go. We're all just heads here now because we are playing a game together. Clogging whole
Yay,
screen.
you guys don't fucking anything, guys. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, 105 streak. Fuck yeah, bro. Let's go. Let's see.
Alright.
Return to your hut and ring the bell. Signal high gnomes you are done. I'm not done yet.
Wait, who's hosting the game?
I'm
I
adding my
think
teacher real
Shrimp
quick.
was the host.
Ow! I just
Oh
took
wait,
fall
I know.
damage.
I
I'm
mean,
crawling. Wait, am I just dead?
Mimico should host so that she doesn't lag. I'm used to playing with lag.
Wait, I'm just crawling now? What the fuck, man?
Okay, I can.
No, your
host
legs,
it.
your legs regenerate after a bit. So does your arms.
I'm the magic gnome, guys. Look.
Yeah,
Cannon size.
For some reason, Noah just kept like breaking his arms.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got stick on.
No more
Noah,
collab.
Are you in the game yet?
Friendship revoked.
Oh,
I'm gonna be muted occasionally because I'm still eating dinner actually.
Because
Oh,
you
look,
hate
there's
me,
more
got
fireworks
it.
again.
I was getting
I'm
so
eating dinner,
frustrated
I'm trying to
with that crashing.
grab you.
That pissed me off
Noah,
so
you-